What can you do to prevent it? What has Minister of Health done in the airports where they've marked as high alert? Who are there? Is it NAFDAC that will be checking up all this, checking for this? What it means, this, and for us, that will tell you they're spending their money. What are they spending the big budgets on? Even the little they've given, what are they spending on? Critical things are not. Crisis management, when crisis, you have to budget for it. When there is emergency, especially Minister of Health, knowing that the era we find ourselves now, diseases, infectious diseases and epidemics can crop up, and we don't have resilience and preparedness. So how are we going to talk about it? So that's it. Nobody is, these little things, you're on your own as a Nigerian. When it hits you, you manage and pray, go do this, and then the family will carry you, the social system carry you until the point you cannot manage, and it's like, rest in peace. Another figure, one down. They're looking for who next. Human lives hardly matters in this country anymore. And then talking about so many things that I was talking with them. He said, a typical Nigerian from the age of 0 to the age of 5 and to grow to this adult, you are threatened by 1 million issues that threaten your life. And if you manage to escape like this, you're like unseen and seen battles that God fight for you. So that's why, don't wonder we are so religious, because you can't look at a country and say, this is what this country is doing for me. So that you narrow where your faith in God starts, those where the country stops helping you in your faith in God starts. But everything we tribute on God. And people are going with big budgets. So what are budgets doing for? When everything they should not do, we should budget God in Nigeria and leave money alone. Because the budget big money and the money we exchange hand, we'll be hearing billions and billions on the newspapers. And nothing is trickling. We are not seeing the effect of what these billions are. Can you imagine? Can you imagine what we are doing? Sad reality. It is.
On a very more, that I won't say sad note, but the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee has disbursed 1.358 trillion naira in July 2020 from the 2024 Federation Accounts Revenue.
It means in January till now?
Yes. Now, the
5.8 trillion. You said
1.358 trillion. Now, the federal government, federal government gets 431 billion, states gets 473, and local governments get 343 billion.
And that's what I was saying. I've said it earlier.
Yes.
And the people are going to being cocooned and being moved to Moshood Abiola stadium in Abuja to protest hunger and hardship. Where the hunger and hardship that is worrying them from their local, even from their houses. And those people are sitting there, coasting home and dry. Look at it, even if you ask them, they will still be pointing at the president. And I say presidency has not stood up to say, start telling Nigerians where to go and ask for. Because this is Nigeria. Imagine the amount of money that exchanged hands from January to July. And imagine the impact of this money in our system. So you start asking yourself, is Nigeria a big ocean where you go and drop salt? And you don't, I don't know what is it. Have we become Bermuda Triangle? Every financial Bermuda is what Nigeria has become. This amount in 6 months has passed through, and nothing we can show. What we are still shouting, fuel averagely sells for 1,000 naira in Nigeria. A mugu of gari,
very expensive now.
Mudu of gari, painter of rice, cannot be a.
And I think just yesterday, Ononoga tweeted that inflation was coming down, and I was asking.
That is what the same issue. We talked about it yesterday. Say inflation will come down by 30-something%.
What are the indicators?
Knowing the same question I asked, what is the key performance indicators? What result? What can we hold strongly and say, this thing you are telling us is true?
You know,
So
my
I better-
usual Mama Nkechi. What will Mama Nkechi see and say, yes, truly,
No, truly,
inflation is
something
But
coming
that's
down.
it.
has
For that,
happened.
have you? But I don't know whether
I've
you
not
said
felt
Mama
it. I've
Nkechi
not
and you
felt
took
it.
interest.
I've not
Do you
felt
eat in Mama
Yes, I
Nkechi's?
do eat from Mama
And has
Nkechi's.
the prices of
No,
one
it
plate
has
of
gone
food?
up.
It hasn't come
So
down.
that's the link with you and Mama Nkechi. You don't think I'm linking with
Yeah,
Mama
I
Nkechi?
understand.
Because you like food. So when
Ah.
you go to eat a plate of food, has it come down? That's what you start saying. What? Because we not expect that once they say it in Abuja,
Yes.
it will trickle down to where we are talking from in a moment. But since they started talking about it, by now we should have started seeing signs and say, this thing they're saying looks like it's going to happen. Oh. But even every day you wake up is the transport of moving around. Yesterday is almost correct. It was supposed to move in from one point to another with 300 naira on keke, and the man was like, he's going to be at 400. And it was, I said, I have already budgeted in my wallet, and the man was like, it'd be like saying, no, this country. He was ready for a fight. And I said, what happened? He said he's now buying 900 naira. That the filling station where they buy fuel for 870 has closed down for the last 3 days. I said, that's a sign of. And a friend, I was talking with a friend, he said, for that one selling 870, not to have been selling for the last 3 days, that is in hot. He said, brace up. Every day you brace up for more difficult times. Every day brace up for more difficult times. Is that where you're going to shape patriotism for Nigeria? Now this leg, now I go carry reach Umuahia. Ask me. And then we say, what thing they happen, government? Help us. We also tell us how we can help. Because the idea is that we keep pushing. What can Nigerians do to help? Because there's no link. If we have been talking to each other, talking with each other, by now we would have, Nigerians would know what they're supposed to do to help. But everybody's like, you're your own. They say it's OYO. Joshua, I don't know what state you come from. Is it OYO? No. But that's by the way. So whatever state, almost every state now we're right. Even if you come from Edo, you say Edo, OYO. Anyone you call Lagos, OYO, because all the states are even on their own.
All right, Mr. Chris, and before we let you go for today, and on a very sad note, as this story on Saturday Times says, Lagos woman cuts stepchildren with hot knife and hide them in apartment.
We've lost our humanity. Simple. More dangerous things are happening.
It's the gruesomeness for me.
Yeah, that's it. What haven't you had in this country over time? And the children are carrying the brunt of these pressures from their parents. Imagine that woman, something may have pushed her to that level. She now sees those children as the source of her problem, where they are not. It was supposed to be source of her happiness. And then because of what's happening in this country, children that are supposed to be source of happiness for parents have become burdens. And some women can't handle it. How can you wake up, see these children? Some people wish these children are dead so that some people are dumping. Some people are, there's a viral video I saw about a man. Packaged her mother, an old mother, went and dumped her in a motor park in Lagos.
He killed her?
No. He just packaged her, abandoned her, and that woman is deaf and dumb, an old woman, they managed to left her there. And people are crying and shouting at this. That would the level of what made us this. I know that it's difficult. We might be hungry, and they are facing hardship. But what the difference is when you are facing these things with some sort of humanity in you, a milk of human kindness can still dilute certain things. And you say, I have a limit to what we can do. But it's in the country at this level, there's nothing we've not had. And it leaves us with hopes. Where are we going with this kind of attitude?
Well, we're still hopeful that all will turn out well.
But on a funny note, Obasanjo said he laughs.
Yeah, he said he laughed.
He laughs when I don't know what kind of laugh. Is he sinister or that he will wish that he is what they think he is?
We
or
don't know that.
I don't know what he thinks. Whatever it is a much respected. I would have wished he's an Igbo because I'm an Igbo, and he's a very prominent Nigerian. So you can be Igbo by extension. OBJ, the Baba.
All right.
Thank you.
That's how much we can have for this segment. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much, Mr. Chris.
Thank you,
It is
Chigi.
always insightful
I
talking
feel excited
with you.
being here.
Thank you. So we go on a short break, and when we come back, we will talk about our Saturday retrospect. Don't go anywhere.
for this country to work, we need the best hands. And if you now want to keep away a section that is very innovative, that's very highly educated, that also knows the wherewithal of how to make the country prosperous, you're only hurting yourself. You're not hurting the Igbos. If you check the statistics everywhere, if not for the sit at home every Monday and all these people running around in the Southeast, murdering people and killing people, the statistics does not show that where all these presidents come from, who have tried to denigrate and push down the Igbo, that their standard of living is better than the average person in the village in Igbo land. It's not. So what is it that you're doing? Actually, all you're doing is simple. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face. The government is set up for the welfare of Nigerians. So any government that comes, and rather than improve your welfare, rather worsens your condition, does not abide by the first rule, the welfare of the people of Nigeria. And so every time that we speak with government people, we try our very best to say to them, think about Nigerians. Think about Nigerians. But, you know, we also are very aware that when people just get cocooned, they get only those information that are filtered to reach them. Look, Obasanjo used to get up and disguise himself and walk into a restaurant. Sometimes he walks into a supermarket. He gets a feel of the populace. He also had a contrarian. The late Stanley Makebu was a contrarian. So when policies and all that comes, and people say we are advocating this policy, he will ask him, what do you think? And that one is a contrary voice. I say, don't accept this one because it's not correct. What this man is saying does not attune. Because people will always want to tell you what they think you ought to hear that will not make you feel bad about your policy. Nobody who comes to tell you, said, you're messing up. Nobody. That's what is going on with most governments. All that we see, KBSU, 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 and then everything continues to go bad.
Examination malpractice, the teachers, the school will be blamed. Why? Because the school has to uphold the ethics and values.
throughout the week, we've had to discuss different topics and different ideas over the week, and it has been interesting. So we will be going to our retrospect to give you highlights of things that were discussed over the week. On Monday, we had the gap between leadership and followership, and we had Austin Okori to discuss this. We will be going straight to the highlights for you to hear and see.
Leadership, from the top to the bottom, you have different levels of leadership, even down to the family. The father is the head of the family. The group of, first of all, is leading the wife is supporting, then you have children, then you go to the society. So if you're a leader, you have to have a follower. If you don't have a follower, you're taking a walk. So if you're a leader, you have those attributes of a leader. Attributes of visionary. Commanders are different from leaders. In the military, you have commanders, have commander-in-chief, have battalion commanders, and so on. But in our society, we have leaders who became leaders from what they do. People, the followers, their preachments, their preaches on what they do. So people follow you because they are convinced, out of conviction, out of what they see you do. Or those who preach what they don't practice, or those who practice what they don't preach. So if you are leading, you must be above board, you must be visionary. You must, be more knowledgeable, you must have strength of character. You must have capacity to take risks and break new grounds. So talk about mentoring, talk about those who want to guide. They don't lead by force. You don't lead people by coercion. So you lead people from example. So leadership is a concept used when somebody, a father figure, somebody who can guide others, who have various features and characteristics of being a leader. Sometimes they do not deserve what they have because some of the leaders, like we know, impose themselves on the people. And they begin to impose their decisions and their will on the people. In military push, when the military took over government, you can't stop them because you can't argue with the man with the gun. Also, like we talk about leadership recruitment process in a civilian, space, in a civilian ecosystem. Some people come through ballot by default. So when the recruitment process is flawed, some people find themselves in a position of leadership. And you see the qualification, what they show. Sometimes you see what we call trust deficit. So the people may not be able to help themselves. There may be constitutional provision. So the people will now trust you, they have confidence in you, they will follow you. They will follow you, like you see some leaders, some iconic leaders in the past. These current leaders all over the world, you can see that there's a kind of deficits.
And that was Mr. Austin Okori there talking about leadership. If you are a leader and no one is following you, you are just taking a walk. And then on Tuesday, we dived in.
Just push it away. And insurance companies then do hide most of the serious conditions in those small prints. Develop in this country. We now realize that, okay, this could be the reason why people don't take this thing. Let us make this thing more user-friendly, okay? So we discarded those small prints, made it so bold and so, reader-friendly that people can now trust. And apart from the prints also, the ability to pay claims. Insurance companies pay claims heavily. I can assure you that even all the NSAS issue had in Lagos, okay, all those losses, at least majority, all the insured losses during the NSAS were all taken care of by the insurance industry. I'm sure you're hearing that for the first time.
I'm hearing that for the first
but
time.
I'm telling you, but actually that what happened.
That's for those that are insured.
Definitely. Now you can't reap from where you did not sow. Okay, you must insure before you can actually benefit from it. If you don't have a policy, you can't file a claim whenever you have a loss. Insurance is based on those principles. Why do we need insurable interest? Insurable interest is that principle of insurance that ensures that you have a financial interest in the subject matter of insurance. I'll give you a very simple example. It is the only principle that distinguishes insurance from gambling. Okay? We know 140 bedded in ENUGU, UNTH those days, 140 bedded hospital ward in ENUGU, where you have all those critical illness people being admitted. At least every day or the other day, somebody must die from that ward. Let's assume there's no insurable interest, and I'm an investor. I can come there, insure all the 140 patients there against their life. Okay? So every morning I just wake up and just walk to the 140 bed and look at the first bed, okay, the man is still alive, look at, and then the one that is not there, I'll just go and file a claim. But insurable interest is that principle that restricts me from doing that. This cup does not belong to me, it belongs to Signature TV. I don't have the only interest I have here is to use it to maybe take my tea or take water and still leave it here. If it breaks here, I can only sympathize with you over the damage, but I don't have any pecuniary interest and financial interest with it. So that principle ensures that you can insure only those things that you have financial interest in. That's the job of that particular principle. Then the utmost good faith is that, you know, every commercial contract is based on caveat emptor, buyer beware. Insurance contracts are based on uberema fides, which is utmost good faith. You must tell us the truth about the subject matter of insurance, because I'm coming to insure you, but I don't know anything about it. So I'm expecting you, I'm going to rate you, charge you premium based on information that I receive from you. And it is expected that you give me the true information, failing which the policy, I can repudiate a claim whenever I discover that you lied to me. So to make sure that there is a business of trust, which we raised earlier on, for you to trust me, I should also trust you. It's a two-way thing, okay? And that is why that principle is there. The next one is proximate cause. Proximate cause is that active and efficient cause that sets in motion a train of events that brings about a result without intervention of any force started and working actively from a new and independent source. What does that mean? The grammar is so heavy, but let me just break it down for you. If you take 5 textbooks and line them up like this and push the very first one, the first on the second to third, and the fifth one falls. If I ask you, why did this the fifth book fall? You would definitely agree that it is the push I gave to the first one. So is that active and efficient cause that brought about this result? Okay. Second scenario. If I set the same books and I pushed the first one, it fell on the second, and I stopped it with my hand. The fourth and the fifth still standing. Then I shook this table and they fall. What was the cause of that fifth one falling? It is the shake on the table, right? Now, we need that principle to tell us when the insurance will pay. What is that active cause that caused the loss? So that we don't pay for a cause that is for a loss that is caused by a remote cause. We only pay for the active cause, the period that is active. You can insure your studio against fire. So the major thing we are covering is fire. So if somebody burgles this place, you don't have a claim because it did not cover burglary.
And that was Chijioke. Everyone who died during the NSAS protest was insured. They that were insured were actually, the families received their benefits that we've heard from Chijioke Nwafo on Tuesday. And moving over to Wednesday, we have Igbo in search of leadership. And we had Chekwas Okori in the studio to discuss this.
Igbo people in the First and Second Republic coalesced in the First Republic on the platform of the NCNC because of the stature and the political prominence of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. who took over the leadership of the NCNC after the death of his founder, Dr. Herbert Macaulay. And Dr. Azikiwe mobilized the Igbo State Union then and sold NCNC to them. And Igbo people coalesced on it and became politically relevant. Then by the Second Republic, the same thing happened in a sense that Igbo people and by Second Republic we had gone into, the war had come and gone. So Igbo people were busy looking for second-class positions in the parties that existed. In all of the parties, they were going for running mate. Chief Philip Umade was running mate to Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Dr. Alex Ekweme was running mate to Alhaji Shegu Shagari. Chimere S.G. Koko was running mate to Malam Aminu Kano, and so on and so forth. So Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe felt that Igbo people championed the independence, the cause for the struggle for independence, and shouldn't take a second-class position. So he came out of voluntary retirement, because he had said he had retired from partisanship, and joined the MPP. Again, Igbo people coalesced on that platform and became again relevant. So by 1996, Dr. Azikiwe was already old. And of course, it was that year that he also passed. So there was nobody with that type of stature that could join a party founded by other people and dominate it in a sense that Dr. Azikiwe did. So that was the second reason I plunged into it.
Okay.
So in 1996, I made an attempt with some friends who agreed with that philosophy and struggle.
Yes.
We didn't succeed, we failed at the point of registration at the commission, in the Electoral Commission. In 1998, we tried again. We also failed. In 2001 to 2002, we did the third time. We were determined, we were resilient. We were not going to surrender. So the third attempt yielded ABGA. So ABGA was then registered in 2002, June 22nd, 2002. So that's ABGA. But in the course of course, Igbo people coalesced on it, on that platform, and we made such impressive outing that in the first outing, when practically every politician had belonged to one party or the other, out of 30 parties that contested the 2003 general election, of course, we had the Modumegwu Ojukwu as a presidential flag bearer, at least, and he became about the only Igbo man of note who was also contesting for president, which was one of our objectives, to make sure that Igbo people participate, even if they lose, but they must fly presidential flag. So the first person we chose was Dr. Azikiwe. Chief Modumegwu Ojukwu. And we came third in that election, hoping therefore that subsequently we will improve on that. But unfortunately, crisis set in December, just barely 2 years after the party was founded and formed. The crisis came in, and we were in that crisis for nearly 8 years. So by 2012, I took a decision that we were no longer going to be knocking our head against the wall. Let's leave the party for those who hijacked it, as it were, and look for another one with the same philosophy, with the same vision. So we founded the UPP.
UPP, yeah.
Now, I didn't set out to make that history, but when UPP was founded and registered, it dawned on me that I had now belonged to another class of eminent Nigerians who founded 2 political parties in their lifetime. In our class of 4 people, Chief Obafemi Awolowo was our prefect, who founded the Action Group and the UPL.
UPL.
And then Malam Aminu Kano founded NEPU and the PRP. Alhaji Waziri Ibrahim founded MPP and GMPP. So my humble self founded ABGA
Abga
and
and
UPP.
UPP.
And by the special grace
Okay.
of God, I'm the only one of the four
Still alive.
And that was the elder statesman, Chief Chekwas Okore, taking us through memory lane and giving us overview of political development as regards the Igbo tribe in Nigeria. Josh, you could, see the clarity, in what he was saying. You could see he knew exactly what he was saying because he was right,
Yes.
inside the whole thing. He spoke about the First Republic down to the Second Republic, down to 1996, when Zik eventually died and he took over and had to close up, the gap that the late Azikiwe, left. And still playing out up until the 2000s. I mean, the man, it's an encyclopedia himself.
Yeah, having that much experience,
Really,
of
really.
course. Yes.
Yes, I had fun listening to him. I was, educated.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. So, moving right over to Thursday, that will be National Commission's NTS vote of confidence on Tinubu. We had Jerry Omas coming on Thursday to discuss this vote of confidence that was passed on the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Please take a listen.
Obasanjo has come up over time, expressed the dissatisfaction with what's going on. And if you ask me to, I think I may not be the best fan of Obasanjo right now or before now, but what he's saying is the realities on ground. People on the street are hungry. People check around your neighborhood and are caused by the policy or program of the federal government. You came up the other day before it was sworn in that the president was in Rivers State here to commission a flyover. The former governor told him, we may need the money that we use to construct on a federal road back. What was his response? He said, look, not enter the office. I don't know the situation on ground in the office. When I enter, I'll read. Why not give the same response when it comes to subsidy removal, situation of office? All you did was film. Subsidy is gone. And for 200 naira or 200 naira at most, is now selling for over close to 1,000 naira. The last time I bought yesterday, it was about 900 naira. So check the ratio. And every other thing took of inflation. So if the president has said, we have programs and all those that we work, the refinery, they have given us more than 10 dates and all those, the roads are not passable and all those put together. All of state that we're talking about right now, giving the president a vote of confidence based on what they see him doing in future. Sorry, is it that we say we are floating against a bigger and a stronger currency? Does that, for goodness sake, putting the cart before the horse? I don't see that working, but we have seen what the president is doing and is genuine, and they say they pass confidence, a vote of confidence on him. What do you want me to say? To say no? Matter of time. We'll see why they give me that vote of confidence. Maybe they will start working, whatever they think they are doing, to make sure things work well. Don't forget that recently there was this end bad governance project, and a lot of people are saying that, although some of the people on the presidency are saying that it's like a plan to overthrow the government and all those put together. That is what they also have at the back of their mind to say, look, we need to support you to win. But I think that, like our people will always say, that if you remove someone's body, if you don't show that dog, it's like you're pinching that dog. So also need to begin to feel the impact of whatever the president is doing. I'll tell you, for instance, you remove subsidy, you have a problem of traffic lights, you have insurance and all those, and have all these things together to what will be our cost of production. If the fuel price can come down, that's the only commodity all this problem we have right now. Because whatever you want to do, you need to move from one place to another. Around Port Harcourt here that I am right now, if you have kept rice in government house, For somebody to move from Ndoni to come to government house to pick up that rice, he need to fuel his car from my tree that is just 2 kilometers from the government house. You need to fuel your car and you can buy maybe at 950, 1,000 naira. Then you have not done anything. So why not tackle this thing? What we're doing right now is like looking for the eyes of a fish, but you're checking the tails. So to cool down the temper that is already risen, they'll say, okay, Nigerians, this man sometime, we have seen what he's doing. I think we can assure you that, look, what by so time, we can get it right. I think for the very first time, we had the Sirica, even though I'm not his fan too, told us that, look, the Abuja EP will be true by so time. If it's not true, then I think more ministers need to, even though we want to look at some of the things, Ethiopia Air, turn it to Nigeria Air and all those, but that's the reason for that. More people need to do that in this administration by December time. If it doesn't work, I think I'll just resign. But people, yes, so I think the president too also need to begin out to sack people.
That was Jerry discussing the NCS vote of confidence on Tinubu. He gave some very strong points as well as quoting back to the president's speech where he came in at first saying subsidy is gone and how that has had a ripple effect on the economy and the whole Nigeria as a whole. Of course, having to see that prices of food went up, prices of everything went up. Even fuel is now being sold for about 1,000 naira. We also discussed the trends of hardship happening in the country, touching a little bit of the end bad governance in Nigeria, protests that happened. It was a very beautiful discussion, actually.
Yes, I agree with you. He had his points and he was very clear.
Yeah, it was very clear, actually.
It was very clear.
Yes. So moving over to Friday, which is the final day before today, of course, before you saw our beautiful faces. So Friday, we had the discussion with agricultural development in Nigeria. And the person who came in to discuss this was the Commissioner for Agriculture in ENUGU State. Please do take a listen.
Shouldn't be talking about shame expressed. Nigeria is richly endowed with natural resources, abundant natural resources, rich natural resources, both land, both the water, both the air, name it. Nigeria is richly endowed and well positioned to take the first position in terms of agricultural sector or production, you understand? So what we should be talking about is where did we get it wrong, actually? And it's not far-fetched that from the advent of oil, we began to focus on oil and left the real sector, which is agricultural sector, you understand, and come to talk about agriculture. Agriculture is as important as life, and that's what God has blessed Nigeria with, you understand. You rightly noted, we have the best of soils, we have the best of climates, we have the best of vegetation, we have, in terms of landmass, we are richly blessed by God. Yeah, the water bodies, we are blessed by God. So we don't need to lack anything in terms of agriculture. Before 1970, Nigeria is the greatest, producer of agricultural product of various types. Look at the great granite pyramid. Talk about the yam from the Benue and part of ENUGU State, and all products from agriculture. So what we should say, where did we get it wrong, and where do we now? How do we, go back to where we used to be in terms of agriculture?
I mean,
so it's we're talking about shame because we have the potentials to get back there and even surpass that. We have not done well, but we have woken up to doing well. We now have we have leadership in place now to making us do well in terms of agriculture. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Because this government of Peter Ndubuisiemba is not here to begin to cast blame or begin to look at what others have done wrong. We're looking at what can we do to change the tide. What can we do to go back and surpass where we are supposed to be in terms of agriculture, considering the abundant resources, the blessings that God has given to us. His Excellency will always say that we are poor because we choose to be poor. Because God has blessed us with the various resources, natural resources. You will hear him saying that Enugu is not landlocked. You understand? That's also inclusive of agricultural production. You get me? So we'll now begin to let you know. Before now, the 40 and above. But coming down to 39 shows that something is being done. You know, you are talking about nationally. You know, if you come to Enugu, a lot of things have been done, and our people have come back to farm. Our people are now eager because they trust the government of the day. They now believe that whatever government say they are going to do, they are actually going to do it, and that's what's happening. You understand? You are in Enugu. You saw what happened last Thursday, on the 8th of August. You saw what happened. It has never happened where the government of the day is spending about 4.6 billion in distribution of farm inputs, machineries, and other social interventions to the people of Enugu. That's the promise His Excellency made during the campaign, and that's keeping to his word. You understand? And more is yet to come. So if you look at it also, you see that our approach is also systematic. Our approach is planned. Our approaches have policies, you understand, that drive them. And that's why the hope is there that in no distance time, you begin to see the price of food come down. We are very optimistic as far as Enugu is concerned. We know we also get, extend to the other part of the country, because even the Minister of Agriculture and the President of Nigeria are not also sleeping. A lot has also be done from the national level. You understand? And all the policies in place now is towards food security, is towards economic development, for agriculture to be the chief driver of the economy, which is what it used to be before the advent of oil. Or rural development, you understand, for sustainability. It's for even fighting security. You understand? So it's a holistic approach, you understand, to food system security. That's the approach we have applied here.
Okay.
Agriculture is as important as life. That is quoting the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Enugu State. You heard him calling on all stakeholders to pay more attention to agriculture, and he stated a few things that have been done by the state government to improve a lot in agriculture in Enugu State. And that's the much we would take on this segment, Saturday Retrospect. I'm sure you were able to catch on some of the issues we discussed from Monday through to Friday. Don't go anywhere. More discussions are lined up for your education, including brain drain in the health and allied sectors of the Nigerian healthcare system. Don't go anywhere.
examination malpractice, the teachers, the school will be blamed. Why? Because the school has to uphold the ethics and value of examination. They have to extricate students from examination malpractice. They have to make sure that students did not enter with a material or use mobile phone while writing examination. You see now. And then the society too, they contributed to examination malpractice.
Both the parents, the students, and the teachers, they are to be blamed. Because number one, before you get into the exam hall, they are invigilators, and some of them take bribe. Why the parents, instead of your children to be reading, you will not even concentrate on that. So maybe you just like go and read, you will not even check if the person is reading or not. So they are also to be blamed.
I would say start from the government, because when they up there is not sincere, when there is corruption up there, so it will go down. So I don't blame it on anybody. Staff, it's what is happening at it up there. That's what we are saying.
Both should be blamed in the sense that if the school, the teachers are serious about it, the students themselves will not do that. But because the teachers are loose, probably they didn't teach well, or they are not doing what they're supposed to do, that gives the students the impetus to do that. And even if they want to do that, the teachers themselves, the school themselves can as well stop them by doing their invigilation very, very well. So they don't need to allow the student to do that. They have a way of getting anybody that wants to cheat in their exam. But they will just pretend as if to say they are not seeing it. Or some of them will even support it by giving them answers. So the teacher, the school, and the students, all of them are involved in the practice.
The school should be blamed for any malpractice. The school should actually be blamed, not the student. If the school do not allow malpractice, I don't think there is no way the student will do malpractice during exams. So I think the school should be held responsible for that very.
For the parent, I will say the parent also contribute, because some parent will categorically approach schools and tell them that we need you to help our students, our children, so that they would pass. So when it comes to malpractice, I'll say each of these people have a share blame, as well as those people that are older than the students, because they tell them that school is scam, which leads the student not to read and also depend on other people to help them.
That be the school now. The school don't already teach them. They don't do their own work. The remaining one now for him or her. Make him read. Concentrate what in teacher they teach him. If you concentrate what in teacher they teach him, you know go do expo. But during the time then they teach him, you go they play, go they look another thing, go carry phone on the press. By that time in the press, you don't know what in the teacher they teach for board. That is my own.
We have a fair system of education that warrants all these irregularities. The children are blamed because when we attended schools, we know how we put our efforts to make sure we pass our exams.
To me, I can say we should blame the parents, because I've seen a scenario that some parents are like, when the teacher are trying to like train the student, like okay, maybe let these children like repeat the class when the guy is not performing very well. The parent like, why? Please let my children let's push him, just let him to be going, let him go like that.
The teachers have 88% to be blamed. The parents have just 0.5 to be blamed out of 100.
The three kids has to be blamed. First, the parent, because if you give your child a good education from the grassroots, I believe you will not find him with this nonsense.
The dangers of youth negligence in Nigeria is a critical issue that affects the country's development and future. Now, to curb this and to discuss this to get more light and understanding is Kabiru Mohammed, a prominent Nigerian youth leader. He's going to be giving us insight in this and to discuss even possible solutions to this problem. Kabiru, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kabiru.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
You're welcome. So, going straight to business, can you give us an overview of what youth negligence and how it manifests in Nigeria as a whole?
Well, thank you. Youth negligence in Nigeria is not, to cut it short and to put it in a clearer term, means that the lack of involvement of youth in governance, the lack of involvement of youth in policies, the lack of involvement of youth in economic and development of this country, and in other key sectors, manufacturing and all, so on and so forth. So when you not bring these youth on board to flowchart the policies that affect their future, it's definitely you neglecting the youth.
All right, Mr. Kabiru.
Yeah.
How well, in your experience, probably as a youth leader, how well can you say that the Nigerian government has really engaged the Nigerian youth? Just give us an idea of how well government at any state, really, whether state, subnational or national, how well have they actually engaged the Nigerian youth?
Well, I cannot say that the government have fully employed the Nigerian youth or have come together with them to table issues. I think the only thing happening here in Nigeria is the Nigerian Youth Parliament, whereby I think per state, the Nigerian government picked 3 representatives from each state to make the Nigerian Youth Parliament. And that it's nothing but political. The policies they made there is not what transpired and transformed. And I think what they are doing there is more of politics, and even the nominees from each state are not people that supposed to have been nominated, but they are political boys of the state governors that make the Nigerian Youth Parliament. So I can say that Nigeria is not doing well in bringing the youth on board, and it is too bad that the Nigerians are not employing the youth and bringing them on board to flowchart policies that affect the national development. So I can boldly say that it is very low.
Okay, Kabiru, can we be more specific now? Because in your own words, you said that the policies as regards youths, they're usually more political than not. Can we be more specific now? Can you give us the background story behind the Empower initiative that was designed for the youth? Can you give us a story behind the Empower initiative?
During the transformation agenda of former President Goodluck Jonathan, it has also failed. And we look deep into all these policies and see that, okay, we understood what is making these policies to work. And there are other policies, even the agricultural grantee scheme, and they are all policies that you said that we employed here in Nigeria are policies that are not working. They are trial and error economic policies. So we get to understand that, okay, where are these problems rising from? And how can we tackle this problem? We had been writing articles, writing papers, sending to the government that, okay, this should be the way forward, and we should stop neglecting the youth, and this is how we can flowchart policies that are more effective for the Nigerian growth and economic development. But they keep on neglecting it. They decide on what they think is much more better for them. So Empower is a trial and error economic policy, which I think does not satisfy its own needs. And I can boldly tell you that Empower did not achieve 40% of its objective.
All right, Kabir. Why do you think these policies failed? And also, do you think, or what's your take, would youth being in politics make any difference? First of all, why did the policy fail? And if the youth are in politics, do you think there will be any difference per se?
I think the major reason why the policies failed is the attitude of Nigerians and those in position who make the policies. I think most of these policies which have been made, they don't implement it 100%. There's time lag, which is one of the factors that make it failed. And another reason why these policies failed is because their implementation lags. When implementing a policy, you cannot just wake up today and say that, okay, we are implementing this to Nigeria. And after some time, you break it down. And when it comes to stakeholders, they don't follow up on what they are doing. They will be in office in either Abuja or Lagos, chat policies, create a link where people feel, and after that, they make disbursement of money or the agricultural tools. They don't follow up to see how far it is going and what are the major problems that can cause that, which we can tackle on time. So, and most of these policies are being made by suits policymakers. They are only in office. They don't even understand the current situation in the nation. They don't understand the attitude of Nigerians. They just presume and bring policies that is being made for developed countries, bringing it to a developing nation like Nigeria, which will never, definitely not work. So these are some of the reasons why these policies are failing.
All right, Mr. Kabir, you have made it abundantly clear that there's a clear disconnection between the governed and those who are governing. They don't have an idea of what it is the youth are going through. You just, elaborated on that fact. So as a youth leader, what have you or your group have been doing? What has your group done to close this gap a little bit and see how you can take issues from the grassroots to the government?
Okay. I happen to be the program officer of Ready to Run movement. It's a youth movement that promotes democracy and transparency. I think we track all projects being made for our own states. I'm from Gombe State. So each and every project that is being made, either constituency project, either federal project, or whatsoever project, we track it from day one to the end. We make sure that they utilize the resources they budgeted and they make it up to standard. And we create awareness to youth. We try to bring them on board to let them understand the problem we're facing. And this is the simple way we can follow to tackle these problems. However, it's more difficult governing Nigerians, I understand, because everyone has his own mentality. You might bring youth on board, telling them, okay, these are the things that will help you. And at the end of the day, they will change from what you have narrated for them and do something different. So from our own end, I know we keep on enlightening the youth. We keep on following on projects that are meant for us. And we make sure that all these projects must have achieved its own goals and objectives. So,
all right, Kabir, what are the major challenges you faced as a youth leader? What are the major challenges you face in tackling some of these policies or doing the things, your aim and objective of your units?
Okay. I think the major obstacle I usually had, or I and my group usually had, is, I think, lack of more cooperation from our youth. Sometimes when we have
issues, and not just the issues, you have both issues with the youth as well.
Yeah, majorly, as wisely said by Aristotle, poverty is the mother of crime and revolution. Most of our youth are hungry. Whenever things are happening, we try to come in. Sometimes we make donations. We bring youth on board to make sure that everything is going perfectly right. But still yet, the attitude of the Nigerians, the mindset of youth, it's something that we have to extremely work on because it's actually discouraging. And the youth are the bedrock of every nation. They are the bedrock of development. I think Nigeria has about 70% youth. So if as of 2022, we have 151 million youth in Nigeria doing nothing, because as the leaders rightly said that we are lazy, meanwhile we are not. But some of us that decide to make the image for the people think that we are lazy have already done that. And it's so facilitating that the Nigerian youth, the attitude of our leaders is like somehow colliding that it's more difficult for us to point what is right for the nation.
All right, Mr. Kabiru, uh, just as a follow-up to what my colleague asked, right? You said there are issues with the policies, there are issues with the mindsets of the youths, right? And my question to you really is, do you think the Nigerian youth, they are ready for leadership? Because I do remember my colleague asking you, do you think youths going into politics will actually help in this situation? But you also mentioned that there's a mindset issue. So what do you think? Do you think our youths are really the leaders of tomorrow as anticipated? And if you think that there's a lapse, which you have of course mentioned, what are the things, some of the strategies that your group has put in place to see that the youths are more enlightened and more trained towards leadership?
And we partner with Dandeli Matasa Initiative for Rapid Development. There is a program we usually design personal development. The program is trying to let someone know his personal potentials, to know about himself, self-awareness, and more of morals and integrity. So we have been working on that for about like 2 years now, and we thank God it has been working, because a lot of mindset of the Nigerian youth have been changing, and people
What are some
try
of
to
the
realize.
impacts that you have registered from this initiative? What are some of the impacts you've seen? Yes.
The impacts include that initially there are some people that don't even vote. They are politically apathetic, but with the help of this program, they all got their PVC and they are ready now. By 2027, we are going to see their differences. And we try to make sure that we remove that corruption of spaghetti, sugar, or money politics they get into. And they get to accept the fact that, okay, they have made a lot of mistakes years before now. But with the help of the program, they really thank us that we have changed them and they are going to be on the right path. They are going to make use of what they learned from our place and put it more on board. And they have been encouraging their parents and even some of their peers. And the program, I think, so far, we graduated about 1,000 members, and we're taking on more. And it's very impactful to the youth, because we have seen a lot of changes. I think there are some set of people who employ these youths after the training. Sometimes we give them startup pack for business, for those that are not in business, and for those that are in business, we try to promote what they do, and it's really helpful. We can see that there are a lot of changes in the last 2 years, because I think there is someone I met, he was even smoking, when we went to talk to them about the program. When they come for the 3 weeks program, after the program, his life has totally changed, and he's a better person today.
All right, Kabiru, let's talk about sponsorship and support. Have you gotten any sponsorship or support from anywhere?
Actually, we did not got any sponsorship or support from anyone. What we usually do is that with the stakeholders in the program, we bring money out of our own business, out of our own pocket, to finance these projects. And we have been
Have
doing
you
it
reached
now
out
for
to
2
any
years.
government authorities, probably on youth development, to get help, and you've been allowed or declined?
Yeah, I think then the matters. I think the coordinator told us that he has written about 3 or 4 times, still waiting for response from organizations and even government itself. But still today there is no any response.
What government policy did
Regarding,
you reach out to?
I think what actually happened. I think I'm not the one in charge of that. I
Okay.
cannot actually
Okay.
tell you of the organization, but I know we have written to Rendell Matters, and they told us, they replied to us that they have written, I think 3 times. They are also waiting for a reply. Till today, there is no another reply.
All right, Mr. Kabiru, quite recently we heard of what happened where the Bangladeshi youth actually, they were mobilized and they changed the political scene in Bangladesh. What are some of the lessons you feel the Nigerian youth can draw from that event in Bangladesh?
Well, I think the Nigerian youth and Bangladesh had different mindsets. I like using the word mindset because the way we think is not the way other people think. And Bangladesh, not just Bangladesh, I think we saw what happened in Kenya. We saw what happened in Bangladesh also. The transformation or changing governments does not just overstood one day. I think it's something that they have been planning for a long period of time. And, you know, when you take someone to the wall, when his government or the politicians to use them to achieve their own personal interests also adopt, and we are still using, and we get to realize that it's working for us. And these youths needs to be bring on board. You need to bring them closer to you. See someone taking drugs, you cannot just judge him by saying that he's a drug addict, he's a drunkard, this. You have to understand what's taking him into that drugs. What is the problem? How can we help him out? And sometimes when you are discussing with these people, you understand that, okay, they lack financial support, they lack parental care, they lack this, they lack that. Some will even tell you that they are graduates, they don't have job to do. They applied more than 100 times, they got rejected. And before you know, they enter into social vices, into drugs, into violent acts and banditry, and so on and so forth. So when we bring this youth on board, trying to let them know that, okay, you can do more better with your life, I think it will be an easier way to tackle the problem of youth and changing their own mindset. Because the mindset is everything. You having the mindset that is clear is extremely good and much more better for you than anything. So changing the mindset of Nigerian is not an easy task, but when you bring them close to you, talk to them, understand their problem, and you can see how you can change their own way of thinking, their way of life, and you can make your own impacts on them.
All right, Mr. Kabiru, before we let you go, very quickly, you have mentioned things around performing root cause analysis and needs assessment to find out what really is the problem, why they think the way they think, so that it can be, properly addressed. So my question to you is, aside hardship and hunger, what are some of the barriers you feel are militating against this change in mindset to become more productive for the Nigerian youth?
Well, I think there are limited educational opportunities because most of these youth, they are in hunger, they are in poverty, they are unemployed. I think when they have a stable source of income, they have unlimited educational opportunities that they can keep on advancing themselves. I think that will keep them so much busy that they will distance themselves and they will distance themselves from all these social vices, all these agitations and upbringings, kidnapping, violence, banditry, and so on and so forth, and all these negative acts that is been happening. When the youth are engaged, when the government bring them close, when other organizations, the private stakeholders bring them on board, they discuss with them, they understand their own needs, and they make impact on them, I think it will be much more easier for the Nigerian to be on a steadfast of development.
Thank you very much, Kabir, for your input and insight on this topic. We do appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much.
Yes. So because of time, we'll have to let him go. Kabir Mohammed has been discussing on the negligence, the dangers of youth negligence in Nigeria, the impact it has, and possible solutions that can be put in place to bring the youth closer, and to, of course, the youth are the futures of tomorrow. And of course, tomorrow is here already. So we'll go on a very short break. When we come back, we have much more interviews lined up for you. Stay tuned. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. See you after the break.
Aha! Very unfortunately today, most of the ills that brought the military into governance, like tribalism, corruption, indiscriminate killings, and ethnic rivalry, are returning in full force. Has the country learned any lessons from the past?
It is a matter of regret for some of us in politics that from 1999 to now, to date, important lessons supposed to have been learned are not learned. Democracy, if it's mismanaged, it becomes civilian dictatorship. A faulty democracy, another name for it is civilian dictatorship. Democracy, you either do it properly or you are going to end up with a dictatorship. The separation of the powers has not worked. Judiciary, executive, and the legislature. It has not worked at all, up till now. And once it's not working, then there'll be dictatorship somewhere along the way. And this is why the governors in their own states, they became unaccountable, because the state assembly, which is constitutionally to check them, have failed to check them. Or they can't check them because of the usual compromise.
Rwanda was made up like this. The people saw it coming. Ethnic, religious warfare. Nobody there to stop it. Chaos finally coming in, dovetailing into anarchy. We saw Bosnia-Herzegovina. We saw the former USSR, United Soviet Socialist Republic. People say, oh no, it can't break up. Today, how many countries came out of USSR? Even Sudan here, less than 4 or 5 years ago, broke up into Southern Sudan and Sudan. Nigeria almost broke up between 1967 and 1970. It took one who has said he was going to carry out a bicycle expedition against the Biafrans from the Unsuka axis. 3 years to know that you can know when a war starts, but you may never know when it will end and the consequences. Little droplets of water build up oceans. You cannot treat eczema, you cannot treat leprosy with the medicine meant for eczema. It will not cure it.
We have seen a continued depletion of the human freedoms and liberties that democracy promised us in 1999. And the quality of leadership in the country has also continued to diminish, leading to the point today where the levels of the things we fought against are beginning to increase. The ethnicity issues, and don't mind the talk about fight of corruption, a lot of that remains. Citizens have not seen a realization of the promises made. Citizens feel cheated by the political leaders.
I don't think we're addressing our issues with the kind of maturity that is required. Yes, there's no question at all that some of the things that are happening are totally undesirable. For example, human life. It is irreplaceable. One human life is one price too expensive to pay.
That politics is about making our community better, not about making myself rich. I don't know whether Nigerian politicians really understand that. It is intolerable to have a country where a few people are very rich and don't know what to do with their money, are buying useless jets and parking them in airports at thousands of naira or dollars every day, while people are dying.
As a country and as a people, if we want to make progress, change our attitude to politics, government, religion, ethnicity, and business. The other thing is that no country, no race, no ethnic group, whatever, can progress and prosper without some kind of moral or ethical code of conduct.
It will be tragic if we do have an undemocratic system of government come in this country. And I don't know if the country will survive that. My hope is that the political system will be able to function in such a way that the elections will help determine the choice of political leaders. The electoral process has to be able to filter out politicians that are not delivering, and citizens should be able to vote in candidates who represent their aspirations, and those candidates must understand that they need to respond to citizens' expectations.
We, the elite, are the ones creating these issues. The ordinary Nigerian, strangely enough, seems to be wiser than us, seems to be more stable than us. We are provoking them every day. But they have now started to realize the power that they have. Even they realize that some of these problems cannot be solved overnight. They still groan about hunger. They still groan about this thing, but they know, they realize that things are being done and that tomorrow will be better. So democracy, no fear, no problem. It has come to stay.
The important thing is that Nigerians should be united to say enough is enough. We do not want further bloodbath. We do not want further divisiveness. We do not want further ethno-religious crisis. We do not want further elitist, conspiratorial collaboration to subdue us, to marginalize us, to repress us, to oppress us. Enough is enough.
If God can take care of Abacha, and if I can put it that way, provided we are making progress. Democracy is not a destination, it's a journey. Are we on the journey? If we are, there will be ups and downs.
On June 6, 2018, President Muhammadu Buhari recognized June 12 as Democracy Day and bestowed the country's highest honor on the presumed winner of the June 12, 1993 elections.
Today, I'm very happy to be present and to preside over the commemoration and investiture marking the formal official federal government recognition of June 12 as National Democracy Day.
Was that an admission that the military had wronged the Nigerian nation and there was a need for restitution? Was President Muhammadu Buhari opening a new chapter in our conscientious pursuit of the ideals of democratic governance? No matter the signals that the old symptoms that undermined Nigeria's democracy are becoming evident again, the patriotic commitment of Nigerians to democracy and good governance may hold the assurance that Nigeria will surely become Africa's poster nation of democracy, stability, and all-inclusive development, if only we learn from the mistakes of the past.
When we talk about insecurity, it's not just on the road, because most times we might say, oh, this student has traveled and maybe the child was kidnapped. No, now what we are talking about now is most of them, they might come to the school and abduct them. And how do we curb this insecurity? So now we want the government to come to our aid so that insecurity in Nigerian universities would stop, so that these children can be very, very okay. They can feel comfortable.
I would suggest that everybody just tries to keep themselves safe. Like, don't come out at odd hours. Because I don't know, I've not really seen any security personnel around. Personally, I've not seen, because I've not been out so late. So personally, I try to protect myself first, and I don't put myself in certain scenarios and situations. So I think the best thing is to be at the right place at the right time.
People should know when to go out, when to go about, and then as a lady, for girls to make, if you're working in the night, just make sure you're not working alone. Like me, if I'm coming back from somewhere and it's already late, I just try to work with maybe one of the male in my school that is walking down the side I'm going to. That's it. There was a day they alerted us that we should not actually go to a specific place due to they were stealing things there, and I think they were carrying guns. And I've also heard around these school gates where they took things from people. So it's really bad, Sha. I just pray that they will take action towards it.
I've heard of cases whereby students, girls will come out in the night. They want to go for a night class. Like
Nigeria University, both in the streets, everybody is affecting everybody. So our prayer is that God will help us in this nation, so that Nigeria security will return back to normal, so that everybody can be secure. Even in the streets, once it's 8 o'clock, everybody enter his room. You will not even see more vehicle. Assuming now you are going somewhere, and by 9 o'clock, you can't see any vehicle to board here. The one thing is that maybe anybody that caught in that action is supposed to be punished, so that other people will learn their own lesson from that play aspect, so that it will reduce. Because if you think, well, if you remember what happened to another person, you involving on it, you will say, you don't want to involve, so that they will not be caught.
Okay, we have a case in one particular university, name don't just call the name, okay, that they found a student dead, and she was actually dumped in the gutter. So someone came out and was like telling the SUG that you guys don't do anything about, you guys have not done anything about this student, rather, but you guys protested when Mobile died, that popular singer. You guys protested when he died. But about this student that was actually found in a gutter. And the funniest part is she's a new student in the school, that her body was found in the gutter. So for me, I have to tell, this thing is in the hand of the SUG president of the school, that they have to do something about it, because this insecurity actually lies in their hands too.
Kiếm
Are not learnt. Democracy, if it's mismanaged, it becomes civilian dictatorship. A faulty democracy, another name for it is civilian dictatorship. Democracy, you either do it properly or you are going to end up with a dictatorship. The separation of the powers has not worked. Judiciary, executive, and the legislature. It has not worked at all up till now. And once it's not working, then there'll be dictatorship somewhere along the way. And this is why the governors in their own states, they became unaccountable, because the state assembly, which is constitutionally to check them, have failed to check them, or they can't check them because of the usual compromise.
Rwanda was made up like this. The people saw it coming. Ethnic, religious warfare. Nobody there to stop it. Chaos finally coming in, dovetailing into anarchy. We saw Bosnia-Herzegovina. We saw the former USSR, United Soviet Socialist Republic. People say, oh no, it can't break up. Today, how many countries came out of USSR? Even Sudan here, less than 4 or 5 years ago, broke up into Southern Sudan and Sudan. Nigeria almost broke up between 1967 and 1970. ENUGU, who has said he was going to carry out a bicycle expedition against the Biafrans from the Nsukka axis. 3 years to know that you can know when a war starts, but you may never know when it will end, are the consequences. Little droplets of water build up oceans. You cannot treat eczema, you cannot treat leprosy with the medicine meant for eczema. It will not cure it.
We have seen a continued depletion of the human freedoms and liberties that democracy promised us in 1999. And the quality of leadership in the country has also continued to diminish, leading to the point today where the levels of the things we fought against are beginning to increase. The ethnicity issues, and don't mind the talk about fight of corruption, a lot of that remains citizens have not seen a realization of the promises made. Citizens feel cheated by the political leaders.
I don't think we're addressing our issues with the kind of maturity that is required. Yes, there's no question at all that some of the things that are happening are totally undesirable. For example, human life. It is irreplaceable. One human life is one price too expensive to pay.
That politics is about making our community better, not about making myself rich. I don't know whether Nigerian politicians really understand that. It is intolerable to have a country where a few people are very rich and don't know what to do with their money, are buying useless jets and parking them in airports at thousands of naira or dollars every day, while people are dying of hunger or dying of preventable disease. The dignity of the human person means wherever, if you live in a country and there are human beings that are living below human dignity, it is a shame on me and on all of us. For a nation that seeks a respectable place among the community of progressive countries, there must be a resolve to address these challenges.
I think that in another less than 10 years, the political coast is going to be so clear now that sooner than later, politics of ideas will begin to emerge.
Attitude is very, very important. So we must, as a country and as a people, if we want to make progress, change our attitude to politics, government, religion, ethnicity, and business. The other thing is that no country, no race, no ethnic group, whatever, can progress and prosper without some kind of moral or ethical code of conduct.
It will be tragic if we do have an undemocratic system of government come in this country. And I don't know if the country will survive that. My hope is that the political system will be able to function in such a way that the elections will help determine the choice of political leaders. The electoral process has to be able to filter out politicians that are not delivering, and citizens should be able to vote in candidates who represent their aspirations, and those candidates must understand that they need to respond to citizens' expectations.
The elite are the ones creating these issues. The ordinary Nigerian, strangely enough, seems to be wiser than us, seems to be more stable than us. We are provoking them every day. But they have now started to realize the power that they have. Even they realize that some of these problems cannot be solved overnight. They still groan about hunger. They still groan about these things, but they know, they realize that things are being done and that tomorrow will be better. So democracy, no fear, no problem. It has come to stay.
The important thing is that Nigerians should be united to say enough is enough. We do not want further bloodbath. We do not want further divisiveness. We do not want further ethno-religious crisis. We do not want further elitist conspiratorial collaboration to subdue us, to marginalize us, to repress us, to oppress us. Enough is enough.
If God can take care of Abacha, and if I can put it that way, after the Civil War, Abacha's era was another dark. And if God can see us through that, I believe God will see us through any situation. The process of nation building takes time. And provided we are
TV, I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, School of Health Technology Oji River deserted following alleged herdsman invasion. Federal government launches, excuse me, federal government launches agri-empowerment projects for IDPs in Plateau. PDP local government congresses stalled as aggrieved members chase away Abuja officials. Ebetokun orders rescue of medical students abducted in Benue State. Families of hostages call on Netanyahu to accept ceasefire deal, and Ancelotti says Real Madrid could give players breaks during season. Details in a moment. Reports from Oji River says the School of Health Technology has been deserted by students of the school following Wednesday attack by suspected herdsmen who stormed the area. 5 persons who were kidnapped by the armed men are yet to be freed as at the time of this report. Signature TV correspondent Sugudi Maduako, just back from Oji River, reports.
Where they stopped a vehicle and abducted the 4 occupants. They later released one of the female occupants and her child and went into the bush with other victims. A victim, Kingsley Ihegazie, who was riding home on his motorcycle, ran into the abductors who dragged him into the bush. He narrated how he was hit with dangerous weapons before he was able to escape from his attackers.
I was on my way with my bike, so I stopped. My phone was ringing and I stopped. Then I was pressing the phone because there is someone I want to transfer some money to. And there was a bad network there, but when I was moving then, suddenly he called me and reminded me, and there is a full network then, so I decided to transfer the money immediately there. I now stopped. This road is a free road where I used to move anytime, and people, it's a busy road. So when I stopped, I was trying to do the transfer. I saw one car in the front, and there is about 3 people surrounding that car with gun. So I thought it was a police people because one of them was wearing jacket with gun. So I thought it was police people trying to arrest people inside the car. So I was busy pressing my phone doing the transfer. So next thing, they now begin to shot gun, harassing gun. So before I could know what is happening, I now realized that it's not police. There's one woman inside that car carrying a baby, and 3 other people inside the car. So they now discharge the woman and now walk those 3 people inside the bush, 2 women and 1 man. So they move inside the bush. So when I noticed this thing, I now start my back and turn in order to run. 4 people now block me with gun. So immediately I stop. Next thing, 2x2 on my head. They now use 2x2 and bring me down. So they command me to enter inside bush. So I begin to drag with them. So when if I move, then I would do like I see if something draw me and I fall down. So they use 2x2, continue to force me in order to move inside the bush. So blood, in fact, all my body, they'll use the 2x2 in order to hit me. So the way I managed to escape from these people is by God's grace.
Signature TV gathered that hours after the first incident, precisely around 10 p.m., another group of suspected headers also kidnapped a female pastor of the Optimum Faith International Worship Center near the Oji River Police Area Command. Some eyewitnesses who spoke on the incident said it was promptly reported to the Police Area Command, who referred them to the Divisional Police Station, also in Oji River.
That evening, She called me to ask me that she hope I'm not around because there's some things that's going up in the field of health. And I told her I am not around, I'm in the house. So I said, okay. So a letter after that, somebody called me from the church and said I should come, that she was kidnapped with some people from the church, and the robbers came to apprehend her from the church. So that's what happened. So that evening, as we came, we moved down to the police station here. They said they have tried their best, which is area command station. They said they have tried their best, that she should go down to division. So I went down to division to make an entry about what happened.
Well, it was around past 10, right? I was just resting on the sofa when my younger brother, the elder to our last born, she's our last born, called me on phone. She said, what's happening? I said, Father was devastated. So on Thursday, I came here and found out it was true.
About 5 of men just entered inside the church. So he started harassing everybody, even Madam. They dragged Madam inside the motor, push around, everybody run away. So even me, as I'm saying now, I run toward the back. Some of men follow the backyard, arrest me immediately. The Madam followed the other backyard, arrest the woman immediately. So 2 of us, we march us toward this forest. As we say, everybody hands up. He hands up, obey the people because they carry gun. When I want to hijack the one of them, they release the gun up. As they release the gun up, everybody fear. Because this one is not a settled matter again. When I wanted to follow the Madas, they started beating me. You look at my hand, you look at everything, even my back. So I have too much injury for my body now. I go in hospital, taking treatment. But what I'm saying now that the person beat me for my brain. The thing cost me head. My brain told me that's a mad person. I push that person that holding gun, follow me for back. When I drive the person, push the person back. Then I run inside the bush. Then they match. They shoot the gun inside that bush, but the gun not touch me.
Emmanuel Honora, an evangelist, said that the security situation in Oji River is getting worse by the day. He recalled that only weeks ago, a robbery incident by some armed men along the Oji River, Archie Road, left a lot of people wounded after they were dispossessed of their belongings.
Before this incident occurred, there was a time one of my friends was harmed on the road here, at least Archie. So one of my friends was harmed on the road. He said that some people met him. He was coming down that evening, and they used machete to machete one of his hands.
The chief security officer for Oji River, Onyi Wokabia, who spoke to Signature TV in a telephone interview, said the council has put machinery in motion to ensure the release of the abducted persons. He said the forest guards from Oji River and neighboring local government areas are already combing the forest with a view to freeing them and apprehending the perpetrators. For now, the people are living in fear and appealing to both the local and state governments as well as the various security agencies to rise to the occasion and ensure the security of life and properties in the area. From Oji River, Enugu State, Chukwudi Madako for Signature TV.
The federal government has inaugurated the second phase of its Renewed Hope Agri-Empowerment Project for internally displaced persons, IDPs, in Plateau to enhance food security. The project was inaugurated in Huasho, Bassa local government area of the state. It was collaboration between the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons and the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. The Federal Commissioner, NCFRMI, Tijani Ahmed, said that traditional leaders in Bassa local government area donated 150 hectares of farmland, with 50 hectares allocated for the project. Ahmed explained that the project was aimed at restoring displaced persons through agricultural activities. According to him, the beneficiaries will be assisted with cash stipends for monitoring and evaluation hectares of land for farming and seedlings. He said that the commission was also partnering with the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, agro rangers, and the community to provide cover for the farmers when necessary. The special advisor to the NCFRMI, Mohammed Al-Bashir, said that the projects designed to empower IDPs through agriculture aim to ensure food sufficiency and livelihood support for affected households. Al-Bashir said that the initiative targeted 300 IDPs in Plateau, focusing on those with farming backgrounds. He assured stakeholders of the project's continuity, noting that monitoring and evaluation mechanisms were in place. The Concerned Nigerites Forum has urged federal government to investigate alleged foreign interference in the recent nationwide protests. Convener of the forum, Malam Abdul Jalil Yahya, made the call in the statements made available to newsmen in Minna on Saturday. The forum is made up of civil society organizations and students' representatives. The forum acknowledged the current hardship in the country but expressed dismay with how the protests turned violent in some parts of the country. It noted that there was a clear attempt by external forces to use the protest to meddle in Nigeria's internal affairs. The forum called on the federal government to take immediate action within a month to identify and prosecute those involved in attempts to sabotage Nigeria. It also urged the federal government to implement initiatives to alleviate the suffering of Nigerians, particularly by addressing hunger and reducing the high cost of governance. The forum called for a review of Nigeria's foreign policy to ensure it aligns with national interests and promotes regional stability. It also called on Nigerians to remain vigilant in identifying and exposing foreign agents seeking to create political instability in the country. The National Council of State and Nigeria Governors Forum at their recent meeting in Abuja passed a vote of confidence on the 14-month-old administration of President Bola Tinubu. The meeting, the first under the Tinubu administration and attended by some past presidents, governors and ministers, was presided over by President Tinubu at the Council Chamber of the State House in Abuja. Signature TV correspondent Nasir Usman went to the streets of Abuja to get the reactions of ordinary Nigerians.
Body has equal responsibility in the nation, and when you take a look at Nigeria as a whole, the youth has vast, I think, populations. We have about 250 to 300 million populations as a nation, but when you take a look at 70% of our population is from the youth, and if the youth could come to the street and say there are so many hardship and going on, so I think it is not the decision of the elders alone to make, because they are not even feeling it.
Nigeria as a country and as a system of government we operate, I will say to my own research that it's difficult to really actually put Nigeria on what kind of particular kind of system Nigeria is actually running. Whether it is democracy, whether it is dictatorship, whether it is autocracy or whatever system, but I don't really know. Because of our foreign policy, you cannot really explain it. So this shows that what Tinubu is doing and what the past leader just gave me confidence on is questionable to a very large extent, because up to now we still have questions to ask Mr. President, because when he actually came to power after this recent election that brought him to power, he took a decision that actually, if he had really sat down to think of it, he wouldn't have taken that decision of removing subsidy so immediately, because that removal of that subsidy become the backbone that has affected a lot of issues in Nigeria, economy, socially, and politically, and otherwise.
What I believe is for an economy to be able to thrive, we have to go through sessions of, for the new policy he brought, a good policy that will advance the nation, but it's going to pass us through levels of difficulty before we begin to experience the dividend of it. So I believe the challenge now is that period, because it's just like pregnancy. When a woman is pregnant, she passes through stages. So his policies are good, but it will take time for Nigerians to benefit from it. So I think that's why we are having the challenge. But for everything sustainable, you have to pass through the struggle before it gives birth. So I believe he deserves it.
I believe that in some years to come, we have a very good economy, a sustainable economy, and a stable economy. And I want to encourage our youths, they should try and see the same way others are seeing. Let's look ahead. Let's see what is coming ahead of us. We should not look just only around us, please. And we should focus, we should remain focused and persistent in doing whatever is going to elevate the symbol and the name of our great country, Nigeria.
So if the National Council is saying that they have vote of confidence in him, there's a reason. If the people are saying, no, we are hungry, there's a reason. And the president saying, have heard their cry, which means President accepts that things are challenging. We are now begging him and seeking that he should do the needful by touching lives. For instance, let the price of fuel be lower, let it be available, let electricity be affordable, because that is what a father should do. And I know he's a father, and I know
body has equal.
The Ebonyi State House of Assembly member representing Ikwa North, Honorable Ifeanyi Nwampu, says he will guard his constituents' votes of confidence on him by giving them quality representation following an approval votes by his constituents. Nwampu said this on Saturday at the ENUGU Echara Ikwa local government area during his one-year constituents briefing and empowerment program. Nwampu said the vote of confidence, which could be likened to endorsements for a second term at the assembly, took him by surprise as it showed the people appreciated his efforts. The lawmaker, who distributed over 100 bags of fertilizer, cash and empowerment items to his constituents during the occasion, said he was motivated by his people's support. He said that he has attracted water boreholes, street lights to several wards in his constituency, including the reconstruction of Ofutu Omega Primary School, among others. Nwampu called on his constituents to continue supporting the government of Governor Francis Nwifuru and pledged to propagate the governor's programs in his constituency. The Labour Party has called on the Anambra government to abide by the provisions of the Electoral Act in the conduct of local government elections. Labour Party Anambra Chapter Chairman Chief Ogochukwu Eme said this during an interview in Awka on Saturday. Eme said that Anambra governor's templates for planned council polls on September 28 could not be at variance with the position of Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) in the conduct of elections. Eme said that the news conference on Friday by Labour Party Publicity Secretary Theo Egbe tallied with the party's desire for a transparent process in the conduct of the polls. He said that the manner in which the state government was handling arrangements for the council polls made it vulnerable to irregularities. He said that based on the observed irregularities, the party might take legal actions to challenge the September 28 local government elections. Egbe expressed the party's readiness to participate in the election once the right atmosphere was provided. Protests by aggrieved members stalled the local government congresses of the Benue State People's Democratic Party (PDP) on Saturday. The protests followed alleged alteration of the list from the last ward congresses and diversion of Congress materials. The list from the ward congresses that was released to party stakeholders in Makurdi on Friday did not tally with what was collated at the wards during the congresses. There was a charged atmosphere at the party secretariat with a large presence of security operatives deployed to prevent breakdown of law and order. Several youths suspected to be political thugs converged at the secretariat, chanting solidarity songs. Distraught party stakeholders and members had kept vigil at the secretariat, awaiting the arrival of the electoral officials from the National Secretariat in Abuja. The conduct of the recent congresses at the ward level has generated so much confusion and heat over a gale of suspensions and counter-suspensions of members for anti-party activities. After a very long wait by members of the party secretariat in Makurdi, pandemonium broke out when electoral officials arrived from Abuja. Fight broke out as the officials were prevented from distributing materials for the conduct of the local government congresses. Members of the party demanded for the list of candidates for the local government congresses and results of the last ward congresses, which the officials could not produce. The electoral officers from Abuja were chased out of the party secretariat by protesting members. The caretaker chairman of the party, AVM Napoleon Bali, and members of his committee fled the secretariat in a convoy to an unknown destination. President of the Ijaw National Congress, INC, Professor Benjamin Okaba, has called for urgent measures from government, global community and regulatory agencies to address environmental degradation in Ijaw land. Okaba, who made the call, drew attention to the dilapidated oil facilities in Ijaw land and Niger Delta and catalogued the human and environmental woes that have plagued the Ijaw people since the discovery of oil in the region. He noted that as part of the advocacy for environmental justice and true federalism, deliberate measures should and must be taken by Ijaws all over the world could condemn the increasing spate and scope of underdevelopment. The INC president also referenced the sordid state of Ijaw and as copiously captured in a commissioned document titled Environmental Genocide, counting the humanitarian and environmental costs of oil and gas production in Bayelsa. He appealed for speedy intervention and rescue by well-meaning international human rights institutions in the world before the situation gets out of hand. A medical laboratory scientist, Eddie Ohekwiro, has identified brain drain as a major factor hampering the growth and development of the country. He said that no nation can fully develop if it does not harness the potentials of its skilled manpower and professionals to meet its present and future challenges. Ohekwiro, who featured on New Day, a breakfast show on Signature TV, urged the government to improve the working environment of the youth in order to stem their urge to travel out of the country to other climes.
It has affected us massively. Remember, brain drain is not just peculiar to the health sector. It's a general thing, but just that because it has drained the human resources in health badly, and we're not having replacements. And the next alternative is near death. So the health sector, it seems to be at the focal point. So it has affected us massively. The exodus of people is unprecedented. And the replacement is nowhere to come about because as people are even graduating, their mindset is targeted not to work for Nigeria because Nigeria seems not to be working. So you do not hold people back when you don't provide them with the necessary things they need. Migration is just like osmosis, moving from lower concentration to a place of higher concentration. Higher concentration could be better environment, better pay, better equipment. You know, in Nigeria, you see frustrating health personnel. Frustrating in the sense that you know what to do, but you don't have the capacity to do it and save life. So it doesn't give you job satisfaction to retain in the system. The replacement could have been a situation where people leave probably to get more knowledge, and you see younger people who are graduating that will want to replace them. But we don't have that because you don't have the ability for the government to send you for outside trainings that could have necessitated a replacement for you till you come back. So people just, fund themselves outside. And so the ones that are coming in do not even want to land in.
The lab scientists also related the high rate of mortality and the morbidity in the country to the neglect of the important sectors such as agriculture, education, and health, as well as the general economic meltdown in the country. It said that rather than thinking about a policy that would restrict medical professionals from leaving the country, the government should ensure their welfare of their improved and economy of the country.
We have been with Nigerian government for long. We know how they operate. Most of these good policies have sinister moves, sinister undertone, hidden in it. Government, it is good that government is saying that we'll make, life good for the health workers, we'll pay them well and this and that. But that's not the true situation of things they want to do. Go and look at that policy. There is somewhere in that policy where it's saying that, 1:1 replacement, so that if any foreign country is taking one, you replace one. It's just a way to make sure that you stop the State Ministry of Health and migrate to the teaching hospital. For instance, the 2009 salary structure that was signed by President Yar'Adua was 10% of it was implemented by the then government of Sullivan Chema in Enugu State. 60% of it was implemented by the then Ugwuanyi's regime. It's just this current governor that have signed into law 100% yet implemented. It's not yet implemented, but he has signed that it will be 100%. This is 2024. It was signed in 2009. So why will people stay? I sincerely do not think that this government, Nigerian government, prioritizes the health of its people.
The Lagos State Ferry Services, LAG Ferry, says the water transportation contribution revenue to the state's entire transportation revenue metrics increased from 0.8% to 11%. The Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, LAG Ferry, Abdul Bak Balogun, said this at the agency's three-day management retreat on Saturday in Lagos. Balogun said the revenue contribution, which stood at 0.8% in 2021, rose to 0.11% in August 2024. He attributed the growth to increase in routes, logistics solutions provided to organizations such as Dangote, Honeywell, and others across the waterways. Balogun noted that since February 6, 2020, when the ferry service started its operation after the launch of the first boat, 8 boats had been given by the state governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, at Badore Terminal. He said the agency was bringing to the table faster service to destinations and healthier means of transportation, as there would be any carbon emissions and traffic. He added that all these values would be taken to the grassroots through advocacy and sensitization to achieve the 480,000 passengers daily targets using the waterways. He pointed out that with 25 million residents, the state would not rely on a single mode of transportation unless it was to bring in chaos. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, and the Kano State Emergency Management Agency, SEMA, have sensitized Kano residents to manage solid waste and prepare against food in the state. NEMA Territorial Coordinator, Kano State's Office, Dr. Nuruddin Abdullahi, stated this on Saturday during a road walk sensitization and public awareness in Kano. The sensitization on power, solid waste management, and floods preparedness was organized by NEMA in collaboration with Kano SEMA and Refuse Management and Sanitation Boards. Abdullahi, who was represented by Rewan Ismail, NEMA Kano Principal Accountant, said the sensitization was aimed at creating awareness on how best to dispose solid waste in Kano metropolis. He noted that one of the causes of flood in the city was blockage of waterways and drainages. In his remarks, Alhaji Abdullahi Kubarichi, the Executive Secretary, Kano State's Emergency Management Agency, SEMA, said that improper dumping of refuse caused cholera, malaria, and other communicable diseases. He urged members of the public to maintain safety at all times and desist from any act of exposing them to disaster. Still to come, NEMA, SEMA sensitized Kano residents to manage solid waste. Firm introduces innovative wielding tech in Nigeria. Listen more after this to stay with us. And the needs to bridge the gender gap in technology and science fields.
We've started what we call a business incubation hub, where young people are able to learn not just skills in terms of how they can improve their economic life, but also life skills in terms of how they can deal with the challenges of life. We have started what we call the STEM hub, which is the acronym for science, tech, engineering and mathematics, to get young girls interested in science and technology, because that's where the world is. That's the future of the world. That's the future of Nigeria. And get them interested sufficiently so that they can take it on as a future course or as something that they can do to earn money. We're not just doing that. We're also looking at empowering them with life skills so they know about self-esteem, they know about public speaking, they know about dealing with other people, they know about relationships, they know about their psychology, how can they address mental health issues, because we know the pressure of society right now is a lot on them. So we were able to successfully launch the first center. We also have what we call the Cool Girls app, which is like an application which is very interactive, where they ask all sorts of questions. They discuss all sorts of issues. I've been like a fly on the wall on that app, and I can tell you the things I've read there. you should read it. We all have a collective responsibility to look at how to empower the young person so that he or she can actually stand very well in society. So as a country, we need to say we have an epidemic where we're not addressing the needs of our young people, where we're not looking at their intersecting vulnerabilities. If they're in school, let's keep them in school. The ones that are not in school, we have to find them and make sure they are in school. We see a lot of young people on the streets. We see a lot of adolescents, pre-adolescents who are out of school. They also become young people as they grow up with no skills, with no future in sight. So we need to collectively begin to look at harnessing those resources, channeling them in the right path, making sure we bring our policies to life, and making sure that the laws that are there are implemented to strengthen.
She said that there was lots of disparities between men and women in the tech world, noting that women and girls often face more challenges in entering and succeeding in many fields. Oyeledun said that the launch of the Cool Girls app, a platform where girls can discuss various issues, would go a long way to address adolescents' issues. Deputy Director, National Agency for the Control of AIDS, NACA, Dr. Chukwu Gozie Ujam, said that the country has made progress in HIV/AIDS prevention and treatment, and that the role of government is to create a supportive environment where stakeholders can effectively do their work. He highlighted the importance of empowering communities by ensuring that individuals knew where to report issues, have access to safe spaces, and can trust that their complaints would be heard and acted upon.
We need all the stakeholders to work together. As government of Nigeria, one of our jobs is to primarily ensure that there's a like a working environment that is there and free for the people who want to do the work to do the work. But I think that beyond that, what we should be achieving is being able to give proper information to these individuals. All of us as adults were once adolescents and young people. How were our thought processes at that time, the kind of confusion that used to go through our minds and at that age. And bearing that in mind, how can we now educate the people who are youths and adolescents now? So our job is to make sure that we give them, safe spaces for them to express themselves, give them areas where they can get some of their myths busted, and give them proper and current and information for them, and also to empower them to know that if you're a victim or if you perceive yourself as you're under threat, that you've got a place where you can go and you can express yourself or sort of raise that alarm, and not only would you be heard, but that thing would be acted upon. And that's what we should do as government of Nigeria, just to provide that space for them to be able to do that.
In his speech, the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of medical services, Idowu Onwonwa, said there was critical gaps in law enforcement, insisting that even with the best laws and policies, there cannot be sustainable solutions without strong law enforcement capacity and understanding.
Nothing can be more motivational than for a space you have operated in, people that have acted within that space, to recognize your little impact and then publicly commend you in this manner. I'm so inspired, I'm so motivated, and I thank the organizers of this program, Dr. Looking at following the presentation, I followed an aspect where the presenter touched on gaps, and I was waiting for him to see those gaps. I think the most critical gap in the process got to do with law enforcement. You may put on laws, you may put on policies, if the law enforcement component is not strong, if they do not have the capacity to understand the depth of the problems, I doubt if we can find a sustainable solution. So I want to challenge us. Doctor, you have been very fantastic in supporting us. Please don't extend your advocacy, your support program to the entire police family. It can start off from the position of the IG. Let the system, the leadership of the force acknowledge that this is a potent problem in this country. So that together at that strategic level, what we did in Lagos can be replicated at the national level of policing. In the process, if you need me, I promise I will support that initiative. On this note, I want to Thank you for this recognition. It means a lot to me. I have been privileged to win several awards. This one is quite special to me, and it will remain so all through my career.
The Corps Marshal Federal Road Safety Corps, Shehu Mohammed, has stressed the significance of a healthy workforce to productivity and efficiency in the agency. Mohammed made this known at the Corps Marshal's work and jogging exercise organized for the officers and men of the agency on Saturday in Abuja. The FRSC boss said that the physical exercise remained key in boosting the mental alertness of officers and men of the Corps, while also increasing mental and psychological well-being of officers for effective discharge of their duties. He noted that the exercise had become necessary to strengthen productivity and also tackle the high rate of road crashes and other related traffic offenses. This, he added, was essential, especially at the ember months, assuring that the Corps would continue to deliver on its mandate as the organization placed high premium on the well-being of its personnel. Mohammed announced that the FRSC would continue to prioritize physical fitness every month while commending the Comptroller General of Nigeria Customs Service and his team for their participation. The Association of Resident Doctors at the University of Abuja Teaching Hospital is demanding the immediate release of a kidnapped colleague, Dr. Ganiyat Popola, a medical doctor at the National Eye Center, Kaduna, who was abducted with her husband and nephew on December 27, 2023. The president of the association, Dr. Abba Innocent, in a statement in Abuja, called on the management of the hospital and the federal government to intervene for a quick release of their member. Innocent said that the kidnappers and abductors are now seeing business among health workers who work throughout the days and nights to give the best health care to their patients. He urged the government to task all the relevant authorities to rise up to the task and ensure the release of the kidnapped resident doctor. He appealed to the chief medical director to prevail on the federal government to wade into the matter before any harm was done on her. The CMD, Professor Bisala Ekele, who was represented by the chairman, Medical Advisory Committee, Dr. Bob Okonu, said that it was a good thing that the association showed concern over the kidnap of its member. He said that the awareness should be sustained until the abducted medical doctor was released. The Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Obetokun, has ordered the rescue of 20 medical doctors or 20 medical students who were abducted in Otukpo, Benue State. In a statement by the Public Relations Officer, ACP Olumuyiwa Adejobi, on Saturday in Abuja, the IGP condemned the kidnapping of the medical students who were abducted in Otukpo, Benue State, en route to the annual convention of the Federation of Catholic Medical and Dental Students in ENUGU. Obetokun described the abduction as truly appalling, callous, and unacceptable, and has ordered that the prompt deployment of a substantial number of human and technical resources to augment the manpower of the Benue State Command and ensure swift rescue of all of beloved students. This initiative encompasses the mobilization of the additional tactical units from the FIDSTS and FIDIRT, the deployment of advanced helicopters and drones, as well as the use of specialized tactical vehicles to facilitate the search and rescue, the safe return of the victims. He also sympathized with the family and loved ones of the victims, assuring their commitment to ensuring the safe return of the students. And elsewhere, the Southern Kaduna People's Union has called for urgent government intervention over the destruction of farm crops, the killing of several individuals, and the kidnapping of 8 people in Kauru and Kachia local government areas of Kaduna State. The forum expressed its concerns in a statement describing the news of the killings and the destruction of farmers' crops by herdsmen in Kauru local government area as heartbreaking and very disturbing, which has impacted struggling individuals who can barely afford to feed themselves. The statement issued by the forum's public relations officer, Josiah Abrax, explained that the people who are predominantly farmers include a woman who is fending for her partially blind husband, whose farm crops were completely ravaged by the cattle of the rampaging herdsmen. The statement, which laments that the culprits, who are yet to be apprehended, called on Governor Uba Sani and all security agencies to ensure the arrest of the perpetrators of the evil act. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL Limited, has denied reports alleging it was selling employment slots to the public. In a statement, the company's Chief Corporate Communications Officer, Olufemi Sonaya, on Saturday called on members of the public, especially job seekers, to disregard the rumors. Excuse me. According to Sonaya, there was no atom of truth in the insinuations that it has employment slots on offer to anyone who wishes to buy. Risk. Meanwhile, the National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) has demobilized 54 graduates that were illegally mobilized for youth service by the University of Calabar. The Director General, Brigadier General Yushuao Ahmed, disclosed this in a statement issued in Abuja on Saturday, said the demobilized candidate would be prosecuted accordingly. Ahmed said the action is in line with the scheme's continuous efforts to prevent unqualified graduates from getting the NYSC certificates of national service. He said that 19 candidates among them that initially registered online for mobilization have been prevented from service, while 4 certificates of national service for other culprits were not produced by the scheme. The DG commended the Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Florence Obi, for her forthrightness in hinting NYSC on the mobilization of unqualified graduates from the institution. He revealed that Brad Seller was previously mobilized on the graduation list from the same institution, indicating that there are bad eggs in many places that generates matriculation numbers and courses for their candidates. Ahmed, however, said NYSC would leave no stone unturned towards sanitizing its mobilization process, saying the scheme would intensify its collaboration with all the heads of core producing institutions and relevant stakeholders in the country to stop the menace. And the Yobe State Water Corporation has awarded a contract worth 1.7 billion naira for the conversion of 63 diesel-powered boreholes in the state to solar-powered. The corporation's general manager, Madi Zarma, who disclosed this to journalists in Damaturu, said the conversion or the conversation will eliminate the high cost of purchasing diesel to run the boreholes and address acute water shortages, especially in Damaturu metropolis. He said that the state government recently increased the monthly diesel supply to public boreholes from 40,000 naira to 60,000 liters, which was capital intensive. Zarma charged the handling the project to ensure its completion in good time and in line with the project specification. The executive chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji, says the service would be seeking the support of the National Assembly to enact a law on the crypto industry. Adedeji said this on Saturday at his stakeholders' engagement with the Senate and House Committee on Finance, organized by the Intergovernmental Relations Department of the service, with the theme, Repositioning the FIRS to Achieve Its Mandate. He said the plan is to first of all enact a law that regulates it as is done in any other place in the world where the system is operational, since it cannot be done away with. Adedeji said the regulation has to be done in such a way that will not be injurious to the economic development of the country. Cryptocurrency platforms have been subjected to intense scrutiny following the exit of Binance, which was accused by the Nigerian government of manipulating the naira to dollar exchange rate. At the end of 2023, the Central Bank of Nigeria lifted its ban on banks operating accounts for crypto service providers, which signaled a shift towards a more open but regulated approach, which was welcomed by many local crypto users. Meanwhile, the National Assembly says it will support the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, through the repeal of obsolete tax laws and reenactment of new ones in line with the current and global trend. Senate Committee on Finance Chairman Senator Mohammed Musa said this on Saturday at the FIRS 2024 stakeholders engagement with the Senate and House of Representatives Committee on Finance in Lagos. Musa said the move was important to give the country the right legislation for tax collection and revenue generation. He said that the process would enable the modification of tax laws and that have been in existence even before the independence of the country. According to him, the FIRS, as the bedrock of the revenue generation, has a mandate that is vital to financial and sustainability of the nation and it required a collective shared responsibility for agencies to respond to the dynamic demands of the nation's economy. The lawmaker recalled that in recent years, especially under the leadership of the FIRS Executive Chairman, Dr. Zach Adidiji, the Revenue Service had made significant strides in enhancing tax administration and compliances, as well as repositioning the agency. In his remarks, the Executive Chairman of FIRS, Dr. Zach Adidiji, said that the federal government would introduce new tax laws that would overhaul the whole process of the nation's revenue administration by September. Adidiji explained that the new law would, among other benefits, harmonize and simplify tax law in the country, adding that it would provide better service that could sustain the economy plan of President Bola Tinubu. Adidiji commended the National Assembly for the support it extended to the Revenue Service over the years to enable it meet its targets and distribute wealth, adding that innovations by both chambers had really helped the federal government. A private firm, White Cloud TVET Solutions Limited, has introduced innovative solutions to address solutions to solve the existing challenges in vocational skills development in the country. They said that the company Netufo said that the technology would revolutionize the welding industry in Nigeria and encourage patronage from young people. Still to come, Palestinians flee Maghazi refugee camp as Israel issues new evacuation orders. French Foreign Minister visits Egypt, calls all parties of conflicts to accept ceasefire deal. Do stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Signature Global News. Hurricane Ernesto pounded Bermuda on Saturday with powerful winds and 35-foot waves while drenching the British Island territory with rain that could produce deadly flooding. Power was out for more than 70% of the territory's 36,000 customers. The eye of the storm passed over the west end of the archipelago early Saturday as it moved towards the northeast, and as of 11 a.m., that's 1500 GMT, it was 50 miles, 75 kilometers away from Bermuda, with hurricane force winds extending 70 miles, 110 kilometers from the center, and tropical storm force winds emanating 240 miles, 390 kilometers. Bermuda was expected to endure several more hours of punishment as the storm crawled north at just 9 mph, that's 15 kph. People in Bermuda reported a temporary calm as the eye of the storm passed overhead. The center of the storm is forecast to continue moving away from Bermuda on Saturday and approach southeastern Newfoundland late on Monday. And elsewhere, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says on Saturday that his troops had strengthened positions in Russia's Kursk region nearly 2 weeks into their incursion, and called for bold decisions by Kyiv's allies to allow long-range strikes. Ukraine says it has seized more than 80 settlements over 1,150 square kilometers, that's 440 square miles, in Kursk since August 6th, in the biggest invasion of Russia since World War II. Zelensky said that his army chief Alexander Sersky had reported that Ukrainian troops continued the advance and also took more Russian servicemen as prisoners. He said that the operation in the Kursk region was going according to plan, and Ukrainian troops continued to advance and strengthen their positions. Zelensky renewed his calls for Ukraine's Western allies to allow long-range strikes on Russia. In sports, Real Madrid are considering allowing players to go on short holidays during the season because of concerns about the congested fixture schedule, manager Carlo Ancelotti said on Saturday. On the eve of their La Liga season debut at Mallorca, Ancelotti said that the steady increase in regional and international games on calendar was taking its toll on players. After winning the La Liga and Champions League double last season and now bidding for up to 7 titles in the 2024-2025 campaign, Ancelotti believes the club needs to make sacrifices to preserve the health and fitness of their players. He said his staff were already looking at the 25-26 season, with the 2026 World Cup in June and July in Canada, Mexico, and the United States putting extra demands on international players. After winning the UEFA Super Cup against Atalanta on Wednesday against August 14th, Real Madrid will be competing in La Liga, the Champions League, Copa del Rey, and the Spanish Super Cup in Saudi Arabia, plus the FIFA Intercontinental Cup and the new FIFA Club World Cup in the United States. And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pius. Thanks for watching. Up next is New Day. Stay with us.
When we talk about insecurity, it's not just on the road, because most times we might say, oh, this student has traveled and maybe the child was kidnapped. No, now what we are talking about now is most of them, they might come to the school and abduct them. And how do we curb this insecurity? So now we want the government to come to our aid so that insecurity in Nigerian universities would stop, so that these children can be very, very okay. They can feel comfortable.
I would suggest that everybody just tries to keep themselves safe. Like, don't come out at odd hours. Because I don't know, I've not really seen any security personnel around. Personally, I've not seen, because I've not been out so late. So personally, I try to protect myself first, and I don't put myself in certain scenarios and situations. So I think the best thing is to be at the right place at the right time.
People should know when to go out, when to go about, and then as a lady, for girls to make, if you're walking in the night, just make sure you're not walking alone. Like me, if I'm coming back from somewhere and it's already late, I just try to walk with maybe one of the male in my school that is walking down the side I'm going to. That's it. There was a day they alerted us that we should not.
They are beating them up. Like, I just feel it's something we should take seriously.
It's not only in Nigeria university, both in the streets. Everybody is affecting everybody. So our prayer is that God will help us in this nation, so that Nigeria security will return back to normal, so that everybody can be secure. Even in the streets, once it's 8 o'clock, everybody enter his room. You will not even see more vehicle. Assuming now you're going somewhere, and by 9 o'clock, we can't see any vehicle to board the hair. The one thing is that maybe anybody that are caught in that action is supposed to be punished, so that other people will learn their own lesson from that aspect, so that it will reduce. Because if you think, well, if you remember what happened to another person, you involving on it, you will say, you don't want to involve, so that you will not be caught.
Okay, we have a case in one particular university, let me don't just call the name, okay, that they found a student dead, and she was actually dumped in the gutter. So someone came out and was like telling the SUG that you guys don't do anything about, you guys have not done anything about this student, rather, but you guys protested when Mobile died, that popular singer. You guys protested when he died. But about this student that was actually found in a gutter. And the funniest part is she's a new student in the school, that her body was found in the gutter. So for me, I have to tell, this thing is in the hand of the SUG president of the school, that they have to do something about it, because this insecurity actually lies in their hands too.
Good morning to you and welcome to New Day on Signature Television. New Day is your go-to program for in-depth analysis and insight into narratives across Nigeria and of course beyond. And I'm your host Chigi Chiagorom, and with me in studio is the very dashing.
I was expecting you to say big head, but it's fine.
Please.
It's fine. I mean,
Why are you doing this yourself?
I was expecting to hear a big head. But it's good.
Oh, by the way, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, you guys did us proud, and we are truly grateful for that.
Yes, I mean, it's been up for at least 4 months now, and we're going to complete it by November, hopefully. That's the graduation.
Okay.
And by the way, for those who don't know, it's the MTN Media Innovation Program. 20 of us were selected across the country to participate in the MTN Media Innovation Program that happens in the year 2024. This is the 3rd year, and I'm so excited to be part of those who were actually selected. So we're still on, and the next phase would be traveling out of the country to attend
sort of an
another
internship course.
Yes, in Johannesburg. So
thank you so much for putting Signature TV on the map, on the media map.
That's what we do.
All right, so we have very interesting topics lined up for you, including discussions around maternal health, labor and birth, childbirth. We also have issues around recent kidnaps of health students in ENUGU State and Benue State. So don't go anywhere, stick around, and when we get back, newspaper headlines and review will be up. Don't go anywhere.
The NNPC Limited, or NNPC as it stands, I don't know if it's fully represented the interest of Nigerians. So should I be talking about a windfall today, or a windfall? Because when people talk about the inflation and high cost of things, they point us to the US, they point to the UK, the Western world. But what they are not adding is the welfare in those states. There are people that still get check in the mail till today in the UK that do not have jobs. The young people in Nigeria that are not employed don't enjoy that. So we should be comparing ourselves with all economies like the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Iran, even Iraq, and the rest of them. They are smiling to the bank. I think that's what we need today, because now we have NNPC Limited. That is a limited liability, so it should be run properly. It's no longer a corporation of government. So ordinarily, if we allow the private hands to run it, the decisions will now be strictly commercial. If we do that, we will save ourselves from the mistakes of the past. Because if I have a stake in NNPC, my thinking is not how to employ my brother or how to take a product to a certain place to benefit certain people, because it's strictly commercial. But when you talk about privatizing NNPC, Nigerians don't see, most Nigerians, their minds go to the ones that didn't work, NEPA. But what about the telecommunication? That one worked. I can give you an example of even Eco Hotel, then I think it's even Koi Hotel also. I think it's now Southern Sun. There are so many that worked well and they provide the service. It's not so much money, it's not the money you make from it. is the future. It's like saying, give out an asset. Give it out, don't make any money from it. But the tax, if you're able to get that asset to work and properly managed, the tax they will pay to the country, you make a lot of money from it. The service it will provide, the people you will employ. Yeah, you know? So most times people are looking at, you are selling an asset for this amount of money, is actually worth this amount of money. But you can sell an asset for so much and that will be the end. So that's what I'm saying. If you give it out, just give it out, don't make a dime on it. Maybe the word is concession. You know, but let's say we are not in concession. You say, okay, take is a dash. Manage it well. Those things that you benefit, the tax to pay going forward, because it's not properly managed. The number of people that were employed that will also pay tax, and the service that will be rendered to the public. If it's a hotel, I need a hall, it's properly managed. Rather than moving events to South Africa or neighboring countries, the events will be held here. People will supply drinks, supply food. You know, that will be ushers and all that. All that brings money into the economy. I still think part of the plans going forward is to privatize NNPC Limited. Because in the course of the PIB that now became PIA, we had mentioned, look at Saudi Aramco. They sold only, is it 5% shares? And look at, they became the biggest company in the world as at that time. You know, and if you remember, the then Minister of State Petroleum, Ibe Kachuku, had said in 2017 that they were going to go public. He started having problems after making that statement. You know, the biggest problem NNPC has is the government. Now you say it's NNPC Limited. Can you tell me that the group CEO can make decisions without recourse to Aso Villa? And unfortunately now, the president is the Minister of Petroleum. Because if it's truly limited, if it's a limited liability company, you don't have to be running to the president to make decisions. You make decisions in the best interest of the company. But that's not the case today. We have to stop seeing NNPC as our common patrimony. That must stop. It should be a business venture that should be properly managed for the benefit of the whole country. So that is why ordinarily I will support the outright sale. Because there are so many other places where we can make money as a nation. And this idea of coming cap in hand to beg for money from the federal should stop. That's why some of us are strongly in support of true federalism or devolution of power. There is no part of this country that is not blessed, you know, but it's just proper management. So for once, the governors need to sit on their butt in their states and manage their states well.
And if you're still here or just joining us, this segment we are taking newspaper headlines where we'll be bringing you headlines that have been making waves across national dailies. And first up will be Sunday Independent. And right above the mast, you have NYSC demobilizes 54 Unical graduates. That will be found on page 5.
All right, opposition lawmakers expose plots to aid sacked Rivers lawmakers to destabilize Governor Fubara.
Still above the mast, Tinubu, Shetima, Ganduje to host Young Progressive Leaders Summits.
Peter Obi, NMA, NANS deplore federal government's inability to contain ceaseless abductions.
And below the mast, agitation for new constitution gains momentum on page 2.
Presidential jet, Chinese firm, an impostor, Amosun alleges. With the writer says Zhongfu lost all 4 cases in Nigerian courts, urges federal government to treat company like P&ID. That's on page 3 of the Sunday Independent.
And finally on Sunday Independent, activists, others welcome withdrawal of counter-subversion bill. With a rider, OK proposal for conduct of all elections in one day.
All right, on the Punch, presidential jets, ex-Ogun governors unite against Chinese company, tag firm scammer. With a rider, Stay away from foreign negotiations. Federal government warns states. That's on page 3.
Still above the mast on Sunday Punch, 2,140 Nigerians kidnapped in 7 months as insecurity worsens.
Some people see me as unserious because of tattoos, says Oreaba.
Amnesty International demands release of 1,000 protesters. That will be found on page 5 on Sunday Punch.
Why Nigerian indigenous languages risk extinction.
We can no longer eat beans, agege bread, due to price hikes, says Lagosian.
Wow. That's the go-to food for Lagosians, but it's so unfortunate.
It's a sad reality, though.
Fake unregistered asthma inhalers flood markets after GSK's exit.
And finally, on the Sunday Punch, Bridge of Fear. How hoodlums turn third mainland into danger zone. That will be found on page 29.
We're moving over to the Sunday Tribune newspaper. Below the mast, fresh twist in presidential jet seizure saga. With the writer, ex-governor Amosun says Chinese companies claim another PNID scenario explains how correspondences between Nigeria and Chinese government vindicated federal government and Ogun states.
And 2 stories above the Sunday Tribune mast says some Nigerian governors operate as imperial majesties. That is coming from Okenwosu, ADC presidential candidate, and Tinubu bars non-essential officials from attending UN General Assembly on page 2 of Sunday Tribune.
Interesting. We collect 5,000 naira on human head. Arrested grave robber suspects confess in the Sunday Vanguard. Just below the masts, hashtag end bad governance prisoners. No bail, no lawyers as courts send 1,423 protesters to prison. Activists kick.
All right, above the Sunday Vanguard mast, 2 Ogun ex-governors open up. With riders, we are caught in Chinese against Chinese dispute, says Amosun. Says firm in court lost all 4 cases in Nigeria. Daniel says, I have documents to assist.
2 weeks after Tinubu's promise of dialogue, federal government fails to reach out.
Still above the Sunday Vanguard mast, on the kidnapped medical students, police send choppers, drones after abductors. That will be found on page 4.
Still on the Vanguard, Unical bread seller, 53 others kicked out of NYSC. That's page 5.
And finally, on the Sunday Vanguard, inside Mele Kyari's tape, how crude output moved to 1.65 BPD on page 15.
All right, we're headed over to the Sunday Times newspaper. Irony, new documents allege Emefiele spent 18 billion naira to print 1 billion naira worth of notes. With the writer, powerful allies of ex-CBN governor claim ownership of funds recovered by EFCC.
Stop dating female secondary school students. Teacher warns colleagues.
NYSC fights fraudulent mobilization, set to prosecute 54 Unical graduates.
Still on Sunday Times, cost of governance. Only authorized officials should attend UNGA Tinubu directs.
7 months in captivity. Nigerian doctors bemoan plight of colleagues held hostage by bandits.
And finally, on the Sunday Times, NYSC fights fraudulent, I beg your pardon, 7 months in captivity. Nigerian doctors bemoan plight of colleague held hostage by bandits.
Legal fireworks in Kano over allegations of palliatives diversion.
All right. That's...
I think we're moving over to the DC newspaper,
great.
the last paper.
Okay.
Just above the mast, Tinubu to Chief of Staff, ensure cut in cost of governance. No large delegation to Onga meetings.
Okay, and right below the mast, outrage over abduction of 20 medical students in Benue with a rider. Governor Alia Pate NMA lawmakers kick. IG deploys rescue team.
Amosun, Chinese firm dispute is between 2 Chinese companies like PNID scam, says Zhongfu lied against China Africa Investment FXE insists his government acted based on request of Chinese government. Says, I am ready to provide documents to assist federal government, says Benga Daniel.
On above the mass, telecom subscribers kick against planned tariff hike, say it's additional burden.
All right, that's it on the reviews on the dailies. We're headed over now to the table of Chris Maduka, the expert analyst. Good to have you. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning.
It feels weird because I usually am the one sitting close to you, but today,
I don't know
for
why
some
Charles.
reason-
I don't know why Charles has to stay close to me.
That was
today.
because I read the
Charles,
news here. I
explain
didn't
yourself.
have to stand up.
Charles, let's be
to
the
move to
last
the
time
other side.
because we shouldn't cut this
you
conversation.
shouldn't.
I apologize.
We shouldn't break this conversation.
My head is the problem.
And congratulations, congratulations.
You can't seem to get over this head issue.
And this head. I don't know how long we can talk about this head thing and get over it. But just congratulations, you have put signature TV within a short time of existence. We have you on among the prestigious Nigerians that were receiving MTN.
Drum roll.
Fellow, you know.
Thank you.
We're proud of you.
Thank you so much. There's still more to come.
That's about it. So it's
Right.
part of the headline.
Absolutely.
And so we're talking about it.
I'm shocked at these abductions, frankly speaking, especially as it concerns 20 students. You see, when that news broke, I just thought about what had happened during Chibok. We're looking at over 300 kids taken from one place to another, from one junction to another. They moved into the bush. Nobody could tell anyone that, oh, this is a direction that I saw this person, this is the direction that I saw that person. How possible is that 20 persons will be abducted and be taken into a bush in a road like Otukpo? Because that road is quite narrow, yes, no, lonely, but again, there's no way that somebody will not be able to have seen somebody or seen people somewhere that would have actually called the attention of the law enforcement agents. What do you think?
Charles, if you ask me, one of the headlines says, as security worsens, it's very sad. I feel very sad that this keep happening and that even the abductors have upped their games. Well, sometime on this shit, about a week ago, we were hearing that they're asking for 1 billion naira as a ransom. And now, we thank God that we have not, just the only thing we say in Nigeria, we keep thanking God, that we have not experienced it. But if you talk to people who have experienced this, they will tell you how sophisticated the abductors has grown to be.
Sophistication in terms of ammunition or in terms of
organized
organized crime.
arrangement. You know the arrangement, and when they appear, the kind of guns they have them carry, and their disposition of things which tell you that this has become a very big business. And they spend so much to equip people, and you find where they've pointed fingers to high net worth individuals in the society who have their financiers and funders. And that's why nothing has come out of it. Somebody was asking me, you walk the street of Nigeria, even very close to government houses, you see cows and they were talking about it. And somebody told me that these cows are owned by serious prominent Nigerians, so they can't do anything. So they talk from one side of their mouth. This security thing is one of the things that I tell you, people that are in Nigeria that have not jackpot or had, gone out of this country are people who don't have the resources to do so. Everybody has noticed that. In fact, as of yesterday, I find a friend who is doing, people can trek, they can move by road to Diana to leave this nation.
Yeah.
It's that bad. There's no security of life and property. That's why these people have, and now the ones they do, imagine 20 medical students in Benue, while we're talking about that one in Jos, they now, talking about the one in Oji River, with the police is trying to calm the situation and talk about. But it's abduction all the same. And we have reduced it to numbers. It started with 300 and something numbers of Chibok girls. With Nigerian talk, no action. up to today. So, and you describe the situation. People move, come into a place like Oji River, for instance, and they tell the hustle and bustle of the town and all, and move students from the school to another location safely, sound. Something. Whenever you hear a bird dancing by the roadside, they want, what is playing the music is not inside the bush, it's outside. So that is essentially what you talk about the Nigerian security situation.
You know, I don't know if
and what else can we say? Let the government up the game, since the abductors have upped their game. And we will remain talking like this. Nobody knows who will be the next victim.
I don't know if you've seen a tweet. One of them, amongst the 20 of them, was able to tweet something from their spot, saying that the guys were telling them that they were going to start killing them today if they don't pay up the monies that they're going to call the people to pay up for it. I think they're saying 50 million naira. It went viral, but I'm just wondering, really, have we now been reduced to this point where if you do not pay this ransom, that these people will not be released? Because the reason why I'm saying that, if this goes through without the police parading these people or telling the world that these guys have been apprehended, you give room for people to get into that sort of weird business where they just abduct people and then call their family members and collect some amount of money, and then life continues.
For over 2 decades, Nigeria has faced the same situation. If you don't pay, they kill you. And these abductors, like I said, they have gone sophisticated. They want to prove a point that they're not joking. They kill people. We have seen a situation where the people abducted were killed. We have seen situation even when they kill the people, you will not know, you still pay the ransom, you find out later that the person you are paying ransom for.
There seems to be a little bit of a paradigm shift in the operation. You know, at first they were attacking travelers, people along the transportation routes, right? But it's sickening that they have moved it into schools. We've had the abduction and killing of a student in UNN, then the one in Oji River, then the one in Benue. What do you make out of
the students
this?
in Benue were traveling, and I think we were attending an event. But then the issue that they've upped the game of going to the schools, that is it. And now you ask yourself, what has the security apparatus of Nigeria done for the schools? And we have these schools, one too many. And you see even asking, is it not overwhelming? How many army and police are you going to provide from small tertiary institutions, I mean medium level to higher level of the institutions? Like this school of health, it's a small, you know. Then you talk about universities, you talk about polytechnics, you talk about school of nursing, you talk about so many, even...
The commissioner in Anambra was on his way to Abuja.
Yeah, his aide was killed and himself and his wife were abducted.
And up to now, we've not had the stories about them.
It's crazy.
This is what we keep hearing every day. And the newspaper headline said the security situation in Nigeria has worsened. Gives people, because it's like you are seeing these things point blank that you face a hopeless situation and you're still here. So, well, you wake up every morning, you find yourself, if you're able to get from one point to another, you're not abducted, you say, thank God. What else can you say? There's nothing guarantees your security in Nigeria. If anybody's telling you, they'll tell me, nothing guarantees our security. The people we said we put our security situation in as their responsibility are overwhelmed. I discussed a situation with some people when the police were being killed every day those days. And people were like, not taking interest.
An adage or something.
Yes, I said, people are killing security people and you are... Does it mean, it's just like people are sending negative juju, let me put it that way, against you. You are killing all your native doctors who are protecting you. And the ones that are sending negative juju to kill you, are they finished?
They're not vanished.
So we still need, they're still there. We wish to encourage, even we go to a point where policemen can wear their uniform and walk the street.
You know,
and at times you call them, you call the police and you go and call the, you know, and we have involved the vigilantes. And when you say involve the vigilantes, these are people who are not profiled, and so many things are involved about them. So these are also unemployed people who have got to buy maybe pump actions and all that and give them. So you can't even
vouch
and say that this. but they are also helping and not just condemning them, because for certain things without them, I wonder what we would have done. I wonder what we would have done. But then, thank God that the police, the ones they say they follow them with drones, and so the police also are upping their game. So, what we say, let them do more, because with this move, they meant to recover them, to get back the students who were abducted, is a great move. But you say something. Let's see the people who did this. Let's see how clear their punishments are, so that it can begin to be like, actions, serious action directed towards solving this problem.
I'm just thinking about this thing, really. I don't know how possible it would be, because I like to think unconventionally. Do you think application of African magic will be, good enough to stem this tide?
My people talk that there's a proverb. You use both the gun that have the bullet and the one that doesn't have bullet to go to fight, to release, to get the abductors, the people back, to reclaim your territory. That's what how the Igbo proverb said. So you use whatever means you can. I'm the only person who will sit down here and said, if there is anything like African magic, use it. What are you waiting for?
You don't think there's something called
I don't. Charles, please, because the way Charles is going, maybe he's loaded with it, and he wants to try it on me. Please, Charles.
It has gotten to a point where we need to explore other options, right?
Yeah.
I saw this viral video. Someone just covered people on the streets of Israel. You will see teenagers, ladies, men, old ones, young ones, with their AK-47.
I saw that viral video too, and it shows.
And this is the country, God's own country. Yes, they found it, important to train their people, their citizens, on how to use guns.
You see these slick, beautiful girls
themselves.
Carrying this and this sophisticated thing, and they're just moving
as handbags.
I mean, it's so. You think about this.
It's even sexy.
You think about it. Oh. If we use then I don't know how attractive I can try to see a beautiful girl like that with that sophisticated weapon.
Very sophisticated. And she has the muscle power to carry the rebound.
The way they do, the way they were moving about there. You see the musicians playing in the street, and everybody is having their. You even see the preachers on the pulpit with their guns across. It's like, don't try us.
Yeah.
Now, but the money we use, if we have such program, that will bring it back. I'm sorry. When we say we spent how many billions to go to Olympics without a medal, and the one we need to go to Mecca, a pilgrimage, to go to pilgrimage to Israel and to Mecca and all those people, and even. I don't know if for people like you who are traditional African religion, where you go for your own Mecca, for your own pilgrimage. Now, wherever you go, wherever you go now, see, I was expecting them, like you said, maybe you put that kind of amount, 1/10 of it to traditional medicine people. They go for their pilgrimage, probably somewhere in Africa, and they come back with juju that can solve our problem. It will get to the point where we think out of the box. Absolutely. Since you are a practitioner of that thing, if it can solve.
He's putting it to you, Charles.
All the investigation and everything vindicated Nigeria. It means there was a deal, and such deal, that's where the federal government warned the state to stay away from international negotiations. Because over time, we do not do what we're supposed to do until we get into problems. So allowing all the state governors to negotiate loans
and the arbitrators
has put us into different situations. And they only bring the federal government, Ministry of Finance, at a point where they may not even have time to read through the documents, only to guarantee such loans. So whether the Chinese firm are scammers, whether they are not scammers, they have a hold on Nigeria, Ogun State particularly. And all the ex-governors, Amosun and all that come out to say Chinese, another PA and ID scenario, whatever that is. We are only coming after the embarrassment. We are only crying after the milk has been spilled. And we are only saying that we have missed to do what we are supposed to do. Where we are all these governors of Ogun, and this didn't start today. So it's not all countries that behave like Nigeria. They want a pound of flesh of their money. And not a Chinese firm, whether they are small or big. And if a Chinese firm can pull this stunt on Nigeria, I tell you, Nigeria have to watch it, because many more if they begin now to pull out the files of what some state government are signing Nigeria into, and begin now to begin to revise to look at the files.
That's actually my greatest
because when you know, if you get into the files, you see so much skeletons,
fear.
so much that existing already, just there gathering dust. And if people get hungry, like it's not in Nigeria, hunger has you. Somebody will say, this Nigerian government, state in Nigeria is owing me, and we are here suffering, and they want to up their game. They will go to any extent.
That's actually my greatest fear. When that broke out, I said $74 million. Are you kidding me? So I started thinking, how about other governors? And then the federal government came out and said, you know what, state governors, you better stop. You better stop all of these.
But then,
negotiations
what are the rules of engagement? Because we are saying you partake in international deals. There must be some laid down, directive strategies, so that these guys won't just go and just,
those strategies, those templates are there.
Actually.
They just chose to ignore them.
The people have a way of sidetracking these in some money exchanging hands, and if they're calling people to come, and you can refuse to guarantee some of these loans, where you feel, because it still point back to, you are saying they should stay away. In the first place, there are certain guidelines that allow them to even stay in. So at what point do they stop and hand over? Or at what point do the people who are going to guarantee this arrangement, a bilateral agreement and all that and loan, step in to make sure things are done the right way? And like I told you, when you are signing a loan agreement with the Chinese, some of them are written in Mandarin, Guangzhou, and all the Chinese languages that you sign. Some people, the Nigerians are people, they know that they don't take time to go through things. So when money is involved and somebody is bringing it, you can easily say, bring it, sign. I've had a governor in one of Nigerian states, when something broke out, he said they just brought it after work, I was tired, and they say I should sign, I signed. He told the people, I was sleeping, ma sign. Imagine. That's what somebody put into such a responsibility at stake. So when this happens, you begin to say, we are the cause of our own problems.
Some of these states that carry out these negotiations that cause us so much embarrassment. Yeah. What are some of the punitive measures that should be?
Who has been punished? Out of all these issues that we have been talking, how many people then say, oh, the Nigerian establishment said that these people are punished and they put their names, these people are in jail, or they're asked to, resign or something, are sacked. How many? And so that means we are not yet serious. Any day we are serious, we know what to do. I tell you, all Nigerians, we know what to do. We know how to solve these problems. We don't even have to blame anybody. Somebody told me a story, I don't know how true it is. He said a chain of some group of robbers were robbing on the road. In those when people were traveling by night, no, it's a night bus. Okay. So they stopped. A whole load of night bus. Sorry. So, and that's it. I think we'll go for break.
Okay.
All right. If you're still with us, thank you so much. We'll go for a short break, and when we come back, newspaper review continues. Stay with us.
Welcome back. You're watching New Day on Signature Morning. we just have to go back to him to finish that story because that story was quite important. I don't know if the story was the reason why he was coughing. So he has to finish that
I
story.
rightly asked, is this fiction?
I just needed to clear the story to tell you that whatever happens to us in Nigeria, we are the cause. Because these state of armed robbers that according to the story, it just lined everybody up and said, come down. We are robbing, we are not joking. So they thought they were just like, so when they said we're going to sing a story, sing a song. See, everybody come out and start singing.
Praise and worship?
The praise and worship, they started in the middle of the night. You hear them, that's where the armed robber said they should start singing. And then when they shot the first person on the leg, and everybody, some people took their different, parts of music. Some people were like you were singing bass. The people were singing tenor.
Oh my goodness.
And people were driving past at night. They thought they were people going on crusade. And when they finished, they told them, whatever is happening to us, we are the cause. Nigerians are the cause of our problem. So let us begin to ask questions. Let us begin to engage people to account. All these stories we are telling ourselves are all lies. We have not done anything tangible. We hear of people commit offense. Punish them. Use carrot and stick. That's the classical management strategy. You apply it in Nigeria. Let people know what is waiting for anybody who commits this offense. And when anybody, whoever, does it, punish that person. It's not when somebody commits an offense and starts looking at, hey, is he my kinsman? Does he belong to my tribe? Who is he? How well positioned? What's the status of that person in society? And this has made us not to move anywhere. Charles, that's our problem. So whether we use juju or we use to attack our problems, whatever is happening to us, we are the cause. And we have the solutions. It's just that we have not decided to apply them.
So on Sunday Independence, agitation for new constitution gains momentum. I saw another headline, I think it was a few days ago, that Northern elders are saying that the agitation for new constitution is a way of introducing Biafra through the back door.
I don't know what to say because it's not only Biafra that are asking for restructuring of Nigeria. So Biafra is just a minute part of Nigerians. Which tribe in Nigeria has not had recently saying, let us reorganize Nigeria. Reorganize Nigeria, leave Biafra out of it. If you reorganize Nigeria and whatever is making people of Biafra to ask for, and they find out that you reorganize and they find safety, and they find some, you give them confidence in themselves as a tribe belonging to a nation, Nigeria, to stay. All this agitation will go. And that's even what all the people who have been agitating for them are saying. The leaders of the agitation have said, I've heard them say, if what has happened in the last how many years of going to war, killing people, losing people, and if it continues, they will continue to agitate. So why have you not listened to them? He said you are suppressing it and other tribes. And somebody is saying this, they're just calling Biafra for nothing because Igbo is of the, what's it called, the Duduwa state. We have them calling that they even have their international organization rioting the street of, protesting the streets of London and other European countries, asking for a Yoruba nation. They are not agitating. We have heard of some people in Middle Belt, groups cropping up every day, small groups cropping up, directly, indirectly, in a protesting that you can see, or protesting silently, looking for what they call that's what they use to ask for Nigeria to look towards their way. So they find out that all the 450 tribes in Nigeria, if you give everybody the opportunity, they will want to go home. And you are saying one particular tribe. And quite recently, those people coming from that area said, okay, so that they won't say, now you went for hardship and hunger. They said they are not hungry, they are not hardship. And you're still calling them. What? Introducing what? Leave Nigeria the way it is if it's comfortable for you. Leave it. So despite Biafra. So leave it. If Nigerians can look at the eyes of 200 million Nigerians and say, what the situation we find in Nigeria is okay, leave it. It's okay, we'll manage, we go on.
All right, so the agitators on the one hand, and on the other hand, there are still these groups, calling for constitutional review. So where do we find a balance? Do we go for restructuring fully, or do we call for constitutional review, which is the most feasible?
Nigeria has done constitutional review, and the report has not seen the light of day. If you have brought that one out, it will have stabilized this nation to a point. We grow to a point where we need to review again. You
No,
don't just call
that,
people again and start
in that 2014 confab,
yeah.
one of the things that they resolved was bringing back the old national anthem, which they have done.
Hey, Charles. And that's way, a way forward. We have,
the question is, does it have any direct impact on the suffering
no,
of the people?
if all the eggheads, all the much respected delegates to that confab, I sat down and said, bring back old national, and then that's the only one out of all. You kept the other ones, the gathering dust, and you went and picked only. And why implementing the decision of that confab all in isolation? Bring
start
it
from
out.
somewhere. So
what did the Nigerians know?
I hear you, Charles, but then we need to start from the ones that have direct impact on
national anthem. You know, don't you think that they have?
And now somebody moved at the bill at the National Assembly. If you don't sing it,
5 years jail.
No, he has withdrawn it.
No, but it started. I don't know
the
why.
Temerity,
and if you think that national anthem is solving our problem, why is the bill being withdrawn? Because by making everybody sing it, you want to sing it, hunger. God, sing it 3 times a day. It forms our 3 square meal. We sing it 3 times in a day, and then we are close to home and dry. So let us begin to. I want to say, if you call for that, you know what it cost Nigeria to do that at that time? Dollar should be about 112 naira to a dollar. And now we are talking about when dollar is. If you put, because all the costs, you put such delegation around again, to begin for about 3 months. There's something I don't forget about that conference that time in the national television. You'll be hearing one woman who say, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman. So, and they finished this because this one was always forceful one to make her point. And all these people gave most of them are dead. They gave, and you swept it under the carpet. And some of the things they discussed in that confab are still what most Nigerians feel like the problem of Nigeria. At least bring out the ones you can and say these ones can,
some low-hanging fruits.
You know you are making move. But you sat down on keg of gunpowder, throwing blames. Somebody said, what is ever happening? I'm so hungry and I want to stay home. You said, no, you must come out. And I said, I don't want to sing. You say, I must. If I don't sing, you get to jail. So what is it how we are going to solve the problem when people are saying restructure? And everywhere you hear restructure, people think is everybody still believe in one big Nigeria with our power and our diversity can give us what we want in the world. They say change certain things like this constitutional review. Certain powers, the evolution of power at the center need to be done. So that people will go back to their regions and begin to...
Hold that thought. Something just came to my mind. Are we just, when we talk restructuring, are we just talking political restructuring or there are other sides?
Total.
Okay.
Because if you begin to say, people now put words in their mouth.
Administrative
they pick them by one, do economic restructuring.
Okay.
If you do economic restructuring, economic federation, then people who have comparative advantage to produce food, develop the land, not come back here, give the environment for industrialization. Then the marine economy of the southwest, develop it. So let everybody bring to the table.
Are you talking about how Nigeria was before 1967?
You can pick what it was in 1967 and see, and develop. That means we are growing dynamic. Whatever you find you working there that worked, bring it back, replicate it, and improve on it.
So the states will now dissolve into regions. Just the way it was before.
There's a way they have, you still see them coming up with regional development, what they call it. You have the southeast, have the northwest, southwest, and all that. We have 6 regions. If they have their development commissions, and then they now mandate them to call all the states under those regions to begin to look in. If you have gold in something part of Nigeria, if you mine the gold and sell as a state, what do you give the federal government? Use it to develop you. If you have the farm plantations that we used to have in Southeast, by now, Charles, we consider whether to sit here speaking
or
English.
Be the head of the
of
yam producers.
And go there, because even in farm settlements, by now, we should have even the media group. If it becomes a spokesman. I mean, it should have been what is coming out of those farm settlements.
Right.
Somebody is related. So it's even that they even have all sections of our economy working there. So every region will be looking what, and they will come to the center and say, this is what we are bringing. But now, people will be somewhere eating okpa, somewhere eating granite, somewhere eating kogoro. And they're hoping that once they want to go there, the money lands from Abuja. And it makes the people in Abuja so powerful. And makes the state so lazy and the region so lazy. Nobody is doing anything. And then somebody say, you can't even ask the people to pay tax. Because the one that comes from Abuja, you're not managing very well. So you can't even tell people to pay tax very well. You're not, you yourself that even asking them are not paying tax. So the tax that would have sustained the economy is not well done because people want to pay when they are seeing the dividend of what they're paying for. So with nothing, no accountability, no transparency, nothing, no everything is just stagnant. And we are still thinking of having magic. Well, I'm considering this your Black African magic.
I mean, if it works, why not?
But if I want to begin to use it, I'm going to use it. If you tell a lie, you grade dump immediately. Tell a lie.
Still falls
it's
back
not that
on,
joke.
On
it's not
juju,
joke.
the joke.
The joke. Somebody was saying they brought juju, African juju in a meeting. Then when they start saying that this juju is an anti-lie, they have to be accountable. So the people, the head of the meeting started talking and they started receiving slaps. And he talked the truth. What it meant that everybody in that table they are meeting, we are all liars, telling themselves lies. Because the juju that they can dictate lie, the lie dictating juju was there. The lie dictator juju. I think that's what Nigeria need to. We spend all this money we spend on account to bring lie dictating juju. Every Nigerian will get kind of slap. I'm sure Chigi, the way Chigi looked innocent, you will be surprised the way Chigi talk. The kind of lie Chigi is packaging here.
But nobody can stand. Nobody is innocent.
but that will put us in shape. And before we say even the lies, we think twice. My greatest problem is that Nigerian establishment, governance, and the people in high authority, they don't think twice before they tell us lies. They don't open their mouth and the thing will be going, and it's annoying.
Talking about that, on Sunday, Vanguard, we have hashtag end bad governance on the prisoners, people who were taken into custody because of the protest. And there's this writer that, piqued my fancy. 2 weeks after Tinubu's promise of dialogue, federal government fails to reach out. That's what we're talking about, because he said to us, I've heard you loud and clear, go back to your homes, we'll bring you to the table, and then we'll do blah, 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 blah. But 2 weeks now, nothing.
The wheel of government grinds slowly. From Abuja, before they begin to sit together how to reach out. I'm not the spokesperson for the president, much respected president of Nigeria, and our lighthouse, the Aso Rock. I'm not, but I know that if the President Tinubu has promised to reach out, that they are going to. When we were here, when we said he will speak to the nation about the protest, and eventually spoke.
But then reach out to who? Because these guys don't have leadership. There's nobody that would come and say, I am leading these protests. Nobody has come out to do that. They are faceless people.
There are some faces.
They're reaching out. That's why probably when you say the government has not reached out, they will need to establish this. But one thing I want to call for, 1,143 prisoners of conscience staying in Gulag as we are talking. And you want to solve the problem.
That's one way of reaching out, really.
So if you reach out and are holding them, you are not reaching out. Because there must be something you are reaching out with. To say, I'm releasing you. Tell us you are leaders. They come for negotiation. Okay, leaders of protest, we give in these protesters. What are you giving to us? We give there. So there will be some reach out. That's what the sense of reaching out, stakeholder engagement. And until that is done, don't think it's not yet to huru.
Absolutely.
Because some of the people who are in the gulags now, the police detention now, they went to the street with some of their friends. And before they went to the street, they bonded. And it's like, let's go, we're fighting for our right or whatever. If we come back, all good. If you don't come back, you guys carry on. That's how these things are done. So if you are holding some people and they are alive, the worst thing is that certain things that happen in Nigeria, that even when you hold these people in detention, that they can sit there in detention and plan bigger protests.
It's a possibility.
So don't put them together, because what has happened in the recent past can continue in the recent future. So don't, the sooner you release them and they meet certain level of their demands, I think that's the only way you begin to say you achieve some difficult, some result. But otherwise, if you just hold them there, they're suffering. That's one. And talking about holding them there, if you hold them because they are prisoners of the state or whatever, you have to feed them. The budget of feeding these people, and probably, I've talked about awaiting trials in Nigerian prisons. That's another conduit pipe. If you're serving your jail term in a prison that has 650 or 350, and everybody, but you find such places where you find 5,000 awaiting trial, that's also been fed by Nigeria, from Nigerian budget. And all the sleaze and grease and graft that go with it before they get, it's still from the same source, Nigerian money. So why using double barrel to harvest your plantain? It's all foolishness, because we are burning our candles from both sides. So we really need to be very creative. We need to be very creative when we are trying to solve problems. You don't just create one more problem to solve another.
Oh, all right, thank you so much, Chris. It's always a pleasure having to sit down with you and discuss in studio. Thank you so much. I'm sure our viewer has learned a thing or two. Thank you.
Thank you, Chigi. Thank you, Charles.
All right, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we have discussions up for your view and your education. Don't go anywhere, and don't forget to go on over to our social media handles on YouTube, X, and Instagram at Signature Television or Signature TV Official. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The nation in the last 20 to 30 years has been suffocated by a political class that put into primary line their own interests and that of their families. A nation that is so endowed with resources, with enough resources to ensure a comfortable life for most Nigerians, have simply turned into a nation of very few people and their own family. The level of poverty in this country, the disconnect between the government and the people who it's supposed to lead, the widening gap between the rich and the poor, the pervasive insecurity and unemployment in the country is enough to bring people out to the street. You can be in authority and in power, but it is only when people decide to fold their arms and endure the suffering which you inflict upon them, then that you continue to do what you do. If you look at revolutions throughout the world, there must be an issue. In Tunisia, a young man called Mohamed Bouazizi was molested by a policeman, and he decided to burn himself, and that became a trigger that set the whole Arab countries ablaze in the name of what they call Arab Spring. In Sudan, it was about the rising price of bread and a discontent against the regime of al-Bashir became the spirit of the nation. People thought that from 2015, there will be a new spirit, a new order, a new government that will conduct the affairs of the state differently. But we have seen promises upon promises made by the present administration has never been fulfilled. And that is why I believe that our suffering, our hardship, our penury can come to an end once the people of this country decided that they must come out and fight this. And I believe that this is not the end, it is the beginning. The country needs to be reformed.
Welcome back. Maternal health is one of the key performance indices in assessing the way healthcare is being delivered in any nation. And today we are going to be taking maternal health from a pretty interesting perspective, which is the use of analgesia in pain management as regards childbirth and labor. And joining us to discuss this subject matter is Dr. Julian Ojebo. He is a consultant anesthetist in Gariki Hospital, Abuja. Good morning, Dr. Ojebo. Can you hear us? Dr. Ojebo, can you hear us? Kindly unmute yourself. Good morning.
Good morning. I can hear you.
Great. How are you doing this morning?
Very well, thank you.
Great. So like you know already, we are discussing maternal health, and we are talking the use of analgesia and options that women have in as regards pain management during labor. So just explain to us in very clear terms, what exactly is analgesia? Hello, can you hear us, Dr. Ojebo?
The network wasn't so fantastic.
What is
I couldn't hear the questions.
analgesia?
Okay, so thank you very much for having me. Analgesia, simply put, is anything, any medication we take so as not to feel pain. Okay, every woman of reproductive age that has conceived the child, once this woman comes to term, what we call term is the woman has successfully carried that child in her womb for a period of between 36 to 40 weeks of gestation. That woman comes to term. Now, for that woman to let down that child, the woman has to go through what we call labor pain. Okay. Prior to now, we always believe that women are not supposed to have any form of analgesia. And they say, bear the pain, it's going to come off. Every woman is supposed to do that. But ideally, that is not what it should be like. Okay. You're supposed to have some form of analgesia so that you don't feel pain in the process of letting down that child. We can give birth vaginally or through cesarean sections, right? When you want to give birth through cesarean section, they give you some form of pain medication so that you don't feel pain while they're doing the procedure. But oftentimes, people do forget that the woman that is also trying to push down a baby should also be given pain medications so that she doesn't feel pain. Okay, so generally, over the years, these analgesic options have navigated or moved from just psychotherapy to doula birth to massages to emotional support to what we call interventional pain medications. Okay. Now, these interventional pain medications is what we call epidural in labor. Any woman that is having an epidural should have an epidural just at the onset of labor pain. So the obstetrician will tell you that once you are between 3 centimeters to 4 centimeters of dilatation of the cervix, you have this epidural instituted. So the epidural pain, the epidural analgesia is like we are sticking, when you want to stick a needle in the hand of a patient to give them drips, drugs, and all of those. Now, this time is different. We're sticking it at your spine, okay? Just closer to the lower spine, okay, which we'll call the lumbar region. Okay, so that this
doctor,
woman
you're talking about women who are probably going through a cesarean section. You're talking
any woman going through
analgesia. Go ahead.
Any woman going through pain, labor pain, any woman going through labor pain should have epidural analgesia. Whether you are doing cesarean sections or you're giving birth normally, which we call vaginal birth, you should have labor analgesia. So that's where we are now in the scheme of things is what we call the epidural analgesia. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Go ahead.
So that epidural is instituted at the back of this woman, and then medications will be given through a small thread, which we'll call a catheter. Okay, and she'll be having drops of these drugs that are being carefully pre-calculated so that there is no toxicity and lesser side effects for this particular patient. So that is where we are now. Where we are as of today is called labor analgesia.
All right, Dr. Jebo, what you just
epidural
described
analgesia
to
for
us
labor
now sounds pretty invasive, where you have to administer the analgesia through the patient's spine. Are there other types of anesthesia that could be administered in ways that are not so invasive but still as effective? Hello, doctor. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Did you get the question?
No, I didn't get that.
Yes, I said the epidural administration that you just explained to us now sounds pretty invasive to me, in the sense that you have to administer this drug through the patient's spine. And I'm asking, are there other means of administration that are less invasive but as effective as the epidural administration?
Yeah, thank you very much. Like they say, it's all about effectiveness and safety. For every procedure we do, it's about the effectiveness of the procedure we're doing and how safe is that procedure to the mother and to the child. Okay? Now, there are other less non-invasive procedures, okay, that we can use for labor. But how effective are they? The effectiveness, the effectiveness in terms of, does it cause the woman to sleep? Does it cause the child to sleep while giving less analgesia? Okay, prior to now, what we used to do was to administer an opioid. One of the drugs we give is to administer an opioid. The commonest one we use is the fentanyl. Okay, but these drugs, they have the ability to make this child to have some form of respiratory insufficiency, some respiratory distress, some respiratory problems. So we've moved away from these less non-invasive procedures to a minimally invasive procedure. This procedure is actually minimally invasive, okay, in the right hands. That is why, as an obstetric anesthetist, I've done over 100 plus of them in the span of maybe a year or so. So these procedures are less invasive or minimally invasive, okay, in the hands of the right provider.
All right, Dr. Jebo, so I'm pretty curious because you mentioned earlier that people feel child pangs or childbirth pangs is normal and natural. Therefore, a woman should go through those birth pangs and pains. So what are the challenges you have found, given your experience and expertise, in trying to administer these pain relievers or analgesics to patients? Did you have to get the consent of the partners or the husbands or parent relatives, or you just go ahead and administer based on your medical discretion?
Okay, so you've asked a lot of questions in one, right? The first one, I'll come from the end. For every procedure, even to set up a line for you, I need to take consent from you, okay? I need to explain the risks and the benefits to you in detail, so as for you to make an informed decision, an informed choice, okay? We're not in a banana republic or in a zoo where people just, grab a patient and then just institute things on the patient. No, we don't do that, okay? So we take informed consent, and this consent is actually biphasic. There's usually the verbal consent, which will come to explain in details to you the risks and the benefits. And then we also have what we call the written consent. With the written consent, you now append your signature to that free will, voluntarily, I have said that this procedure should be done on me because it is less invasive and is going to make me not feel pain. So that's one. The second component of your question, which I got, was, should every woman feel these labor pangs? No. If I come and I twist your hands, you're going to feel pain. Now, imagine I am breaking 6 of these your bones consecutively. That is what has been ascribed to be labor pain. So no woman is allowed to go through that process of feeling pain. So we don't allow, or rather, we inform you on the choices of pain medications that are available so that this woman doesn't go through this process of pain. Also, according to the International Association for the Society of Pain, they've also said that pain has 2 major components. We have the emotional component, okay, and also have the psychological component. These 2 components are what these patients go through. That is why the onset of post-maternal birth depressions is on the rising, okay? Childbirth abnormalities, morbidities, as well as mortalities are rising because we allow these women to go through pain, whereas there are options for these women not to feel this pain and have a smooth delivery. So no woman is allowed or expected, in the sense of the world, with the advancement of medicine, is allowed to go through this process of pain. No, there are stopgaps to palliate, ameliorate the pain that these patients are going through.
All right, Doc, thank you so much. Good to see you after a long time. I just wanted to ask, I understand that the level of pain differs from women to women. What for you are the factors you know, that necessitates different pain levels for women?
Yeah, good to see you again. It's been a while. Okay, so the published documents that we have as to why different people feel different levels of pain, one, they are physiologic, and number two, they are pathologic. So for the physiologic ones, we have things like age of the patient, previous exposure to that particular kind of pain, the race of the patient, the ethnicity of the patient, the cultural beliefs of these patients. So these are the things that physiologically says pain differs between me and you at the moment. If I hit my leg against a brick wall, the level of pain I'm going to feel, it's either because I've had that experience before in my brain responds and say, this pain is not so bad as to kill you. So my brain secretes what we call these endorphins, okay? They're chemical neurotransmitters that will say, don't feel the pain too much because I want to make sure that you don't feel that
Hello, Doc.
levels of pain. Okay, we also have the pathologic reasons why pain differs from person to person. Okay, these pathologic reasons, I don't want to bore you with too many medicalese, but there exist some pathologic reasons why patients feel pains. Okay, we have the hyperalgesia, which means that when you have a sensation, the response to that sensation is not like the sensation you're feeling. Okay, we call that hyperalgesia. So there are a lot of them that exist. There's another one we call allodynia. Okay, you have pain, you have an insult, but your body does not see that insult as a reason for you to move your feet away from there. So you can see people trying to put their hands into fire and it's not burning them because they are desensitized. Okay, the signal does not move from the skin to the brain, where there's going to be elicitation of this response that you're supposed to have. So these are the reasons why different people feel different types of pain in different ways.
All right. Quite interesting, though.
Dr. Ojebo, you mentioned two very interesting medical words as to the reasons why women experience different levels of pain. You mentioned the physiology aspect and the pathological aspect. But my question to you really is, what exactly is the physiologic, or let me put it this way, what happens physiologically in a woman's body when she goes into labor? What are the things actually that cause, these pains in the women?
All right, thank you very much. I try not to say so much medicalese, right? So that everybody understands for the purposes of our viewers.
That's all right.
So we have 1, 2, 3 stages of pain, labor pain, okay? We have the first stage of labor. We have the second stage of labor and the third stage of labor. Now, the first stage of labor is when the cervix of the woman is between 1 centimeters and 4 centimeters dilated. Okay, and the transmission of pain from the lumbar region is between the level of T10 to L1. Okay, the 10th thoracic to the first lumbar region. That's where this woman feels this pain. Okay, now the second
Should
stage
this be
of
the
labor,
area around the waist or just
yes,
below the
now
abdomen?
the woman feels the pain between the umbilicus, okay, the middle part of her belly. That is when the woman tells you, oh, I'm having contraction, my tummy hurts, and then the pain is usually like generalized from the umbilicus, okay? That's the first stage of labor, okay? Now, the second stage of labor is when this woman is between 4 centimeters dilated to 10 centimeters dilated. Okay, so what now happens is that this baby has moved into the birth canal. So this woman now begins to feel this pressure effect and pain more at the pelvic region, okay, between the lower abdomen and her pelvis towards the vaginal region, because the head is trying to impact and come out so that it opens and the head can come out. So at that point, we call that the second stage of labor until the child comes out from the birth canal, which is usually the vaginal orifices, and you have a baby. Now, when this baby comes out, okay, there's something that this baby is enveloped inside, okay, which we call the placenta. So we now deliver this placenta after we have cut the cords, because the baby gets its nutrition through the placenta cords and the placenta. The baby gets nutrition, excretes its waste products through this placenta. So you have to cut the placenta so that this baby will now be fully on its own, no longer dependent on the mother. Now, the third stage of labor is that this baby has been in a sac, what we call the uterus, the womb. Okay? Now, because of the size of this baby and the physiologic changes that has happened in this woman, the womb has ballooned out. Okay? But that is not the normal size of the womb. The womb is supposed to be this size, this small. Okay? So we need to make the baby, the womb, this small again. So we now give drugs, okay, such as oxytocin, okay, so that this woman can contract the womb and spill out all of the blood that is there. If this woman does not do that, the woman is going to go into what we call postpartum hemorrhaging, and she's going to bleed out to death if you don't stop that. Because the normal physiologic change is that at birth, there is 40% increase of the blood flow of the woman to the womb. So this woman is going to exsanguinate. If 40% of the entire blood volume is coming into that womb and there's nothing stopping it from coming out, the woman is going to exsanguinate and die. So these are the 3 stages of labor. Now, this woman feels pain from the first stage of labor down to the 3rd stage of labor. So these are the physiologic changes that happens when the woman is at term and is ready to deliver a child.
All right. I was just going to ask you, in your response to one of our questions, you mentioned a National Association of Pain. I'm wondering, what are their mandates about this pain, so-called? Is it just targeted towards women who are in labor, or pain generally medically?
No, pain generally, pain from anything. It can be pain from cancer, it can be pain from surgery, it can be pain from childbirth. It's pain generally. There's an international association for the Society of the Study of Pain. They study pain at different levels. There are 2 types of pain. We have acute pain for lay purposes. There's acute pain and there's chronic pain. For our educated viewers, we have what we call nociceptive pain, and we have what we call neuropathic pain. There's also visceral pain and there's somatic pain, but these ones are just medicalese. But for the purposes of our viewers, we have 2 types of pain. Acute pain, any pain that occurs immediately, less than 14 days is acute pain. Any pain lasting greater than 14 days to 3 months, we call that chronic pain.
Okay, doctor. So I have 2 questions for you. I'm sure you're able to take those 2. Still on the issue of the Association for Pain, since it seems as if pain has become important to have an association attached to it. So my question is, can pain from childbirth, not hemorrhage or any other complication, but can pain from childbirth directly kill a woman? That is one. And then secondly, we know, and you've alluded to that fact, that a baby is still attached to the mother in the womb through the placenta. Now, administering all these analgesia to the mother, does it have any side effects or complications affecting the baby, knowing that the baby is still attached to the mother at that point.
All right, thank you. Let me come from your last question and come forward. Are there complications that arise from the administration of this pain medication? Yes. That is why the world is moving from administration of systemic agents. Systemic agent means you get a vein, you put a cannula, and then you give a drug. Most of these drugs that are potent enough to reduce the pain of this woman has the ability to depress the effects, the respiratory function of the child. So when you bring out this baby from the mother, the baby becomes floppy. Okay, that's when you have a floppy birth. Okay, you now have to start to trigger, start to give drugs like naloxone to antagonize the effect of the drug that you have given ab initio. Now, the happy side of epidural in labor is such that it has minimal or no effect on the child, minimal or no effect on the mother. It goes directly to the junction box of where the pain is coming from, and then it numbs it off completely. So that is why it is being regarded today as the gold standard for the management of obstetric pain. Okay, your first question was saying, can pain really affect the child? Of course, yes, the pain can affect the mother. In fact, okay, the world today, the sixth vital sign is pain. That tells you how important. When a patient is feeling pain, it tells you that there's imminent danger, there's a problem going on there. Albeit labor is a physiologic event, the pain that you feel can move from physiologic to being pathologic itself. Pain would obstruct wound healing. The affectation of pain is multisystemic, from the brain to the heart, to the respiratory, to the renal system, to the livers. It's multisystemic. So pain can affect everything in a patient.
But can pain kill? I think that was my first question. Can pain directly kill a woman in labor? Maybe she could not manage her pain, and it probably shot above her normal pain threshold, and she gives up. Can pain kill a woman during childbirth? We're not talking complications now.
Yes, of course. People handle pain differently. Okay, there are reported documents where people have slumped from pain. Okay, you just see them, they just, what we call maternal exhaustion. The woman is exhausted because of the stress of the delivery and the pain itself from the delivery. And then you have maternal exhaustion. You now have to bring all the armamentarium for resuscitation. Yes, of course, pain can cause death. Yes, of course. Though reported to be small in terms of the general population, but yes, there exist possibilities where pain can lead to death.
Okay, doctor, in your own experience and expertise, what are some of the belief system and practices that have actually hampered the progress, of using analgesia in treating pain management? What are some of the misconceptions, if you can just be specific and name them so that the viewer out there can be aware?
Some of these misconceptions are basically cultural, traditional, and religious. Okay, if you know people, I did my National Youth Service Corps timing in the North. Okay, so in the North, they tell you, bear the pain. You're a northern woman. You're not supposed to feel this pain. So cultural belief. Okay, there's also this belief that people from the southwest of Nigeria cannot feel pain at all. And you see them shouting and yelling just for laughs. Anyways, you see them shouting and yelling. So there are cultural beliefs as to why people would not want to, take pain medical options where it exists. Okay, we also have ethnic biases. Okay, also still on the same cultural, your mother will tell you, oh, I gave birth to 7 children, I did not take any medications, why are you trying to take this medication? So there's still cultural, ethnic, and tribal. Okay, so these are just misconceptions. Now, one of the medical misconceptions that people have is that, oh, if they give you this medication at your back, you're going to feel pain for the rest of your life. It's misconception. In the hands of the right provider, in the hands of the specialist, these complications are minimal or non-existent. Okay, so they are just misconceptions that have been put forward. Other misconceptions that have been put forward is that, oh, once you have this epidural in labor, you are going to have longer period of labor. There's still misconceptions. Studies have shown that there's no direct correlation between epidural analgesia and prolongation of duration of labor. There are no correlation, okay? Also, there are also misconceptions that once you do epidural in labor, you're going to end up as cesarean sections. There are also research that have been done worldwide to show that there's no direct correlation between having epidural in labor and having to have cesarean sections. So all these are just men myths, unfounded beliefs that people have these things, but no, it doesn't exist in reality. Maybe in the last 1 month, maybe I've done for a lot of women, and I don't think any of them had any prolonged duration of labor. The prolongation of the duration of labor is as a result of a problem that the woman has, either as a result of poor dilatation or what we call CPD, cephalopelvic disproportions. Okay, so these are the reasons why these women have this, not because of the epidural that they've had. So trust me, if you're coming to give birth in my hands, you're safe.
I hear you, doctor. So there's this drug that has been a subject matter for old wives' tales. You hear it all the time when women gather or talk about these things, and that is Pitocin. Can you tell us exactly what is Pitocin and what is it used for exactly to put an end to these, fables?
Okay, they're actually not fables, right? They're actually not fables. It exists. Pitocin is what they know as, in the public sense, as a ureterogenic agent. What this means is the drug that causes your womb to contract, as I was saying, in the 3rd stage of labor. Once your stomach does not contract, the likelihood of you going into postpartum hemorrhaging is very high. We in the medical field will call it oxytocin. Okay, the brand name is called Pitocin, as you've heard in rural communities, or even in urban communities, people use the word Pitocin, right? But the generic name is called oxytocin. It's a uterogenic agent. It causes the contraction of the uterus so that the uterus goes back to the pre-conception stage, what it used to be for. The size of the uterus is just like a pea, a pear. Okay, that's how it's supposed to be. That's how big it's supposed to be, okay? But because of the physiologic changes from estrogen, from progesterone, okay, so as to meet the demand of this fetus, the uterus enlarges to accommodate this uterus, okay? So once it enlarges, it has to return at the end of this gestation. It has to return to its pre-gestational size. Okay, and that's what the Pitocin does. Now, Pitocin is not supposed to be given in the hands of a lay provider. Pitocin itself can help to fasten the process of labor, but it is dose dependent. There is a dose that the obstetricians will give to fasten the process of labor, okay? They can use it also, apart from fastening the process of labor, they can use it to start labor, which we call induction of labor. They can use it to augment labor, okay? Labor is slow, they want to fasten it, so they want the uterus to contract and push the baby out. So these are the uses of Pitocin, but it should be in the hands of a provider that knows the complications of each dosing.
Okay, Doc, I just wanted to ask this. What advice would you give to would-be mothers, especially the ones that are always anxious about childbirth and the pain that comes with it?
Okay, thank you very much. The advice I'd give to them, number one, once you are a woman of childbearing age in seeking for a child, the first thing you should do is to visit your obstetrician gynecologist. Okay, these are the people that will tell you exactly what you should do before you get pregnant, while you're pregnant, and after you're pregnant. Okay, they will also give you the options to come see people like us who are obstetric anesthetists to tell you the options that you have for pain during the process of child delivery. So if you meet your obstetrician in your primary health centers, in your secondary health centers, or you want to go to a tertiary health center like the teaching hospital, like you have like two in ENUGU, you have the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, you have the ENUGU State University Teaching Hospital, Parkland. So you have an array of brilliant physicians over there, obstetricians. So when you go to meet them, they are going to guide you through the entire process from pre-conception to intraconception and then to post-conception, to all the things you need to do. So these are the people that are saddled with the task of educating women on maternal health, the complications, the side effects, and the reason and the attendant complications that can arise post-delivery.
Okay, okay, Doctor. We've heard of alternative pain management options. They are not so popular down here, but of course you hear people talk about acupuncture, water therapy, birth in water, large water canisters, women, birth inside, these apparatuses. So I'm a bit curious, what are some of the alternative pain management techniques are available down here, and would you actually recommend it to maybe would-be mothers?
Okay, thank you very much. As a physician, I know that there are two broad types of analgesia and label. We have the non-pharmacological component and we have the pharmacological component, all right? The non-pharmacological components, we have things like acupuncture, we have things like back massages, we have things like water bath deliveries, which we call the doulas. We have all of those. However,
Okay,
the
Doc, can you adjust
effectiveness
your
and
phone a
safety.
bit?
Sorry?
Can you adjust your phone a bit? It's as if we're losing your head.
Yes,
Okay, it's
absolutely.
good
You
enough.
look good. Yes.
Okay. So the thing is that the safety and effectiveness of these analgesic options are not there. They're not effective. So why do it? So you know that science is an evolutionary trend. This was how we started. We started with the non-pharmacological processes, the acupuncture, what we call TENS, okay, trans-electrical nerve stimulations, that's the acronym TENS. We have back massages, we have emotional support, we have family support. All those things have been proven not to be effective methods of analgesia. They're not effective methods of analgesia. To the exact junction boxes where these pain nerves are found or located. So it goes there, it baits those nerves, and it stops them from transmitting the pain signal from the uterus down to the brain. So it halts it. So that's why we still stick to the gold standard, because I am a consultant, I'm a specialist. I wouldn't advise, I wouldn't recommend non-effective, non-safety measures to my patients. I would recommend effective, safe methods of analgesia, which today, what we do is the epidural analgesia.
Okay, that's a very wonderful insight. I'm also very curious as to know if it is a possibility for some women to opt out of, you know, this pain relief or management? Because there are some women that are known to be very lucky, for lack of a better word. They just, once the labor, you know, ensues, before you know it, they have given birth. So they really, really do not have much need for pain management. So is it possible, and in what scenario can a woman or a patient relative or partner say, hey, doc, can you take this out of, you know, the scene? Or maybe we don't even have enough money to pay for, you know, the analgesia. So have you experienced this kind of scenario? And if you have, how were you able to manage it?
Oh yes, we've had a lot of them. We've had a lot of them. Cost still remains one of the problems of healthcare delivery in Africa, in Nigeria to be specific. Um, for labor analgesia, the entire package from hospital to hospital is ranging between let's say 85,000 naira to upwards of ₦1 million. Okay, depending on the facility you have gone to seek this level of care from. Okay, we've also have patients that are of very modest incomes, needing these pain medications. Um, Part of our corporate social responsibility as doctors that we've done over the years is to, you know, rally around and see how much we can help. But again, the funding is not so much. So we still have some women that will still have to go through this level of pain because of their financial status at the time of them trying to deliver. Now, some, like you also said in your question, some women don't really go through this pain processes for so long. Okay, those women, some of them have what we call precipitous labor. Any labor that starts and ends within an hour is called precipitous labor. So most of these women don't feel this pain because from when the pain starts, from when they are like 2 centimeters dilated to when the fetuses are extracted from them, it's just short, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 1 hour. So they don't really know what this pain thing we're talking about is. Also, we've also had patients that from the time of labor to the time they deliver is 8 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, okay? They really need this pain medication. These are the group of people that are in need of this labor pain, because you can't just keep a woman, for God's sakes. You can't just keep a woman laboring for 6 hours without any form of analgesia. I think that is barbaric. I think that is highly unacceptable in this present day and age, that you allow women to, you know, go through these processes of pain. I don't think it is acceptable in this current generation where we have the modalities to actually treat pain, and then we now don't do it. So I think it shouldn't be done. It shouldn't be said. Government needs to fund these processes such that labor analgesia will be included in the antenatal packages that these women will get, so as have a smooth sail at the level of delivery of their child.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Ojebo, for your insights on today's program. It's been one very fantastic time with you in the last 45 minutes or so. Thank you again.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right. We're headed for a short break. When we return, we'll switch gears for another discussions. To stay with us. Welcome back. This is New Day on Signature Television. I'm sure that you must have heard that story about the abduction that happened at Oji River some few days back. I personally reached out to the police PRO. He told me clearly that the video I sent to him was doctored. It was not the real issue. But he released a statement saying nothing really happened. It's just a few things that just there and there. But our man, Chukwudi Maduako, was at Oji River to check what really happened. He asked a few persons questions about what had happened, and here is that report.
The invasion of West Oji River community and my two area by persons suspected to be herdsmen has left the people in fear as to what will happen next. Students of the School of Health Technology, whose school is not far from the point where the attack took place, have deserted the school for safety. Besides the students, some other residents of the area have also fled to where they consider as safer places. The herdsmen who arrived the area Wednesday evening stormed the road leading to unfenced School of Health Technology, where they stopped a vehicle and abducted the 4 occupants. They later released one of the female occupants and her child and went into the bush with the other victims. A victim, Kingsley Ihegazie, who was riding home on his motorcycle, ran into the abductors who dragged him into the bush. He narrated how he was hit with dangerous weapons before he was able to escape from his attackers.
I was on my way with my bike, so I stopped. My phone was ringing and I stopped. Then I was pressing the phone because there is someone I want to transfer some money to. And there was a bad network there, but when I was moving then, suddenly he called me and reminded me. And there is a full network then, so I decided to transfer the money immediately. There, I now stopped. This road is a free road where I used to move anytime, and it's a busy road. So when I stopped, I was trying to do the transfer. I saw one car in the front, and there is about 3 people surrounding that car with gun. So I thought it was a police people because one of them was wearing jacket with gun. So I thought it was police people trying to arrest people inside the car. So I was busy pressing my phone doing the transfer. So next thing, they now begin to shot gun, harassing gun. So before I could know what is happening, I now realized that it's not police. There's one woman inside that car carrying a baby and 3 other people inside the car. So they now discharged the woman and now walk those 3 people inside the bush, 2 women and 1 man. So they move inside the bush. So when I noticed this thing, I now start my back and turn in order to run. 4 people now block me with gun. So immediately I stop. Next thing, 2 by 2 on my head. They now use 2 by 2 and bring me down. So they commanded me to enter inside bush. So I begin to drag with them. So if I move, then I would do like I see if something draw me and I fall down. So they use 2 by 2, continue to force me in order to move inside the bush. So blood, in fact, all my body, they'll use the 2 by 2 in order to hit me. So the way I managed to escape from these people is by God's grace.
Signature TV gathered that hours after the first incident, precisely around 10 p.m., another group of suspected headers also kidnapped a female pastor of the Optimum Faith International Worship Center near the Oji River Police Area Command. Some eyewitnesses who spoke on the incident said it was promptly reported to the Police Area Command, who referred them to the Divisional Police Station, also in Oji River.
That evening, she called me to ask me that she hope I'm not around, because there's some things that's going on in the School of Health. And I told her I am not around, I'm in the house. So I said, okay. So a letter after that, somebody called me from the church and said I should come, that she was kidnapped with some people from the church, and the robbers came to apprehend her from the church here. So That what happened.
So,
So that evening, as we came, we moved down to the police station here. They said they have tried their best, which is area command station. They said they have tried their best, that we should go down to division. So I went down to division to make an entry about what happened.
It was around past 10, right? I was just resting on the sofa when my younger brother, the elder to our last born, she's our last born, called me on phone. She said, what's happening? I said, father was devastated. So on Thursday, I came here and found out it was true.
About 5 of men just entered inside the church. So he started harassing everybody, even madam. They dragged madam inside the motor, push around, everybody run away. So even me, as I'm saying now, I run toward the back. Some of men follow the backyard, arrest me immediately. The madam followed the other backyard, arrest the woman immediately. So 2 of us, we march us toward this forest. As we say, everybody hands up. We hands up, obey the people because they carry gun. When I want to hijack the one of them, they release the gun up. As they release the gun up, everybody fear. Because this one is not a settled matter again. When I wanted to follow the matters, they started beating me. You look at my hand, you look at everything, even my back. So I have too much injury for my body now. I go in hospital, taking treatment. But what I'm saying now that the person beat me for my brain. The thing cost me head. My brain told me that's a mad person. I push that person that holding gun, follow me for back. When I drag the person, push the person back. Then I run inside the bush. Then they match. They shoot the gun inside that bush, but the gun not touch me.
Emmanuel Honora, an evangelist, said that the security situation in Oji River is getting worse by the day. He recalled that only weeks ago, a robbery incident by some armed men along Oji River, Archie Road, left a lot of people wounded after they were dispossessed of their belongings.
Before this incident occurred, there was a time one of my friends was harmed on the road here, at least Archie. So one of my friends was harmed on the road. He said that some people met him. He was coming down that evening, and they used machete to machete one of his hands.
The chief security officer for Oji River, Oni Wokabia, who spoke to Signature TV in a telephone interview, said the council has put machinery in motion to ensure the release of the abducted persons. He said the forest guards from Oji River and neighboring local government areas are already combing the forest with a view to freeing them and apprehending the perpetrators. For now, the people are living in fear and appealing to both the local and state governments as well as the various security agencies to rise to the occasion and ensure the security of life and properties in the area. From Oji River, Enugu State, Choko Demadako for Signature TV.
Welcome back. Well, on a sad note, they're still on the Oji River kidnaps and abductions. It's so sad because it's been reported that over 2,000 people have been kidnapped over the past 7 months, and it leaves, a lot of us wondering, actually, Charles, from this Oji River, incident, I'm kind of curious. So, was it that they went to the school and they didn't get enough people and they had to, branch off over at the church? So what exactly do you think? What's the scenario and how it played out in this case?
When that news broke, I think 2 days back, I was just looking to see if there is any other media outlets that had carried it, trying to fact check that particular story. There wasn't. The first person that came to mind was the police PRO, because he should be aware of all of these things that are happening. So I checked on him. He said there was nothing of that nature at the time I asked him. That video was already trending on social media.
Could you share with us the exact time we're talking about?
This was around 3 p.m. That was on a Friday. that video that was trending, and I sent to him, and I said, please, have you seen this video? After I had told him, and he said there was nothing of that nature, that he hasn't received any information about it. So I sent him the video, and he said no, that this person may have been misleading the public, that he would release a statements regarding that. So the statement that he released afterwards, confirmed the incident actually happened, but the manner and way that the guy was screaming it was what he was
Trying
against.
to play on.
So I understand he has a job to do, in order not to put the public in panic, that there's some sort of invasion of the school of some sort. That this has actually happened, yes, close to the school, on the road, that abductions actually took place, that the police were actually on the trail of those who have been abducted, and there are 3 persons, he says, that have been abducted, that 2 were rescued, but 3 that were abducted, that the police are actually on their trail. And so that people should go about their businesses, or even, avail information to them if they have any information about the abductors or where it is that they have actually gone.
Right.
But my problem is, so if I had not informed the police at that time, he wouldn't have known that there was something that was in existence at the time. So that's to tell you that everyone has a role to play. I mean, I was just in my home and I was just scrolling through social media and I saw the video. And I saw that it has been forwarded so many times. And I said, well, hold on a second, this is in ENUGU. And this is our jurisdiction.
Sure.
And I needed to do something about it. So I checked around, there were no media house that has actually taken it. So I needed to speak to the police. So I'm asking everyone that beyond the fact that the police have a role to play in securing us, it's their primary duty, we also have a role to play.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sure.
we should be able to give the police information that they could use to apprehend some of these people. So that, at the end of the day, it's a win-win for everybody.
I feel the police should also put forward numbers, SOS, that people can actually reach out to once they, hear or see some of these things breaking. But then also, has the police come out to say that they've been able to make some form of connection, or rather, I'll rather go this route, has there been demands? The kidnappers, have they called to say, okay, these are our demands since Friday when this happened?
No, I'm not sure about that. The statement was just explained, that debunking the viral video of the man screaming that there had been an invasion in that school, and that they are asking everybody to go about their businesses, and that, yes, there was an incident on the road out of the school, and that they were able to rescue 2 persons, and 3 were being abducted, that they're on their trail. So there hasn't been anything, they didn't mention anything in that statement. There hasn't been any demand so far. Whether they are calling for monies to be paid them, but again, it's the normal thing these days. We've seen the abduction of 20 students along the Otukpo Benue axis, inward ENUGU, where 20 students were abducted, and
honestly,
so far.
Charles, really, how do you convey 20 students without somebody seeing something or hearing something?
You see, that is the thing about citizens' awareness. There is no way that amount of persons can be moved by leg, by the road. I mean, they didn't kidnap the people with the bus.
Or is it like touch and
They did
follow?
not.
Is it
It's not possible. You hold people to ransom and control them that you are controlling like cows, and then tell them to follow this route. And then you are telling me that they move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 50 kilometers right inside the forest. Nobody. It's impossible. I don't know. Benue is it's a large state, and it has an agrarian communities.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, it's
people
it's
farm,
it's a food basket of the nation, and most part of Benue is actually agrarian. So there is no way you tell me that those people, I mean that somebody may not have seen these people.
Yeah.
And maybe also, they may be scared as well. I feel that sensitization should also be put in place so that in situations where you find something, you could, like you mentioned, call numbers that can also assist. Who knows? Maybe some people have this information. They don't have the wherewithal, to call. They don't have the numbers to call. They don't know who to go to tell that these people are somewhere. So it's just crazy. It's just crazy. And the thing is that it's not even it's the students. There are also high-profile people. The commissioner, a commissioner in Anambra State, was kidnapped, and his wife. His orderly was shot dead while on his way to the to Abuja, where to attend the wedding of the daughter of the Anambra State governor. And so it cuts across. These things keep coming up, and some very persons will point towards the fact that there's hunger in the land, and then the only way you can actually survive is to just hold somebody against their will, you know, ask for ransom, you get it, and
But
then you
then
move on.
recently they have actually focused their attention on students in schools, and it's worrisome. You know? We've had the ones that happened in UNN, and then this one, Uji River, the medical students. I mean, what is really the end to, you know, this trend? Because I know that what's happening in small enclaves are like a subset of what's happening in the nation, but then these are students. Yeah. To what end? What are your thoughts?
Well, as far as I know, because they know that if they abduct students, you are most likely going to react quickly. You know, that's the reason why they will go and abduct over 300 students at Chibok. And so when you think of the trauma that the child will pass staying in the bush for 1, 2, 3, 4 days, you want to act as quick as possible to either release their you know, the monies that they're asking for or something. You know, so I just think that the reason why they are, you know, shifting attention maybe to students or to ladies, girls, you know, because they feel that the trauma is higher on the person who, you know, has been abducted, and the person who is also looking to see and hope that you come back in good faith. So the mindset of a parent thinking through that a child that they have given birth to, sent to school, is now in the hands of someone who, you know, they really don't know, and their safety is actually in jeopardy. You want to do something quickly to, you know, release your word. So.
Absolutely. But has there been news of lawmakers actually reacting to what has happened in Uji River? More so those who have Uji River as their constituency.
Well, the Uji River, for the meantime, I've not even seen any statement from the state government about this matter. It's just the police that have released a statement about this. And I also think that if there wasn't any, you know, call, or if there was not any prompt by myself to the PRO, I'm sure that is one of those things that would wish they sweep off. They, you know, there's this thing about, I think that, and I might be wrong, but there's this thing about what security people do. They tend to sweep things under the carpet. They wish it doesn't happen, like, so that it wouldn't look like, because
make them look bad.
Yes, because if it happens under your nose, it will look like, okay, you are the one who is supposed to secure these people, and right under your nose, these things are happening. And so hopefully they just try to see if they can sweep it out, and bringing it up to them is even a scary part. So how did you know this and they don't know this? You know, so I believe that it's a collaborative effort. The statements by the police so far, I hope that it gives us some sort of hope. The one for Benue, Egbetokun has, you know, deployed all sorts of manpower and hardware down that axis, drones, you know, helicopters. I just wish that those 20 students are released, hopefully before the day runs out. Because again, how on earth would 20 people be abducted? And in this country, no matter how large the land is, we're not able to get them within 2 hours.
Yeah.
How is that possible? It's impossible.
It beats me, really. But then, Charles, the two victims that were released, I know the police, they hoard information, probably because of damage control, trying to, you know, reduce the effect of what the whole truth would actually, you know, bring about. But has there been any interrogation or statement from these people as to the kind of people, number of people that came, you know, just valuable information as to how to, you know, track these people, really? Because if 2 people were retrieved, they must have said a thing or two to, you know, give insight into the abduction.
Yes, one of them in that report, it was one of those who were screaming about it, that he escaped the particular
No, he said
attack.
he escaped by himself. I'm talking about the police saying that they retrieved, they rescued 2 people.
Yeah, normally what happens is they drop statements, and through their statements, the police use that as a way to see if they can track them. And in Oji River is also an agrarian community,
community.
and there's a lot of bush and forest in that axis. So I'm just thinking that vast expanse of land, how the police are going to go in there and comb that axis to release the other 3 persons who have been abducted.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just thinking, what is the connection between the church and the school? Is it like a vendetta, or this is really full-blown kidnapping happening here? So is there any connection between the church, the prophetess, and the students and the school?
Yeah, I mean, those are soft targets. The school is a soft target. Just go in there, shoot sporadically in the air, and people camp out for safety, and then pick as much as possible, 1 or 2, 3, 4 persons, and then ask for money. The church is also the same thing. Soft target, people out to worship God. And then you go in there, the same things, camp out for safety, just 1 gunshot, everyone is out, and just abduct 1 or 2 persons, or maybe even abduct the Reverend Father. And then, it becomes news, and then you are asking for 100 million naira, to be paid for the Reverend Father to be released. So these are just soft targets. It's easy to do that than, basically coming into a community without knowing your way around and just get into a place and start shooting. So there's usually, they pinpoint these soft targets and attack. So that's a correlation between, the church and the school in this instance.
Oh, wow. What about this militia, for lack of a better word? They are not really security agents, but they are a group of vigilante. That is the word. Yeah. What really has there been any impact by the vigilante on that, or do they have presence in the community?
Yeah, under the last administration, I think Governor Ogwai gave a lot of
that will be the forest guards.
Attention, yes, to both vigilante and forest guards. Okay. I understand he bought them a lot of vehicles.
Vehicles, yeah.
Because I usually see those vehicles around town. But I mean, seeing them around town.
That's another pot of fish.
You would think. You would think that they're not supposed to be in town. I mean, you should be in the hinterland, combing the axis as the case may be. So I don't know the extent of what the security agencies or what the governor of the state current administration is doing with forest guards and vigilante. I know there has been collaboration between the current administration of Ifayuba, Pitamba, yes, and the army and then the police in this state. But I have not really heard him talk about vigilante or maybe forest guards. Maybe there might be some reinforcement in that regard, so that beyond what the police would do, these guys would just corroborate, with whatever they're doing.
Security agents. All right. Thank you so much, Charles, and thank you for forwarding the information straight to the police as soon as it broke. And this is one thing that all of us, I feel that we need to borrow and say something when we see something. We're going on a short break, and when we come back, we will hit you with entertainment news. Please stay with us.
Welcome to Entertainment News, where we dive into the latest and greatest in the world of entertainment. I am Quinsley Rowland, your host for this exciting journey through the realm of movies, music, fashion, and lots more. Moving on, we have the interesting story of Chidinma Vanessa Owe Adeshina gets massive support from South Africans as she officially joins the Miss Universe Nigeria contest. It will be recalled that the South African Chidinma Vanessa Owe Adeshina competed in Miss South Africa 2024, was however dragged by South Africans due to her Nigerian ancestry. The model, who was born in South Africa, accepted the opportunity from the organizers after she withdrew from the Miss South Africa 2024 competition, representing Miss Taraba in the pageantry. And we have the highly anticipated release of Transformers 1 is just around the corner, with the movie set to hit cinemas on September 20. This latest installment in the blockbuster Transformers franchise promises to deliver an electrifying blend of action, adventure, and cutting-edge visual effects.
continuing the saga that has captivated audience worldwide. The film boasts an impressive ensemble cast, including Chris Hemsworth, Brian Trier, Henry Scarlett, Keegan-Michael Key, and lots more, who bring to life iconic characters such as Optimus Prime, Megatron, Bumblebee, and Starscream. Their performance, combined with groundbreaking CGI and special effects, promise to create an immersive cinematic experience that will leave audiences on the edge of their seats. Silverbird Film Distribution, a leading name in the entertainment industry, has secured the rights to distribute Transformers 1 in Nigeria and Ghana. Known for their commitment to deliver top-notch entertainment to West African audiences, Silverbird ensures that moviegoers in these regions will have access to the film on its release date, which is September 20th. Popular music executive Paul Okoye has announced Burna Boy as Nigeria's wealthiest musician. Okoye revealed that Burna Boy earned a whopping $80 million in 2023 alone. He made this revelation while speaking with popular podcaster Daddy Freeze during an Instagram live session. Popular music executive Paul Okoye has announced Burna Boy as Nigeria's wealthiest musician. Okay, he said Burna Boy is on another level. The good thing about him is that he is a very small unit of people. His mother, sister, and among others in his team are not up to 8. So every other person is either contractors or consultants. Interesting. And we have Big Brother Niger No Lose Guard housemate Kelly Ray has warned his wife, Cassie, about her playful behavior with a colleague, Toby Ford. Okay. Kelly Ray issued the warning after he caught Cassie resting on the legs of Toby's laps. In a viral video on social media, the married couple, Kelly Ray and Cassie, were seen eating in the kitchen when the conversation took place. He told her to stop engaging with Toby in such a manner, expressing that he didn't like it. Kelly Ray warned Cassie, saying, "That kind of play, I know like her." In response, Cassie tried to explain her side of the story, but Kelly Ray stood his ground, insisting that he finds it inappropriate and displeasing. And that is a wrap for today's entertainment extravaganza. Stay tuned for more star-studded updates and behind-the-scenes secrets. Don't forget to like, share, and follow us on all of our social media platforms. I always remain your host, Queensley Rowland. Till next time, bye-bye.
This is still New Day on Signature Television. So, Enugu State, you know, for those who are in the city, you have seen the billboard. I'm not sure there's anyone who lives in the city that hasn't seen the billboard. That's Jokes and Jives by MC For God. So we have the event coming up this evening, and tons of them here with us who are going to be manning the stage for a night of your lives. I've told them at least for now. Mr. Frances and Mr. Forever.
Hi guys.
Hi.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
I've not been able to keep a straight face, and it's just about 3 minutes with this guy. So.
Okay, so let's keep quiet then, so you can keep it straight.
Even in your silence. Okay, so I'm thinking Jokes and Jives.
Yeah.
Forever, you're closest to me. Tell us about Jokes and Jives. What brought about the name and the concept? Just take us away.
Okay, so Jokes and Jive, I will tell you the way it is in my heart. It's MC For God's show. It has nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
All
But you got into the vision.
I didn't buy into the vision. He paid me to come. So he's my friend. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
Great guy. We've come a long way, and he had his last show that I'm running. So I think he started running, and so that's why he now said, it's time to joke and jive. Because how can you be running for at least 8 years? People that have been running, Usain Bolt, the fastest man in the world, he didn't run up.
Did not run as far.
Usain Bolt didn't run up to a minute. He ran less than 10 seconds, and they call him the fastest man. What are you running for? What are you running from? So I think he started running and said, so let's joke and jive. So I think that's the idea. I don't know. That's me creating something for him. He's going to say his mind. But it is going to be an amazing show tonight. It's going to be we're going to have a great time.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Frances, what are we looking out for tonight?
Just like Forever.
No, not use my own. Say your own. I know my answer.
Okay,
Don't copy me.
Are you him? Are you him? Are they you?
So MC For God is putting up people that want to jive.
Jive.
You know, we're in the era of jiving. So jokes and jive. So after the joke, he'll collect the whole money and leave this country.
Okay, so jive is jackpot.
That is what he wants to do.
Jive.
I've seen it in his heart. He has gathered everybody. Hey, my brother, let's go. It's time to jive.
So something just came to my mind. There's this video, more like a blooper, where musicians were shown, you know, this Brother Bernard thing, where they either fall off the stage or have wardrobe malfunction while performing. What is the funniest thing that's ever happened to you on stage throughout your career? Yeah.
Funniest thing that happened to me on stage throughout my career, it still has to be in this ENUGU 2008. Some youth corps members invited me to come tell some jokes at 82 Division Barracks, officers' mess. The officers' mess. I was in a mess that night because
the officers' mess messed you up.
So I told 4 jokes, and for some reasons, none of the jokes were funny. And now the people are performing to were soldiers who were, I think they just came back from war. They needed to just relax. And you coming back had made so much. You coming back made so much bragging rights. Man, this guy is one of the funniest men. Now this is the funniest man ENUGU has to provide for soldiers. Nobody was laughing. I said, bro. I could see myself going towards Gadroom. So I just told the DJ to play a song, and the DJ played one song, and then I started dancing in a funny way. People started laughing. To me, nothing can beat that. That is like the funny. So after dancing, they laughed. I said, that's my joke performance with the dance. I did not actually balance. But I left the officer's mess without being messed up was my balance. So nothing can beat that for me. Nothing.
Oh, hilarious. Frances, what's your story?
I think I've had one. I was on stage and I had running stomach.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Voila.
I know comedy.
Next level.
You talk and you act.
Next level.
So I was performing, but I was sweating.
AC was working.
And AC was on. I was just saying, Lord, have mercy on me. Remember my sins. Please. It was on me.
So what happened?
My sister, what God cannot do. I began to speak to my stomach. Oh, stomach, hear you the word of God. Go back.
Oh, God.
And the Lord came through.
And the Lord came through.
You know, for comedy in Nigeria, I don't know if we have started taking it seriously, like a proper industry, just like you have with music, Afrobeat, and the likes. Do you think we have started taking comedy seriously in Nigeria to the extent that we should?
Yeah, there was a time. Our comedy industry was almost getting there. You know, but over this 4 or 5 years that we've had, you know, the skit makers, there is a shaking. But it's going to balance because if you go to the US, we also have that part of comedy. So today in Nigeria, we can say, okay, these are skit makers, these are stand-up comedians, you know. So I think the comedy industry is going through a testing time. And if we pass this phase, we'll get it right.
Just as a follow-up, what is the outcome? What does a consumer seek to get from watching a skit and from watching a stand-up comedian? I mean, it's comedy at the end of the day, so you get to laugh. So what will make one go for one and not the other? Since at the end of the day, the outcome is, I need to laugh, I just need to get jolly and something like that.
There are two different things because the other one is acting based on cuts, you know, but stand-up comedy, you are there on the spot. You know, there are people that are like the Gen Zs now want to, but there are people that still, you know, are, you know, hardcore of the comedy, stand-up comedy. So they are two different things altogether.
Now, would you also say that they cater to different demographics? You know, the stand-up, the skits maybe tends towards the millennials or the Gen Zs, while this other one tends to the older generation.
No, what is funny is fun. It's a new phase.
Okay.
You get me? It's a new thing that has come on scene. Of course, we also who are doing the stand-up too, we're also, you know, gearing towards that angle so we can all balance it up.
Okay, good. Wherever we get to you, I knew you from church.
Yeah.
Just to put it, just like music, most of the artists they start from church and then they move on to secular. Calm down. So, in your experience and journey as a comedian, has there been a time where you had to draw the line, where it was difficult for you, where you had to think about your faith and the things you believe in administering your comedy, or it's just whatever comes your way, you just throw it out there?
So the truth is that it can never be whatever comes my way. So, like I always say, I'm first a Christian before I'm a comedian. That's my standpoint. Everybody has what motivates them. Everybody has different things they look up to. There are people who say they're atheists, they don't believe in God. They are confident in their belief. Me, I believe in God. So I'm first a Christian before I'm a comedian. So that guides everything I do as a comedian. Nevertheless, it does not now restrict me or put me in a box. So when I first moved to Lagos, I found that most of the jokes I had were jokes that were only functional in the church space. And that was a limitation already. So if I was going to do a corporate event where there were people from other religions, people from other cultures, it means that I was not the right comedian or a master of ceremony to cater for that event. So my job as a comedian was to grow beyond the church, because if you're just restricted to the church, then you're not making any form of impact. So when they say you are the light to the world, you're not light to the church. Church too bright, self. We need to reduce the bulb. So I'm meant to shine outside the church, which is what I think a lot of guys who are from church, that's a lot of mistakes they make. They are scared of taking over the world.
Why do you think they have that scare?
I don't know. I can't speak for them.
What are the barriers?
First of all, I might want to say they are afraid they might fall. So if you're afraid you will fall, you're already down. That's the honest truth. So when you look at the comedy world, there are places, there are iconic venues like Madison Square Gardens where people have gone to do shows. Why can't you dream that you can be one of such comedians? And so for me, it's beyond. I'm a Christian, but I must not be restricted. The word is people are bored. There are people that they will only laugh to a joke coming from forever. So imagine I restrict myself to one space. That means those people will never be happy. There are people in this world, no matter who you are, and Forever is their favorite comedian.
True.
There are people in this world, no matter what I say, Frances is their favorite comedian. So, and there are many people like that who are waiting to meet Forever. So if I don't go out, those people will be sad for the rest of their life. So my job is to bring joy to them.
Joy to the world.
Yeah.
Apparently, I've heard this joke a lot of time. I don't know whether it's you that told that or somebody else. That it said something like musicians are different from comedians, and that when the musician is invited for an event, he tends to sing his old song, and people sing to it, they rap to it and everything.
Yeah.
But when it comes to a comedian, they tend to want the comedian to
Fresh.
do jokes every single time. They don't want you to repeat the one that you have.
Yeah.
Is it a big problem for you guys?
It's not a big problem, but so for me, I'll call it the hazards of the job. So for every comedian needs to understand that music is, so let me put a clear difference between stand-up comedy and music. Talking gets boring after a while. So that is why in the science of talking, once it's around 11 p.m., you don't, anything you start hearing is disturbance to you.
Noise.
It's noise. So that is why comedians who perform at shows and are performing at 2 a.m., those people are superhumans, because the human body is meant to be sleeping at that point. So that guy is doing double the work he would have done as at 8 p.m. performing those same jokes. Now there are people who will never sleep until they listen to music. So that same time where talking is a disturbance, music is a soothing relief. So you get it. Music attends to the soul. Now anything that attends to your soul, more or less, you would prefer a repetition of that thing. So that is why when you see somebody say, this is my soulmate, it means they love that person repeatedly. So music is more like, music is highly spiritual. So once it connects with you, you want to hear that song over and over. For comedians, you say the joke, they laugh. You say that same joke again, they laugh. After a while, because you already know the end point of the joke, it no longer holds the power it originally had. So that is why I call it the hazards of the job. You decided you wanted to be a comedian, so you must burn your feet.
All right. So quickly before you let you guys go, and in order to keep your jokes fresh, franchise, tell us what keeps your creative juices flowing. And take us through the physiology of how you get a joke, and then you package it, and then you deliver it, and how the inspiration comes.
Okay, first of all, I would say, of course, we all know that inspiration comes from the Holy Spirit, God. Then, like, I'll give an example. Yesterday, I was somewhere, and a lady made a statement. She didn't say it funny. I just took it up. Then I called my friend Wayma out, like, Baba Alpha, how you see this joke? Wayma said, oh, nice. So it's like you're a tailor. You have an idea of how you want this dress to be. You cut it up, sew it, then you wear it.
Add a few dimensions to it.
So, sometimes they tell you what I ordered for versus the one I got. That is why you see some people that will go and copy somebody.
Sound funny on paper,
somebody.
when you deliver it, everybody crickets.
But number one, you have to have the passion for new things, and I thank God for, there are a lot of comedians out there that don't have their jokes. So if you're a comedian, you should have your jokes.
Right.
So at least having that, how do I call it, value that you must be creative.
Right. Frances, Mr. Forever, see you guys tonight.
Thank you for having us. What if you don't see me this night?
I don't say you don't collect money to do show.
I dey fear am. See you guys tonight anyway. Get your tickets. It's going to be a blast, yeah.
Okay.
All right, we're going on a short break. Stay with us.
Thank you for still staying with us on Signature TV. New day, we're still talking jokes and jives. Happening today, 18th of August, and we have these great guys coming to ENUGU to paint this town red. And with us in studio are two very funny guys, ladies and gentlemen. I'm talking about MC Pashawn and Clint the Drum. Drum rolls, guys. Drum rolls.
ENUGU, what's up? Hey, good.
So I'm going to start with you, MC Pashawn. You were telling us something about kids. Number of kids you would like to have if you're in Nigeria, as against the number of kids you would like to have if you're abroad. So just take us through that that thought.
Yeah, in Nigeria, I would like to have 4. Abroad, I would like to have 2.
Why?
I have my reasons, security reasons. Abroad, when you die for, like, before you die, that means the country has tried its best to secure your life. People don't die anyhow abroad. I didn't see policemen for 3 months in Canada. The first time I saw policemen, there was an accident, the barricade, doctors came there to treat the person immediately. Where will you see that in Nigeria? I saw syringe, wait till they call that thing, where they hang for up. Drip. They want to make sure say the person live because they are citizen. From the day you are born, the country knows you and they are paying you from birth. Nigeria, from the day you are born, you are owing the country. You are a debtor from birth. So they don't care the accident, you die from there. That's why in Nigeria, don't give birth to, you need to have backup plan. That's why most Nigerians, they have 2 phones, 2 SIM cards. Double. 2. If you want to have children, now don't have 2. Because a lot of cars pass one way, they can keep 1.
How many spouses now?
Eh?
Is it just for children? How many spouses?
Spouses? It depends on your money.
One wife, one side chick.
Okay, well, do you know that a lot of men in Nigeria, a lot of married people in Nigeria, they have side chick, but nobody announces it.
Exactly, but they serve the same purpose.
Anyway, say na tutu.
I want to buttress your point. I want to agree with you because the aspect what are you talking about now?
I remember one of your jokes.
Spirit of
you go to make your hair in an expensive salon, and then you come out looking like an expensive baboon. Don't worry.
Get 2 barbers. Don't worry, get 2 barbers. You see? Back to what we are saying.
Bros, you said it's good to also have 2 police cases.
We have 2 police cases. Always have 2 everything.
So that when they are looking for you,
if they are looking for you here, they can. See, let me show you why it's good to have 2 police cases. Because you're having 2 of everything. So you have 2 names. You have 2 names. And then you have 2 look. So that when they find you in this police station, you tell them no, that it's not you. If they doubt it, they go to the other police station and find out the other you here is not the you that they have in the other police station.
The person in the other police station won't know. This one matches you.
Yes, then they will now confuse as you're having 2 cases and 2 faces. You enter 2 motor and disappear from 2 ways.
Tell us about this event, really.
The statement.
What are we
Jokes and jives.
From Jokes and Jives.
Jokes and jives. What you are expecting? Is it me that is expecting something? It's not you people that are expecting. Anytime they ask me this question, what are we expecting? Is it not you that should be expecting something? You tell me what you are expecting. Are you not? Okay, wait. A person doing the show was expecting me today, and I have come. You're asking me now what I'm expecting.
Okay.
I'm expecting you people to come to the show.
When we eventually come, what do you have for us?
Then we suspect each other.
But alternatively, what did you say? When we eventually do what? What did you say now? When we eventually
You're not going to catch me in that trap.
When we eventually come, we'll wear our clothes and go home.
So MC Pashawn, take us through your creative process.
They asked me this question 2 days ago. I'm still processing the creativity.
All this kind of English, once they ask you, your brain will already enter in one.
I'm telling you, what take us through
How do you come up with your jokes?
How I come up with my jokes.
The theatrics, the content, the delivery, everything.
I do satire, I do more of reality jokes though. So I do natural issues and feel just create, little lie mixing it. But most of my jokes are really like you can relate with them when you go out. You understand?
Must all jokes be
And
relatable?
some of them can be very spontaneous. Yes, sir. That's why when I go on stage, I just talk like I'm very fast. Like I think very fast. So I can't tell you what you should expect because I don't really understand. But definitely you hear problems around you. We'll convert it to comedy in a very funny way. Yeah.
Somebody should please come and get cleaned.
Clint, do you script your jokes?
Yes.
How do you script your jokes?
I don't know. I've never even seen any of the script.
You've not seen the script? I don't understand. Like,
even me, I don't understand because I asked myself, have you scripted the jokes? I said yes, but it was only what I said that I scripted. Yes. I just wrote yes. So since that time to now, I've not seen the script that I scripted.
But you've been cracking it.
I've been cracking it according to the script.
How do you
Bros, don't
get
crazy,
into this character?
How do I get into the character? No, the character gets into me. Because when you drink, you don't get into the drink gets into you. It goes into you and advocates on behalf of your sedimentation. Because you see, in life,
That's what English people call to whom much is given.
half is sedimented. Because in life, sedimentation is a wonderful thing. If you don't sediment, trust me, things will not happen for you. But the question is, what is sedimentation?
And that makes sense. That makes sense. Passion, your role in
it makes sense.
It makes so much sense.
I don't know what sedimentation means. I'm even trying to find out for you people.
It makes so much sense.
Passion, your role on the flatmate.
Yeah,
how interesting and demanding was the role at the same time. Because I guess you were the brother to Bakassi.
Yes.
You were the friend to the gate man.
Yes,
So tell us your experience. Yeah, your experiences on that set. Quickly.
Yeah, it's been a very, very good one.
You sure it's still on, yeah?
Yeah, and I don't think it's gonna stop until we stop. I don't think, because we are very natural, very, very natural actors. So anything that is very natural, it stays a very long time. The character is beyond me. It's something I don't really understand, but I try to create the character through God. Yeah. God really helped me to create the character. I just mixed. Thank God for what I studied psychology. Sometimes when you study a particular course, it will challenge you to create something unique, because you can't study music and not try to be outstanding. People like Asha, Brimo, they are not just, they didn't just say I want to be, they went to study it. And when you study it, you come out, you have to be outstanding.
All right, absolutely. Thank you
so that's why I tried
much.
to create the character.
Thank you guys for coming to the studio to
Thank you.
Crack us up. We are grateful. I'm sure the viewer out there is grateful too. Somebody should get clean the drug.
Is Clint okay?
So, Passion.
Now I'm counting my blessings. Name them one by one. Today is Sunday.
So we'll quickly go on a short break.
Why are you going on a short break?
We're actually closing the show.
No,
we are not closing the show.
Please a break.
I was on my own. You people brought me to this TV station. We will stay here to the end of the show.
Okay,
all right, that being said, guys, thank you so much for staying with us for this long.
We are not going.
And see you some other time. Next
Put the camera on me.
From everybody at Signature Television, it is bye.
No, it's not bye-bye. I am here. I am staying here till next week.
Somebody should get clean.
Tuesday. Next day, Friday.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Friday is coming.
Hello, friends. Good to see you today. It's a very beautiful day that the Lord has made. We'll rejoice and be glad in it. I gladly welcome you to today's show on Gospel Lounge. It's going to be a very wonderful show. We have a lot for you today. So please gather your friends, family members, and everyone that is around you. Let's just enjoy the show together today. Anytime we want to give God praise is a very powerful thing. So together, let's just sing one song in worship to God. As always, I have my friend in the studio with me playing the keyboard. Akachuku, it's good to have you. Thank you so much for coming today. All right, let's just sing and give God all the glory. Thanks, thanks. We give you thanks for all you have done in our lives. We are so blessed. Our souls are found rest. Oh Lord, we give you thanks. Oh, join us, sing thanks, thanks. We give you thanks for all you have done in our lives. We are so blessed. Our souls are found rest. Praise God. We give you thanks. Oh Lord, for all you have done for us. Hallelujah. We are grateful, oh Lord, for all you've done, for all you have done for us. Hallelujah. We are grateful, oh Lord. One more time. For all you've done, for all you have done for us. Hallelujah. We are grateful, oh dear Lord. We thank you for all that you have done for us, for all the good things you have done for us. We can't pay for it, but we say thank you, thank you, thank you. Amen. Friends, the Word of God is powerful and is greatly inspiring. When it is acknowledged and practiced, its results are so incredible. So please open up your heart and receive God's Word through His servant. I will be right back to pray with you.
I'd like to dedicate this homily to my beloved niece, Natasha Ilo, who drowned in the family pool in 2016, and to Sylvia Shinaba, a great woman, one of the most remarkable women I ever knew, a senior advocate of Nigeria, a woman of faith, a champion for human rights, someone who showed through her life that faith matters. And Sylvia died while trying to rescue a staff on Christmas Eve. That she took her staff to the beach of the Atlantic in Lagos called Bar Beach. And one of her staff, who didn't know how to swim, was being washed away by the ocean. Sylvia, not counting anything, not holding back, went trying to rescue this woman, and both of them drowned in the Atlantic. I'd like to dedicate this homily to the memory of Sylvia and Natasha. How many friends have we lost in the ocean, in the lakes, in the pools? And the question that I have always asked, and I think a lot of my family members, why didn't Jesus save my niece? Where was God when this remarkable woman, Sylvia, went to save the life of another and died in the process? Brothers and sisters, we see in the Gospel of Mark, chapter 4, that we read today, Jesus calming the storm. And we ask ourselves the question, now, Jesus is Lord. He knows everything. He even knew in advance that there will be the storm in the waters. Why did he allow his disciples then to sail when he knew that the water will be stormy? That's the kind of question that most of us ask when tragedy strikes in our families, in our friendship circle, or in people that we know. We ask, why didn't God prevent that from happening? I think we find the answer in the gospel today. The Lord says, I am always with you. Jesus was with his disciples. He was in that boat. He was in that traveling company, but he was sleeping. There is nothing that happens in our lives without God's permission. We might think that life is tossing us up and down, that the storms of life have come mightily against us to drown us, to destroy us. But so true are the words of the psalmist, be still, my soul. Be still and know that I am God. We ask the question, why didn't the disciples who have seen the powers of Jesus, his miraculous power, his casting out demons, raising the dead, curing the sick, multiplying bread, why didn't they know and believe? Why didn't they have the faith that Jesus was with them and nothing will happen to them without God's permission? And even if God allows it to happen, that God will glorify God's self through whatever bad things that happen in our lives. Why didn't his disciples have faith? The Lord says, you men of little faith, why are you afraid? Just like we heard in the first reading, God says to Job, where were you when I made the earth and everything? When I organized the water, when I made the mountains, where were you? I will say to each and every one of us, when God knit you together in your mother's womb, why are you afraid? The gospel today ends with his disciples asking that Christological question, who then is this? Even the wind and the storms obey him. Recognize the one who is with you. For he promised us, I am with you always, not sometimes, always, even till the end of time. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Even if I walk in the valley of death, I shall fear no evil, for you are there always with us, my God.
All right. So good to have you back from that time of reflection. What a great word. I hope your heart is blessed already. Okay, today I have a wonderful personality in the studio. I'm going to be discussing something very crucial. The role of women in leadership is so critical. The world we live in today has, over the years, seen women in particular light, especially when it comes to leadership. They think it's gender-based and that in favor of the male gender. However, in the beginning, God made them male and female, releasing them to a dominion mandate. Today, we ask why and what have we done with the women in the circles of leadership. To discuss this topic with me is a passionate woman who have served in several capacities in advocacy to women inclusion in leadership. Nena Nozie is an accomplished professional with 17 years of experience as a legal practitioner. She's currently the president of Nena Anozie Foundation, a charity organization she founded for the indigent in the society. She is the National Director of Programs, League of Women Voters of Nigeria, National Advisor Omwade Igbo in Nigeria and in diaspora, among several others, where she manages a wide range of responsibilities and obligations. She is currently the National Financial Secretary, African Women Lawyers Association, AULA, member of International Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA, Associate Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators, and member Nigerian Bar Association, Oji River Branch, Enugu State, amongst many others. There's a whole lot to say about this great woman. But today, friends, I want you to help me make welcome Barrister Nena Nozie.
Thank you so much, Victor, for having me.
Good to see you.
It's a pleasure being here, really.
Thank you so much. You're looking so good.
Oh, great.
In spite
thank
of
you.
all the stress of the
my
work
goodness.
and everything.
We thank God. It's God's doing. And
Wow.
you're not looking bad yourself.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to express my joy for having you here because, you see, it's been a tussle. Bringing women into leadership is a very critical one. But in a nutshell, I want you to help us understand why we should have women in leadership.
Thank you so much. I think you've even started answering the question from your intro when you said that God made them male and female.
All right.
And if you go some other place in the Bible, you say where God says it's not good for a man to be alone. Though we usually quote that Bible passage during marriage, that it's not good for a man to be alone. But if you bring it to what I believe God wants, it shows that women are supposed to be part of whatever is happening in this world that God has created.
Yeah.
Why do I say so? If you look at the book of Genesis, where you got your intro from, where God gave them that dominion mandate, the Bible says that God made them male and female, and he gave them that mandate: go into the world, multiply, be fruitful, have dominion. And what is that dominion? Dominion is leadership. Dominion is authority.
Yeah.
So when a man leaves the woman aside and begins to lead alone, there's that gap, and there can never be success. And bring it to our country, Nigeria. Look at how every year we keep complaining. Every election year we say, oh, this man will do wonders. Because in Nigeria, we've never had a female president.
Yeah.
In fact, we've never had a female governor. The one we had in Anambra the other time wasn't that she contested and won. It was as a result of some political crisis that made her to just step into that position for a few months.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've not had any woman in Nigeria contest as a president and win, or as a governor. In 2019, where I was privileged to also contest for governorship of Enugu State, the statistics had it that over 70 women contested in 25 states. None of us emerged. And that is because we belong to a society, to a climb that has not seen the need for women inclusion. Why do we need to include women? It is not good for men to do it alone. You can't do all the thinking. Before I came into here, we went to visit, there's a program we are planning, and we visited a male Igwe, then we visited another female. And by the time we compared what we got from the man and what we got from the woman, they all testified. I was the only woman amongst the men that went for that visit.
Wow.
And they testified that the value they got from the woman was far more than what they got from the man. I say, have you seen why we will keep suffering until we learn to bring women on board? So they will bring their talents, they will bring their skills. There are inherent skills that God has deposited in women. They know how to manage. They're better managers, whether at home or anywhere you put them.
Okay.
They are good in, you know, economizing the little we have. All right. So, but men, I wouldn't want. That's why I said, but they do it together. I'm not canvassing or advocating for only women to be there. Let men and women be, you know, included in leadership, because they are bringing their natural talents that God has given them.
Yeah.
That talents that makes them to run the home. Even when the man is the head of the home, you still see that it is the woman who runs the home.
Okay.
She determines what we cook. She determines what even everybody in the home wears, including the husband. She determines, and when a woman goes to a function, for instance, and she's given a portion of something, you see her thinking home. A man can sit down there with friends, eat, drink, and even give to others. But the woman is thinking home. And when she brings, I usually want to say it in Igbo, now, okewa in a runo. That is to say, the woman's portion gets to the grassroots. It gets to the home. These are reasons you should bring these women on board, because they will know how to harness whatever thing we have as a nation.
Let me come in here. You see, now with all these things that you are saying that the women bring to, let me use the word, the table, as far as leadership is concerned, what actually are the factors that tilted this very function of leadership in favor of the men? Especially now, let's use our country or maybe the African context.
Yes.
Why is it that leadership tilted towards the men and not the women?
Thank you so much. You know, in Africa, we believe so much in patriarchy.
Okay.
We are so entrenched in patriarchy. Starting from the home, when a child is born, and they say, hey, what did she give birth to? When they say, she gave birth to a boy, what you hear is, wow, thank God.
Yeah.
But immediately you hear, she gave birth to a female child, a girl child. Hey, yeah, you hear, hey, yeah.
Mixed
So no problem. Another one is coming. As though the girl child is not a child. And then when a woman gives birth to a female child, the first one, second one, female child, that woman has lost it, because the fellow women will talk down on her. The male folk will talk down on her. It will look like, so it starts from the home. They give male child so much attention, so much value. And you remember it's even played out in the Bible when Moses was sharing the inheritance. You know, he shared it to everybody, excluding a particular family that gave birth to only the female. And I thank God that those women didn't keep quiet, just like we are not keeping quiet now.
Yeah.
The woman didn't keep quiet. They went to Moses and said, please, what has our father done that is not entitled? Is it because he just gave birth to women? Are we not human beings? And Moses was like, this kind of thing has never happened in Israel. Let me ask God. And when he inquired of God, God said, answer them. Give them their inheritance. So we live in a patriarchal society where there's this thing I call socio-cultural norms, where women are assigned some roles, You know, you have a male child, you have a female child. It is the male child you tell, you can go out in the evening, no problem. But once it's 6 o'clock, you are telling your girl child, come home. It's only the girl child that will tell, go to kitchen. Why the male child will go to maybe farm and all of that. So that way, you're already empowering the male child to, you know, believe that he is the head, he is the leader, he is the one that should fend for the family, while the girl child should be. Even our parents did all of this unknowingly, ignorantly. When we're being trained, growing up, they are training you to be a woman and a wife. Don't you know you are going to marry? So nobody was training a girl child to be a leader. So some of these women you see that just woke up one day and started leading and, you know, coming out. Some of them are seen, they were resisted. Some of them were resisted, even from with their husbands, their siblings. They were like, you can't go into this. When I ventured into politics, a lot of people even tried to discourage me. Don't you know it's a male domain? Why do you want to go there? Can you stand the heat? Can you stand the violence? Can you stand all of those things? So we believe so much, we are so much entrenched in patriarchy. And as long as that keeps happening in Nigeria, you can't see that in other more civilized countries, where some of these are people, the traditional rulers, religious leaders, and all the societal people who have believed so much in this patriarchy, they travel abroad and they see that these things are just social constructs. That is something we constructed by ourselves as a continent, talking about Africa, and as a country, talking about Nigeria. Then if you even bring it down to the Igbos, we are deeply entrenched. They will tell you a woman cannot break cola nuts. So if I come with my little son that is just 15 years to a place, they will prefer to honor that my child, that my male child.
But is that not upholding our culture?
That is what we are saying. When that culture is discriminatory, even against our constitution, you shouldn't discriminate against anybody on this basis of gender. Why would you prefer a male child to a female child just because it's your culture? Any culture that is obnoxious, that is repugnant to natural justice, equity, and good conscience cannot thrive. And such people who uphold such cultures should be called to order.
Okay.
You understand? So it doesn't matter that that's why I said there are socio-cultural norms. Over the years, we have believed it. You know that before now, we don't have even female chiefs and all of that. The women are not included in the cabinet, in the Igwe's cabinet. But recently, we have some of these, our traditional rulers are beginning to come to terms with modern realities. They now bring women, and some of them have testified that since women, you know, began to be included in their cabinets, they are seeing a lot of changes. The advice they bring, the information they bring, the solutions they bring. All right?
All right.
So that is it.
So now, before we go on a short break, I want to quickly get your thoughts on this. Okay. Now, making a case for the male folk.
Yes.
Decision making is a very crucial part of leadership. And when you look at the makeup of the male and the female now, it's as if the male folk are very strong in making some strong decisions. And that is why a lot of people see it as an edge they have against the female folk. So what's your take on this?
I always tell people, see, the only difference between a man and a woman is their genetic makeup.
Okay.
A man can be emotional because sometimes they say, women, you are too emotional. You cannot take decisions. It's a lie. Look at Germany, for instance.
Okay.
Was it not a woman that was the chancellor of that place?
Yeah.
Was Germany not doing fine? We talk about Queen of England. We talk about Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. You know how poverty-stricken what was that their country was, and this woman came on board and they salvaged the situation. And so many other countries. I was in Tanzania this January, and the woman is the president there. And you needed to go to that country. Some of these countries in Africa that we say we are giant of, they are already far away from us. Far in terms of, I was in Rwanda too, and I saw Paul Kagame, the president, have a lot of women in the cabinet, a lot of women in the legislature, and they are doing so fine. Remember that they came out from what is it called? what is it now?
The ECOWAS.
No, they came up from war,
Okay,
they were
yeah,
victims
yeah.
of war and all of that. But they came together, included the youth, included the women, and genocide, yes.
Yeah.
And everybody came together to be part of leadership. And that is why these countries that I'm mentioning, they are doing fine. I'm not saying somebody told me. I visited, I inquired, I made research. I love to research.
Yeah.
And I see these people are doing well. And that's why we are in Nigeria shouting and praying, lobbying, doing all manner of things just to see that our people can come. We have even brought up some gender bills, though they threw it out, the Ninth Assembly threw it out. But we are still pushing so that we can have a proper and a balanced society. Emotions or your genetical makeup does not make you a better leader. That you are a man does not make you a better leader.
Yeah.
What makes you a better leader is your experience. And a man can be experienced, a woman can be experienced.
Yeah.
What you can give, your character, your attitude, your dispositions. It's not about, and you know, in Nigeria, for instance, they will tell men, something happens to you and you want to cry. And they say, why do you want to cry? Be a man. You can show emotions. You're a human being,
Yes,
I mean.
yes.
So that a woman shows emotions doesn't make her less of a leader. She can lead from that her even soft spots. So it doesn't mean, I've seen a lot of even organizations and departments where women are leaders, and they're doing so well. So it has nothing to do with being strong or not being strong.
Wow, it has nothing to do whether you are strong or not. The difference between a male folk and a female is just their genetic compositions.
Yes.
We'll be right back after this short break. You're welcome back. This is Gospel Lounge, and I'm still here with Barrister Nena Nozie discussing the role of women in leadership. It's been an interesting discussion. Now, I want us to narrow this thing down in the Nigerian context. I want us to get close to the religious circle this time, whether they are Christians or Muslims, all right? With due respect to the Muslim, the Islamic circles and all that, we may not really know their mode of operations. Even in the Christian circle, there are several portions in the Bible when you read and all that, and they try to drive a particular idea as it has to do with women in leadership. At some point they say women should just keep quiet and just learn, and you see even in some places where women had to take bold steps to lead men into war and all that. Where I'm driving this thing is, what can the religious circle do to make sure we have a balance, bringing the women into leadership and getting a better result?
Thank you so much, because this is really a disturbing scenario. I go to some churches and I see the pastors, that's the, when we say pastors now, the male worshippers, the pastors, you see them on the front row and their wives will sit at the back.
Yeah.
I've seen it. Then you've come to some, there's this thing I call tokenism.
Yeah.
They will just say, okay, let's give them, they will lead women. Maybe they'll say, these ones are sisters, they lead women. You can't see them having the same obligation or playing the same roles with the men. So men, you cannot lead. As a woman, you cannot lead the men. Okay, so I think this is a very huge gap and a misunderstanding from the intent of God when he was creating man. He started, when you want to know the intention of God, go to the book of Genesis where we started. From that book of creation, he made them male and female. and he wanted them. In fact, when I was reading that book of Genesis, from chapter 3, I found out that it was even a curse for a man to lead the woman. God never intended it to be so. It was when they committed sin that when God was now pronouncing curses on Eve, he said, your husband, your desire shall be for your husband, and he will rule over you. Go and read it. I think Genesis 3:16 or thereabouts. Your desire shall be for him, and he will rule over you. And now we are saying we are no longer under that curse where, you know, some of those curses or all of those curses are still functional and operational in us. So if the religious leaders can understand it that way, that first of all, God wants these two genders to be together and work together. You will not segregate. You will not discriminate against them. You won't say, pastor, you can't be a pastor. You can't be ordained a bishop because you're a woman. Leadership, whether in the spiritual aspect or in the common, general, does not have anything to do with your gender. If you read that same Bible they are reading, I think in Galatians also, it says we are all equal before God.
Yeah.
There's no, and we address ourselves as Christians. I wouldn't know much about Muslim, Islamic religion, but in Christendom, we address ourselves as the bride of Christ. That is to say, we are all wives of Jesus, and that he's coming to marry us. Is Jesus going to marry his fellow gender, assuming he's a man? So it shows that we are all the same before God. We are all equal before God. God could speak to a woman. God could speak to a man. So if you understand it that way, it will help reshaping our mindset, because it's our mindset have been so dominated by doctrines of old, by our social construct. I keep saying it is a social construct, because over there we've seen women thrive religiously in different positions. All right? We've had, and then some of them, the arguments they make, they say Jesus never called any female disciple. But that is not true, because a lot of women also followed Jesus.
That's right.
You understand? They followed him. They walked with him. He recognized them. The same thing with other apostles. They recognized these women. They said, please greet them. These people walked with me. They walked with Jesus. So if you understand it that way, you will try to bridge this gap. Women can be leaders in the church. Men can be anybody that is more filled, or whatever criteria you use in appointing people into leadership positions in your religious circle, whether in Islamic religion or Christian. Please don't look at gender. Look at who is most suitable. Look at who can deliver. And that is how God works. Anybody. You know, when Peter was talking, if you go to the book of Acts chapter 10, when he was asked to go to Cornelius, he said, no, I can't. But by the time he was coming and saw that the Spirit of God, that God himself has visited this man, he said, now I know that God is no respecter of persons.
Wow. A lot is coming out from this, and I know you are enjoying and learning what is being said today. I have a problem, and it worries me, because just like you've been saying about our social construct and all that, I believe that a lot of things have their place as it has to do with our continent, our culture, and all that. And then we have seen a bit of the religious circle. I know also the Islamic circle, they have their own leadership pattern and all that, and the way they include their women and a lot of things. But now, generally, we have a platform that holds every one of us, which we can call the political circle. Whether you're a Christian or you're a Muslim, wherever you are coming from. And I know quite well that your foundation is doing a lot, all right, to see how we can include women into this thing. Now, let's take a balance. This purple concept, all about emancipating women and empowering them, has caused a big problem.
Okay.
I'm not making any case for anybody, all right, but from observations and effects, we've seen women come with this idea that what men can do, women can also do better. And unconsciously, I would say is bringing up a negative energy that this time around is not the women complimenting the men. It has become a competition. We need a balance. So how are we supposed to get this balance?
Yes, yes, I agree with you that we need a balance. But you know, when somebody has been deprived for so long, you are hungry, you've been deprived. And just like the way we are now pushing for this gender equality bill and all of that, because we are far, if you check the statistics, Nigeria is lagging so behind.
Yeah.
We are far away from even other smaller countries of Africa when it comes to women political participation. Do you understand? We are still thinking like villagers, ndi obodo.
Right.
Villagers. When it comes, because if you say, man, I was somewhere in one business center, and no, a woman can never. I say, for what? Why won't a woman lead this country? So when women are now angry, we have been so deprived. We have been so denied of what we are supposed to be enjoying together. So you see us feeling, you know, you don't think it's like a competition. And that has been the fear of men. They will tell you they feel threatened by a woman coming on board to, you know, rub shoulder. No, it's not it. We are not coming to rub shoulder. We are saying, let there be a fair playing ground.
Yeah.
If you have a job opportunity, play it like this. Like when I attended law school, we had what we call bar finals exam. You know, we wrote exams.
Yeah.
And in all of Nigeria, a woman was the overall best. A woman.
Wow.
A young lady. She was the overall best. So imagine now that you want to a kind of appoint an attorney general of a state, for instance.
Yeah.
And you bring this girl who was the overall best in law in Nigeria. And you bring some other person who just got a pass. And you say, you know, I know you are intelligent. You know this, but because you're a woman. So that is where it is. So let whoever the cap fits wear it.
All right.
We are not saying remove men. We cannot, we want to work. We have a women anthem that we say, side by side in true equality. We want to work with men side by side. And God was not mistaken when he created a woman from the ribs. He would have created from the front so that women will be in the front, or from the back so that we'll be at the back. But he created us from the side so that when we are going, we walk. You see, when people are getting married, they walk
side by
nobody leads the other.
Yeah.
So that notion that says behind every successful man there's a woman behind.
So
no,
it should be beside.
Beside, side by side, working together. So let them not feel threatened.
Yeah.
Let them not feel, you know, if you even want to know a man, if I want to know you, I look at your wife. If the way you are dressed, looking so handsome, and your wife is dressed shattered, I don't honor you.
Okay.
You understand? So the same thing applies to a country. Come to a country, how do they treat their women and their children? How do you treat your women and your children?
Yeah.
That is what will show how robust, how rich that country is. So for as long as women are relegated to the background, the country can move forward because these women have something to offer. You don't become bereft of reasoning and all of that because you're a woman.
Yeah.
A gender doesn't make you bereft of responsibility and reasoning. I don't know if you get me. But we still, as long as we still carry that mindset that, oh, women, that is doing like this, how can she lead us? But some of them work in an establishment owned by women, and they answer them, madam. They don't bully you. They don't harass you. They love you. They are mothers. God has created us that way to nurture. We nurture whatever we meet on ground. We nurture it. Give a woman a small thing, she will magnify it.
Yeah.
In this present economy, give a woman small money, she will go to market and she will know how to pick. But a man can't survive. One day, my husband was coming home and bought some things. I said, hey, sweetheart, is this what you people see? I was even ashamed to price, because which one, if I price that one, they will say, I will say, yeah? I said, but that's how what we have been seeing. But every day there's food on your table.
Yeah.
We manage it. We will know how to mix obon and okra. Everything will come out fine. So bring women on board. Don't feel threatened. Don't feel that they are rubbing shoulders with you. We are saying equality. The way God created us together, and say, do this together, have dominion together. That is it. We are not saying that the same way we have some women who are not that good. It's the same way we have men who are not that good. Some of us who ventured into politics, when you see a woman into politics, they begin to dig deep. Is that woman living with the husband? Is she not a divorcee? Is she not a harlot? Is she not this? But when a man comes on board, nobody asks such questions. That is bad. That is gender-based violence. You cannot continue to bully women with those kind of mindsets that because they are women, they are rubbing shoulder with you. They can be terrible. Because of course, what a man can do, a woman can do it. The only difference is their biological makeup. That is it.
Oh my. There's a whole lot to talk about, and I believe you are getting some things from this wonderful discussion. Before I let my friend go today, let's just have some clips of her jobs, engaging the women and training them to become better leaders tomorrow. We'll be right back.
A man, a boy, does not mean you should bully this one because he's a girl. And because you're a boy, does not mean you should not learn how to cook. Cooking and domestic chores are not gender-based. It's just that in this our society we stereotype it and say, why can they see me? Even when she wants to be a footballer, a woman wants to be a footballer, she doesn't have time for, home things, domestic chores. She wants to be out there. We are dragging her, take mine, come here. Do you know that that is an abuse? Because you are abusing her right to be what she wants to be. Do you get it? So you have to invest in knowledge as well. Because if you don't know that this thing you are doing is an abuse, you keep doing it. And that is why some of us have lost our children, some have lost friendship. You talk to somebody somehow. Maybe by the time when you will be teaching us from the violence against persons prohibition law, you will see a lot of different types of abuse, violence, emotional abuse. You just talk to somebody, and that person there's a man, person will be dying and you say, I've not done anything to anybody. Is it because of that thing I said? A lady just told me this morning in the office that some church people, not church, all these prayer houses, that they told the husband that why she has not given birth is because she's not submissive. That, because the lady is a very big woman, lawyer, doing very well in her career. And then they told the man that, you see, this is your wife, very influential. And by the time she becomes influential, she will throw you away. Do you understand? And this girl came sobbing. The husband just told be embarrassing, but she has already started feeling disturbed. That was why she was telling me. Do you understand? Because if this woman now does anything, maybe the husband says, before the fake prophecy, maybe before now you say, but I don't like that here. Because if you try to feel again, if she does it now, the man will say, are you sure it's not like
I want us to be very, very clear on this. I know, I know you didn't see this coming, but I want you to do justice to it.
It's just like asking, are there courses in the university or in the school meant for women? In all the courses now in Nigeria, you find women there.
Yeah.
We have women pilots, we have women engineers.
You see, why I'm asking this is because we know that we have different makeups,
capacities, physical energy.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, driving it down to that physical energy now. At their offices, you will say, okay, let's leave this for the male folk.
There's none, my brother. There's none.
None.
We have female mechanics. Female mechanics. We have women who drive trucks. I mean, we have women soldiers.
Yeah.
We have women engineers. So which field? We have women pilots.
Yeah.
So all of those male-dominated spaces before now that, out of fear and ignorance, women shied away from. We have women politicians. Because it's a hard one. For you to be a politician in Nigeria is a hard one. So we have women in all of these spaces. So there's no particular job that should be assigned to the women, or to the men alone rather. Women can thrive in, we have women drivers, they drive all manner of cars you can think of. So there's no job. Even that physical strength they're talking about. Don't you know that I've had a case, we fight for women, but we also work for men.
Yeah.
A man has come to me to say, I don't want to live with this woman alone. She beats me.
Wow.
Some women, their wives beat them, but they can't talk. Because either
God.
they are ashamed or something. Maybe that will be discussion for when we talk about gender-based violence. It affects even the men too. So this woman has physical power. She beats the man. The man before the woman will talk, on the floor.
My God.
So if it's about physical strength, it is also not gender-based. When it comes to domestic chores, it's not gender-based. Anybody can be a chef. A woman can cook, a man can cook. So let us deconstruct these things in our mind and change our mindset so that we can have a better balanced society where both the male and the female work together in bringing unity and development in our country, Nigeria, and even in the religious circle.
Thank you so much. Just in 1 minute, I want you to tell our friends out there, especially the female folk, just to encourage them to understand that no matter what they see, they should get themselves prepared for what is coming.
Yes, so I want to encourage you, every woman out there, you are strong, you are made for more. God has created you, giving you dominion. So don't let anybody relegate you to the background. Not even marriage is supposed to stop you. Not anything. Giving birth shouldn't stop you. You are to keep pushing. Don't remain at the floor where these men have kept you, or society has kept you, or the culture has kept you. You can do better than you are doing. And let's support ourselves to make this world a better place for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming to Gospel Lounge today. I am so blessed.
Thank you for having me.
Listen, I'm going to call you up again because I want to make this an ongoing conversation.
That will be
so
fine.
that we can educate our people out there. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Leadership did not start today. It began in the Garden of Eden at creation. Man, quote unquote, this time, the male and the female, was given the mandate of dominion. All right? The women expresses a significant image to leadership. They are wives, they are mothers, they are arbiters, like an advocate for equity and fairness. The lack of involvement of women in leadership is not only partial, but anti-God. Train up the girl child, develop the women and include them in leadership for more effective and efficient teamwork, collaboration, and relationship-oriented work environment. I must thank you for allowing us to come to your space today as we discuss this wonderful topic today. Thank you very much, and I'll see you very soon. It's good to have you back. Thank you very much for being with us. This is still Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. I have another guest in the building, and is a very interesting personality. And we are going to be talking about response to hard times. It is no more news that we are in hard times. Economic policies and inflation has affected all facets of our lives. A whole lot of issues have risen to create negative energies in the family, in the workplace, and the nation at large. However, a wise man once said, where there is life, there is hope. In waiting for things to be better, what should be the response of people to hard times, especially the family front? To discuss this topic with me, I have with me a great personality. I have a whole lot to say about her. She's a professional. She's a lecturer with Akanibiam Federal Polytechnic. She's a realtor and many more. Friends, help me make welcome to Gospel Lounge, Dr. Mrs. Nancy Obinna. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being on Gospel Lounge again.
Thank you for having me.
The place where we live and everywhere is very rocky and hard.
Wow.
What are we supposed to do? A lot of people are giving up. A lot of people are so frustrated and depressed. Whether you're a Christian or a Muslim or an atheist, everything around us is really showing us the red line. But what should be our proper response to it?
Well, indeed, these are challenging times, and almost every family, whether you are low-income earner, high-income earner, medium, however you want to see it, almost every family in this Nigeria is facing through challenging times, especially when it has to do with economy. In fact, everything that has to do with basic needs of a man is at the height of it, is so challenging at this period of time. And we are in the hard times. Things are tough, but I believe that tough people can actually navigate through this economic storm. So it's not a story, it's not a new thing, but we can actually navigate through this economic storm. We can actually navigate through this economic storm because indeed it's not funny. It is not funny. Most families are in a very trying and challenging times, but by God's grace, we can come out from it. It's just a matter of time, just a matter of time with right attitude. We can actually come out from it.
It's a matter of time with the right attitude. And I would like you to, trail us through these right attitudes. You know why I want us to discuss this is because a man ran away from his house. That was 2 weeks ago. What's the problem? The wife wrote a list of what is needed, just to prepare just a little soup and all that. Now, the figures the man was seeing was way beyond what he could afford at the moment. And then he said, excuse me, let me see a friend. And then that was it. They were looking for the man for some hours. He switched off his phone and all that, only to come back in the evening drunk to stupor.
He actually went to cool off.
So, what are these attitudes that we are supposed to exhibit in this time?
Like I said, these are really hard times, and they're inevitable. And our responses to these times can actually make us or even destroy us.
Yeah.
And I think these times that we are in, I think it's an opportunity for us to have a kind of sober reflection. How do I even put it? Okay. Now that things are hard, even to afford the basic needs of life like accommodation, shelter, food. Like now that the rate of inflation is hitting the rooftop. Things are going up higher and higher every day. It's not really a good time, but like I said, we can actually respond positively to that. And every family that can actually, manage their expenditure at this time can actually navigate through this economic storm.
Managing the expenditure.
Like, for instance, now that, I mentioned basic necessities of a man, like accommodation. Sometimes, now that you can know the prices or the cost of getting a comfortable accommodation now is nothing to write home about. A family, for instance, a family that stays in a 3-bedroom flat and finds it difficult to actually pay for their rent, and now that the economy is biting so hard, they can actually have a second thought, trying to calm down, and when everything is in order by God's grace, they can go back to how they used to enjoy before. These are some of the ways they can also do it. And maybe coming to food, which is can I say food is very, very important.
Very basic.
A hungry man is an angry man.
That's right.
A man can be very, very angry. Don't know the cause of the anger. It's because the person is hungry.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so some families, one of the ways they do navigate through this economic storm is, if a family used to enjoy 3 square meals before, now they can decide to cut down, and decide to say, okay, we'll do one heavy meal, maybe in the morning, maybe before night, or at night, you can just do light meal, so that we can actually meet up.
Yeah.
Okay, So this is also one of the ways you can actually navigate through this hard time.
Yeah.
That one is in terms of food, and it's not easy. Then you can actually find another way, like if trying to, you see, some persons can actually pool resources together, meet some persons, they can come together and buy things in bulk.
Yeah.
They buy things in bulk. That way, it's more, it's less expensive. They can share. That way, they can also have a good number of things that they need in the house or in the homes. Okay, it's another way to actually navigate. Now, maybe coming to maybe education, which is also very, very important.
Yes.
Yes, education. You see, some families, they have their children in some good schools, you know, that they pay heavily, and maybe because of the hard times, they cannot really meet up with the school fees. And instead of trying to put undue or unnecessary pressure on themselves by trying to meet up with the school fees, they can decide to, now that things are not really getting better, we can find a way of trying to, you know, look for a cheaper school to actually enroll our children while we wait for better days to come.
Yeah.
And sometimes those cheaper schools you look at, they might be doing very well.
Yes, of course.
Yes, they might be doing very well, but most times you look at those schools as if they don't have much to offer. We are always carried away with good edifice, you know, beautiful environments, and so on and so forth. And we tend to deny the fact that there are some of them that are actually doing well, but they are not in such level or the place you're looking at them.
Yeah.
So we can actually work on trying to make things work for us and try to reduce unnecessary pressure.
Try
so that we
to
can
reduce
actually
unnecessary
navigate
pressure
through this economic storm.
Unnecessary pressure. That thing you know you want to buy and you don't have need of it, you can let it go for now until we pull through this time. All right? Before I let my friend go, I just want to ask one more question. And this time around, let's shift it to the government. What should the government do to help alleviate the pain? You know, create a soft spot and soft landing for people that are really hurting in this time. What can the government do?
Anyway, if you look at the government is not really helping matters, if I may say. The government is supposed to be a backbone to the citizens, but as you can see, they're not really helping matters. Because if they're actually helping matters, there are some of the things they need to do to actually cushion the effects of this economic storm that is ravaging most families this time around. For instance, you can see the cost of fuel.
Yeah.
Very, very high. Very, very high. How do we go about it? It looks as if all the cries of the poor masses are falling on deaf ears. Nothing to be done about it. They keep promising and promising and promising. It's not funny and it's not helping us. And you can see that some industries, they need this fuel to actually run their business, to be able to get money and actually provide for their household. But it's not forthcoming. Look at prices of things. You know, this fuel of a thing, you know, you see, it affects a lot of things.
Yeah.
Transportation, marketers will go to, some of these women will go to the market and come back and they will put their own price and they will tell you, do you know how much I paid even to bring this thing to the market and this and that? And as a result, they will increase the prices and it's not even helping matters. It's not helping matters. The truth is that we are just sustained by the grace of God, because if you think about, if you sit down and count the cost and actually calculate the expenditure and the income that comes in and what you spend, you can even see that it's not even about what you earn.
It's too much.
It's just by the grace of God.
Yes.
We'll keep on banking on the grace of God, because as for the government, they have indeed failed us. But we also call on them to actually help us and come to our aid, because people are suffering.
Yeah.
They are really suffering. Talking about health, some people can be very sick, but they cannot be able to achieve, or they cannot, you know, have what it takes to take themselves
medication.
Yes, to the hospital to get treated. And they will stay in the house and be doing some self-medications. And before you know what is happening, the sickness will get worse. and the health can get complicated. It's not helping matters. It's not as if they don't want to go to the hospitals, but because when they go, by the time they get the
Welcome to Signature TV's Global News. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, Tinubu slashes Nigeria's delegation to UN General Assembly. School of Health Technology, OG River, deserted following alleged herdsmen invasion. Nigerian Union of Pensioners says some retirees still receive 500 naira as monthly pension. And Trump says Harris is easier to beat than Biden. Details in a moment. President Bola Tinubu has issued a directive to reduce the size of Nigeria's official delegation to the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly meetings holding in New York, United States this September. Tinubu's Chief of Staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, revealed the directive in Abuja during a one-day retreat organized by the State House Management for heads of government agencies under his supervision. Addressing participants at the retreat, Gbajabiamila said the federal government understands and appreciates the call for the reduction in cost of governance during the recent protest, saying that everyone is waiting to see if Nigeria, as in the past, will send the largest delegation to UNGA. He said experience has shown that some individuals in the past used the opportunity of such international meetings to go about their personal businesses, but that the president has directed that anyone who has no business at the UN General Assembly should travel to America. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Wetokun, has ordered the rescue of 20 medical students who were abducted in Otukpo, Benue State. In a statement by the Force Public Relations Officer Olumuyiwa Adejobi in Abuja, the IGP condemned the kidnapping of the medical students who were abducted in Otukpo, Benue State en route to the annual convention of the Federation of Catholic Medical and Dental Students in ENUGU. Wetokun, who described their abduction as appalling, callous, and unacceptable, ordered the prompt deployment of a substantial number of human and technical resources to augment the manpower of the Benue State Command and ensure swift rescue of the students. This initiative, he said, encompasses the mobilization of additional tactical units and the deployment of advanced helicopters and drones, as well as the use of specialized tactical vehicles to facilitate the search and secure the safe return of the victims. He emphasized, or further sympathized, with the family and loved ones of the victims, assured of the commitment of the police to ensure the safe return of the students. The Southern Kaduna People's Union has called for urgent government intervention over the destruction of farm crops, the killing of several individuals, and the kidnapping of 8 people in Kauru and Kachia local government areas of Kaduna State. The forum expressed concern in a statement describing the news of the killings and destruction of farmers' crops by headsmen in Kauru local government area as heartbreaking and very disturbing, which has impacted struggling individuals who can barely afford to feed themselves. The statement issued by the forum's public relations officer, Josiah Abrax, explained that the people who are predominantly farmers include a woman who is fending for her partially blind husband, whose farm crops were completely ravished by the cattle of the rampaging herdsmen. The statements, which lamented the culprits who are yet to be apprehended, called on Governor Uba Sani and all security agencies to ensure the arrest of the perpetrators of the evil act. The Association of Resident Doctors at the University of Abuja Teaching Hospital is demanding the immediate release of a kidnapped colleague, Dr. Ganiat Popola, a medical doctor at the National Eye Center, Kaduna, who was abducted with her husband and nephew on December 27, 2023. The president of the association, Dr. Abba Innocent, in a statement in Abuja, called on the management of the hospital and the federal government to intervene for a quick release of their members. Innocent said that the kidnappers and abductors had now seen businesses among health workers who work throughout the days and nights to give the best health care to their patients. He urged the government to task all the relevant security agencies to rise up to the task and ensure the release of the kidnapped resident doctor. He appealed to the chief medical director to prevail on the federal government to wade into the matter before any harm was done on her. The CMD, Professor Bisala Ikele, who was represented by the chairman Medical Advisory Committee, Dr. Bob Okonu, said that it was a good thing that the association showed concern over the kidnap of its members. He said that the awareness should be sustained until the abducted medical doctor was released. Reports from Oji River say the School of Health Technology has been deserted by students of the school following Wednesday's attack by suspected headsmen who stormed the area. 5 persons who were kidnapped by the armed men are yet to be freed as at the time of this report. Signature TV correspondent Chukwudi Maduako, just back from Oji River, reports.
The invasion of West Oji River community and my 2 area by a person suspected to be herdsmen has left the people in fear as to what will happen next. Students of the School of Health Technology, whose school is not far from the point where the attack took place, have deserted the school for safety. Besides the students, some other residents of the area have also fled to where they consider as safer places. The herdsmen who arrived the area Wednesday evening stormed the road leading to unfenced School of Health Technology, where they stopped a vehicle and abducted the 4 occupants. They later released one of the female occupants and her child and went into the bush with the other victims. A victim, Kingsley Ihegazie, who was riding home on his motorcycle, ran into the abductors who dragged him into the bush. He narrated how he was hit with dangerous weapons before he was able to escape from his attackers.
I was on my way with my bike, so I stopped. My phone was ringing and I stopped. Then I was pressing the phone because there is someone I want to transfer some money to. And there was a bad network there, but when I was moving then, suddenly he called me and reminded me, and there is a full network then, so I decided to transfer the money immediately. There, I now stopped. This road is a free road where I used to move anytime, and it's a busy road. So when I stopped, I was trying to do the transfer. I saw one car in the front, and there is about 3 people surrounding that car with gun. So I thought it was a police people because one of them was wearing jacket with gun. So I thought it was police people trying to arrest people inside the car. So I was busy pressing my phone doing the transfer. So next thing, they now begin to shot gun, harassing gun. So before I could know what is happening, I now realized that it's not police. There is one woman inside that car carrying a baby and 3 other people inside the car. So they now discharged the woman and now walk those 3 people inside the bush, 2 women and 1 man. So they move inside the bush. So when I noticed this thing, I now start my back and turn in order to run. 4 people now block me with gun. So immediately I stop. Next thing, 2 by 2 on my head. They now use 2 by 2 and bring me down. So they commanded me to enter inside bush. So I begin to drag with them. So if I move, then I would do like I see if something draw me, I now fall down. So they use 2 by 2, continue to force me in order to move inside the bush. So blood, in fact, all my body, they'll use the 2 by 2 in order to hit me. So the way I managed to escape from these people is by God's grace.
Signature TV gathered that hours after the first incident, precisely around 10 p.m., another group of suspected headers also kidnapped a female pastor of the Optimum Faith International Worship Center near the Oji River Police Area Command. Some eyewitnesses who spoke.
We moved down to the police station here. They said they have tried their best, which is area command station. They said they have tried their best, that you should go down to division. So I went down to division to make an entry about what happened.
It was around past 10, right? I was just resting on the sofa when my younger brother, the elder to our last born, she's our last born, called me on phone. See what's happening. I said, Father was devastated. So on Thursday, I came here and found out it was true.
About 5 men just entered inside the church. So he started harassing everybody, even madam. They dragged madam inside the motor, push around, everybody run away. So even me, as I'm saying now, I run towards the back. Some of men follow the backyard, arrest me immediately. The madam followed the other backyard, arrest the woman immediately. So two of us, we march us toward this forest. As we say, everybody hands up. We hands up, obey the people because they carry gun. When I want to hijack the one of them, they release the gun up. As they release the gun up, everybody fear. Because this one is not a settled matter again. When I wanted to follow the brothers, they started beating me. You look at my hand, you look at everything, even my back. So I have too much injury for my body now. I go in hospital, taking treatment. But what I'm saying now that the person beat me for my brain. The thing cost me head. My brain told me that's a mad person. I push that person that holding gun, follow me for back. When I drive the person, push the person back. Then I run inside the bush. Then they match. Even they shoot the gun inside that bush, but the gun not touch me.
Emmanuel Honora, an evangelist, said that the security situation in Oji River is getting worse by the day. He recalled that only weeks ago, a robbery incident by some armed men along Oji River, Archie Road, left a lot of people wounded after they were dispossessed of their belongings.
Before this incident occurred, there was a time one of my friends was
appealing to both the local and state governments as well as the various security agencies to rise to the occasion and ensure the security of life and properties in the area.
The People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Bauchi State has won all the 20 chairmanship seats in the local government election conducted on Saturday. The chairman of the State Independent Electoral Commission, Ahmed Makama, announced the results in Bauchi on Saturday. He said that the polls conducted peacefully across the state while the results for the councillors were declared in the wards with other parties emerging victorious. The return on Sunday. The local government election was conducted following the recent judgment of the Supreme Court, which affirmed local government autonomy. The judgment is seeking the Federation Account Allocation Committee to withhold funds meant for local governments without democratically elected officials. Meanwhile, the All Progressives Congress APC Bauchi State Chapter has rejected the results, describing the election as a broad-day robbery of franchise and murder of democracy. The Labour Party has called on the Anambra government to abide by the provisions of the Electoral Act in the conduct of local government elections. The Anambra State Chairman of the party, Ugochukwu Eme, said in an interview in Awka that the state government's templates for the planned council poll billed for September 28th should not be at variance with the position of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in the conduct of elections. MS stated that the manner in which the state government was handling arrangements for the council polls made it vulnerable to irregularities, warning that Labour Party might take legal actions to challenge the election based on observed irregularities. The party is prepared and ready to participate in the election once the right atmosphere was provided. Protests by aggrieved members stalled the local government congresses of the Benue State People's Democratic Party, PDP, on Saturday. The protests followed alleged alteration of the list from the last ward congresses and diversion of Congress materials. There were allegations that the list from the ward congresses that was released to party stakeholders in Makurdi on Friday did not tally with what was collated at the wards during the congresses. There was a charged atmosphere at the party secretariats with large presence of security operatives deployed to prevent breakdown of law and order. Several youths suspected to be political thugs converged at the secretariat chanting solidarity songs. Distraught party stakeholders and members had kept vigil at the secretariat awaiting the arrival of the electoral officials from the National Secretariat in Abuja. The conduct of its recent congresses at the ward level was generated or has generated so much confusion and heat over the gale of suspensions and counter-suspensions of members for anti-party activities. After a very long wait by members of the party secretariat in Makurdi, pandemonium broke out when electoral officials arrived from Abuja as the officials were prevented from distributing materials for the conduct of the local government congresses. The chairman of the caretaker committee of the party, retired Air Vice Marshal Napoleon Bali, and members of his committee fled the secretariat in a convoy to an unknown destination. The member representing Ikwa North constituency in the Ebonyi State House of Assembly, Ifeanyi Nwapu, says he will guard the vote of confidence passed on him, his constituents, by giving them quality representation. Nwapu stated this at the ENUGU Ikwa local government area while briefing the people on his 1 year in office. An empowerment program set the vote of confidence like an endorsement for his second term in the assembly. The lawmaker, who distributed over 100 bags of fertilizer, cash and empowerment items to his constituents during the occasion, said he was motivated by the support. He said that he has attracted water boreholes and street lights to several wards in his constituency, including the reconstruction of Ofutu Omega Primary School, among others. The National Council of State and Nigeria's Governors Forum, at their recent meeting in Abuja, passed a vote of confidence on the 14-month-old administration of President Bola Tinubu. The meeting, the first under the Tinubu administration and attended by some past presidents, governors and ministers, was presided over by President Tinubu at the council chambers of the State House in Abuja. Signature TV correspondent Nasiru Usman went to the streets of Abuja to get the reactions of ordinary Nigerians.
Everybody has equal responsibility in the nation, and when you take a look at Nigeria as a whole, the youth has vast, I think, populations. We have about 250 to 300 million populations as a nation. But when you take a look at 70% of our population is from the youth. And if the youth could come to the street and say there are so many hardships going on, so I think it is not the decision of the elders alone to make, because they are not even feeling it.
Nigeria as a country and as a system of government we operate, I will say to my own research that it's difficult to really actually put Nigeria on what kind of particular kind of system Nigeria is actually running. Whether it is democracy, whether it is dictatorship, whether it is autocracy or whatever system, but I don't really know. Because of our foreign policy, you cannot really explain it. So this shows that what Tinubu is doing and what the past leader just gave me confidence on is questionable to a very large extent, because up to now we still have questions to ask Mr. President. Because when he actually came to power, after this recent election that brought him to power, he took a decision that actually, if he had really sat down to think of it, he wouldn't have taken that decision of removing subsidy so immediately, because that removal of that subsidy become the backbone that has affected a lot of issues in Nigeria, economy, socially, and politically, and otherwise.
What I believe is for an economy to be able to thrive, we have to go through sessions of, for the new policy he brought, a good policy that will advance the nation, but it's going to pass us through levels of difficulty before we begin to experience the dividend of it. So I believe the challenge now is that period, because it's just like pregnancy. When a woman is pregnant, she passes through stages. So his policies are good, but it will take time for Nigerians to benefit from it. So I think that's why we are having the challenge. But for everything sustainable, you have to pass through the struggle before it gives birth. So I believe he deserves it.
I believe that in some years to come, we have a very good economy, a sustainable economy and a stable economy. And I want to encourage our youths, they should try and see the same way others are seeing. Let's look ahead. Let's see what is coming ahead of us. We should not look just only around us, please. And we should focus, we should remain focused and persistent in doing whatever is going to elevate the symbol and the name of our great country, Nigeria.
So if the National Council is saying that they have vote of confidence in him, there's a reason. If the people are saying, no, we are hungry, there's a reason. And President say, I've heard their cry, which means President accepts that things are challenging. We are now begging him and seeking that he should do the needful by touching lives. For instance, let the price of fuel be lower, let it be available, let electricity be affordable, because that is what a father should do. And I know he's a father. And I know
Everybody has equal responsibility in the nation. And
a medical laboratory scientist, Eddie Ohekwiro, has identified brain drain as a major factor hampering the growth and development of the country. He said that no nation can fully develop if it does not harness the potentials of its skilled manpower and professionals to meet its present and future challenges. Ohekwiro, who featured on New Day, a breakfast show on Signature TV, urged the government to improve the working environment of the youth in order to stem their urge to travel out of the country to other climes.
It has affected us massively. You remember, brain drain is not just peculiar to the health sector. It's a general thing, but just that because it has drained the human resources in health badly, and we're not having replacements. And the next alternative is near death. So the health sector, it seems to be at the focal point. So it has affected us massively. The exodus of people is unprecedented. And the replacement is nowhere to come about because as people are even graduating, their mindset is targeted not to work for Nigeria because Nigeria seems not to be working. So you do not hold people back when you don't provide them with the necessary things they need. Migration is just like osmosis, moving from lower concentration to a place of higher concentration. Higher concentration could be better environment, better pay, better equipment. You know, in Nigeria, you see frustrating health personnel. Frustrating in the sense that you know what to do, but you don't have the capacity to do it and save life. So it doesn't give you job satisfaction to retain in the system. The replacement could have been a situation where people leave probably to get more knowledge, and you see younger people who are graduating that will want to replace them. But we don't have that because you don't have the ability for the government to send you for outside trainings that could have necessitated a replacement for you till you come back. So people just, fund themselves outside. And so the ones that are coming in do not even want to land in the system. It has affected us massively.
The lab scientists also related the high rate of mortality and morbidity in the country to the neglect of the important sectors such as agriculture, education and health, as well as a general economic meltdown in the country. He said that rather than thinking about the policy that would restrict medical professionals from leaving the country, the government should ensure the welfare of their staff and improve the economy of the country.
We have been with Nigerian government for long. We know how they operate. Most of these good policies have sinister moves, sinister undertone, hidden in it. Government, it is good that government is saying that we'll make, life good for the health workers, we'll pay them well and this and that. But that's not the true situation of things they want to do. Go and look at that policy. There is somewhere in that policy where it's saying that, 1:1 replacement, so that if any foreign country is taking one, you replace one. It's just a way to make sure that you stop forcefully health professionals from leaving. Not that you're providing them with what they need. The Japa syndrome is not just an intra-Japa syndrome. There is also inter. The inter, I mean, local government health workers want to Japa from local government and come into state. Yes. Why? Because the state pay well, better than the local government. Those in the state want to Japa from state to federal. Why? Because the federal pays well. There are people who are currently not even paying the health system structure, salary structure, to their local people, to their state people. Within the states, you see people who want to leave the state ministry of health and migrate to the teaching hospital. For instance, the 2009 salary structure that was signed by President Yar'Adua was 10% of it was implemented by the then government of Sullivan Chime in Enugu State. 60% of it was implemented by the then Ugwuanyi's regime. It's just this current governor that have signed into law 100% yet implemented. It's not yet implemented, but he has signed that it will be 100%. This is 2024. It was signed in 2009. So why will people stay? I sincerely do not think that this government, Nigerian government, prioritizes the health of its people.
The Nigerian Union of View of the social economic realities in the country. The federal government has inaugurated the second phase of its Renewed Hope Agri-Empowerment projects for internally displaced persons in Plateau to enhance food security. The project, which was inaugurated in Washo, Basa local government area of the state in a collaboration between the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and Internally Displaced Persons and the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. A federal commissioner in the commission, Tijani Ahmed, said that traditional leaders in Basa local government area donated 150 hectares of farmland located for the project. Ahmed explained that the project was aimed at restoring displaced persons through agricultural activities and that the beneficiaries will be assisted with cash stipends for monitoring and evaluation hectares of land for farming and seedlings. He said that the commission was also partnering with the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, agro rangers and the community to provide security cover for the farmers. The Lagos State's ferry services, LAC Ferry, says the contribution of water transportation to the revenue of the state's entire transportation sector increased from 8% to 11%. The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, LAC Ferry, Abdul-Bak Balogun, who stated this at the agency's three-day management retreat in Lagos, attributed the growth to increase in routes and logistics solution provided to organizations such as Dangote, Honeywell, and others across the waterways. Balogun noted that since February 6, 2020, when the ferry service started its operations, after the launch of the first boats, 8 boats had been procured by the state governments at Badore Terminal. He said the agency was bringing the table faster service to destinations and healthier means of transportation, as there would not be any carbon emissions and traffic. He said the agency is taking its advocacy and sensitization to the grassroots to achieve a 480,000 passenger daily target using the waterways so that the 25 million residents in the state would not rely on a single mode of transportation. And still to come, NEMA and SEMA sensitize Kano residents solid waste management. Firm introduces innovative welding tech in Nigeria. These and more after this break. Just stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature Television. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, and the Kano State Emergency Management Agency, SEMA, has sensitized Kano residents on the management of solid waste and impending flood in the state. NEMA Territorial Coordinator for the Kano State Office, Dr. Naruddin Abdullahi, stated this during a roadwalk sensitization and public awareness in Kano. Abdullahi, who was represented by Rewan Ismail, NEMA Kano Principal Accountant, said the sensitization was aimed at creating awareness on how best to dispose solid waste in Kano metropolis, noting that blockage of waterways and drainages remained a major cause of flood in the city. In his remarks, Alhaji Abdullahi Kubarachi, the Executive Secretary, Kano State Emergency Management Agency, SEMA, said that improper dumping of refuse caused cholera, malaria, and other communicable diseases. He urged members of the public to maintain safety at all times and desist from any acts that would expose them to disaster. The Chief Executive Officer of a non-governmental organization, Center for Integrated Health Program, Dr. Bolanle Oyeludun, says the empowerment of young people and adolescents will enable them address their health challenges. Oyeludun said this in Abuja during the organization's 4th annual scientific roundtable series with theme The Missing Link, Reducing Vulnerability of Adolescents and Young Persons Through Sustainable Interventions. According to her, skill acquisition is highly relevant given the global push for gender equality and the needs to bridge the gender gap in technology and science fields.
We've started what we call a business incubation hub, where young people are able to learn not just skills in terms of how they can improve their economic life, but also life skills in terms of how they can deal with the challenges of life. We have started what we call the STEM hub, which is the acronym for science, tech, engineering and mathematics, to get young girls interested in science and technology, because that's where the world is. That's the future of the world. That's the future of Nigeria. And get them interested sufficiently so that they can take it on as a future course or as something that they can do to earn money. We're not just doing that. We're also looking at empowering them with life skills so they know about self-esteem, they know about public speaking, they know about dealing with other people, they know about relationships, they know about their psychology, how can they address mental health issues, because we know the pressure of society right now is a lot on them. So we were able to successfully launch the first center. We also have what we call the Cool Girls app, which is like an application which is very interactive, where they ask all sorts of questions. They discuss all sorts of issues. I've been like a fly on the wall on that app, and I can tell you the things I've read there. You should read it. We all have a collective responsibility to look at how to empower the young person so that he or she can actually stand very well in society. So as a country, we need to say we have an epidemic where we're not addressing the needs of our young people, where we're not looking at their intersecting vulnerabilities. If they're in school, let's keep them in school. The ones that are not in school, we have to find them and make sure they are in school. We see a lot of young people on the streets. We see a lot of adolescents, pre-adolescents who are out of school. They also become young people as they grow up with no skills, with no future in sight. So we need to collectively begin to look at harnessing those resources, channeling them in the right path, making sure we bring our policies to life, and making sure that the laws that are there are implemented to strengthen them.
She said that there was lots of disparities between men and women in the tech world, noting that women and girls often faced more challenges in entering and succeeding in many fields. Oyeludun said that the launch of the Cool Girls app, a platform where girls can discuss various issues, would go a long way to address adolescents' issues. The Deputy Director, National Agency for the Control of AIDS, NACA, Dr. Chukwegozie Ujam, said the country has made progress in HIV/AIDS prevention and treatments, and that the role of government is to create a supportive environment where stakeholders can effectively do their work. He highlighted the importance of empowering communities by ensuring that individuals knew where to report issues, have access to safe spaces, and can trust that their complaints would be heard and acted upon.
We need all the stakeholders to work together. As government of Nigeria, one of our jobs is to primarily ensure that there's a working environment that is there and free for the people who want to do the work. But I think that beyond that, what we should be achieving is being able to give proper information to these individuals. All of us as adults were once adolescents and young people. How were our thought processes at that time, the kind of confusion that used to go through our minds and at that age. And bearing that in mind, how can we now educate the people who are youth and adolescents now? So our job is to make sure that we give them safe spaces for them to express themselves, give them areas where they can get some of their myths busted, and give them proper and current and information for them, and also to empower them to know that if you're a victim or if you perceive yourself as you're under threat, that you've got a place where you can go and you can express yourself or sort of raise that alarm, and not only would you be heard, but that thing would be acted upon. And that's what we should do as government in Nigeria, just to provide that space for them to be able to do that.
In his speech, the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of medical services, ENUGU Owohunwa, said there was critical gaps in law enforcement, insisting that even with the best laws and policies, there cannot be sustainable solutions without strong law enforcement capacity and understanding.
Nothing can be more motivational than for a space you have operated in, people that have acted within that space, to recognize your little impact and then publicly commend you in this manner. I'm so inspired, I'm so motivated, and I thank the organizers of this program, Dr. particularly. Looking at following the presentation, I followed an aspect where the presenter touched on gaps, and I was waiting for him to see those gaps. I think the most critical gap in the process got to do with law enforcement. You may put on laws, you may put on policies, if the law enforcement component is not strong, if they do not have the capacity to understand the depth of the problems, I doubt if we can find a sustainable solution. So I want to challenge us. Doctor, you have been very fantastic in supporting us. Please don't extend your advocacy, your support program to the entire police family. It can start off from the position of the IG. Let the system, the leadership of the force acknowledge that this is a potent problem in this country. So that together at that strategic level, what we did in Lagos can be replicated at the national level of policing. In the process, if you need me, I promise I will support that initiative. On this note, I want to thank you for this recognition. It means a lot to me. I have been privileged to win several awards. This one is quite special to me, and it will remain so all through my career.
The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL Limited, has denied reports alleging that it was selling employment slots to the public. In a statement, the company's Chief Corporate Communications Officer, Olufemi Sonaya, called on members of the public, especially job seekers, to disregard the rumors. According to Sonaya, there was no atom of truth in the insinuations that it has employment slots on offer to anyone who wishes to buy, describing as the antics of the fraudsters who wants to take advantage of unsuspecting applicants. He cautions that as a responsible corporate entity, recruitment into the company is a straightforward process and does not involve the sale of slots or inducements of any kind. Anybody who pays money for any job in the company, he says, does so at his or her own risk. The National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, has demobilized 54 graduates that were illegally mobilized for youth service by the University of Calabar. The Director General, Brigadier General Yushual Ahmed, who disclosed this in a statement in Abuja, said the demobilized candidates would be prosecuted accordingly. Ahmed said the action is in line with the scheme's continuous efforts to prevent unqualified graduates from getting the NYSC Certificate of National Service. He said that 19 candidates among them that initially registered online for mobilization have been prevented from service, while 4 certificates of national service for other culprits were not produced by the scheme. The DG commended the Vice-Chancellor of the University, Professor Florence Obi, for her forthrightness in hinting NYSC on the mobilization of unqualified graduates from the institution. The Yobe State Water Corporation has awarded a contract worth 1.7 billion naira for the conversion of 63 diesel-powered boreholes in the state to solar-powered. The corporation's general manager, Madi Zarma, who disclosed this to journalists in Damaturu, said the conversion will eliminate the high cost of purchasing diesel
to run the boreholes and address acute water shortages, especially in Damaturu metropolis. He said that the state government recently increased the monthly diesel supply to public boreholes from 40,000 to 60,000 liters, which was capital intensive. Zarma charged those handling the projects to ensure its completion in good time and in line with the project's specifications. The executive chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji, says the service will be seeking the support of the National Assembly to enact a law on the crypto industry. Adedeji states this at the stakeholders' engagements with the Senate and House Committees on Finance organized by Intergovernmental Relations Department of the service with the theme Repositioning the FIRS to Achieve Its Mandate. He said the plan is to first of all enact a law that regulates it as it's done in any other place in the world where the system is operational, since it cannot be done away with. Adedeji said the regulation has to be done in such a way will not be injurious to the economic development of the country. Cryptocurrency platforms have been subjected to intense scrutiny following the exit of Binance, which was accused by the Nigerian government of manipulating the naira to dollar exchange rate. At the end of 2023, the Central Bank of Nigeria lifted its ban on banks operating accounts for crypto service providers, which signaled a shift towards a more open but regulated approach, which was welcomed by many local crypto users. The National Assembly says it will support the Federal Inland Revenue Service by repealing all obsolete tax laws and reenactment of new ones in line with current and global trend. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Finance, Mohammed Musa, who spoke at the FIRS 2024 stakeholders engagements with the Senate and House of Representatives Committees on Finance in Lagos, said the move would give the country the right legislation for tax collection and revenue generation. The FIRS, as the bedrock of revenue generation, he said, has a mandate that is vital to financial stability or sustainability of the nation, which required a collective shared responsibility for the agency to respond to the dynamic demands of the nation's economy. The lawmaker observed that the agency had in recent years made significant strides in enhancing tax administration and compliance, as well as repositioning the agency. Executive Chairman of FIRS, Dr. Zach Adedeji, said that the federal government would introduce new tax laws that would overhaul the whole process of the nation's revenue administration by September, which he said would harmonize and simplify the tax laws in the country. Coming up, Trump says socialist lunatic Harris easier to beat than Biden. Gaza's first polio case triggers alarm among mothers amid critical medicine shortage. Do stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Signature Global News. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump said on Saturday he believes Democrat Kamala Harris will be easier to beat than President Joe Biden, even as some polls showed her edging ahead in the race for the November 5th presidential election. Trump spoke at a rally in Wilkes-Barre in northeastern Pennsylvania, a state looming large in the campaign. Vice President Harris will conduct a bus tour of western Pennsylvania starting in Pittsburgh on Sunday ahead of the kickoff of the Democratic National Convention on Monday in Chicago.
You know, they do polls on this stuff, and I'm at like 93%. I said, so why are we having an election? They didn't have an election. Why are we having an election? How would you like to be Biden? He's working, he's spending money, he's trying. They wanted to have a debate. That's the thing that started it all. You know, if I didn't debate him, he'd still be running right now. But I believe she will be easier to beat than him because she's a truly radical left lunatic. And with him, he never really believed it. Of course, I don't know if he knew anything. I'm not sure. But he didn't really believe it. She totally believes it. She wants to destroy our country. With 4 more years of Kamala, your finances will never recover. They will only get worse. You know, they do polls.
Trump has sought to portray Harris as far left on a number of policies. At the rally, he highlighted her previous call for a ban on fracking, an industry of importance to the state. Harris' campaign has recently indicated she would not support a ban. He also continued to attack Harris on personal terms, even as some political analysts say such comments could hurt Trump with moderate voters. And elsewhere, Venezuelan expatriates in Miami, Florida, gathered on Saturday to express their longing for freedom and democracy in their homeland. The demonstration was marked by vivid symbols of Venezuelan pride and strong emotions. Signs calling for liberty joined the Venezuelan flag, while others sang the national anthem and traditional songs. The protest also featured a variety of displays of voting slips from Venezuela as a testament to the July 28th elections. Venezuela's political opposition and its supporters gathered in cities around the country on Saturday to demand recognition of what they say is their candidate's resounding victory in the presidential vote. The country's electoral authorities, considered by the opposition to be an arm of the ruling party, has said President Nicolas Maduro won his third term in July 28th contest with just under 52% of the vote. But the opposition, led by former lawmaker Maria Corina Machado, has published online what it says are 83% of voting machine tallies, which give its candidate Edmundo Gonzalez a hearty 67% support. Meanwhile, deep concern spread among Gazans mothers in Deir al-Balah on Saturday following the confirmation of the first polio case in the enclave, which is already facing a severe shortage of medicine and medical supplies. At Al-Aqsa Matthias Hospital in Deir al-Balah, mothers like Elham Nassar are struggling to find adequate care for their children. Nassar, whose son suffers from a skin disease, expressed her frustration. Samer Abu Genema, a mother who has been displaced multiple times within Gaza, faces similar struggles and complains that many diseases have been spread because there is no clean food. They all live in a polluted environment, no medicine, no clean supplies, no soap, no shampoo, no disinfectants to clean with. The hospital's pediatric ward is overwhelmed with sick children, many of whom are suffering from diseases exacerbated by the lack of basic hygiene products. The Palestinian health minister announced on Saturday that the first confirmed case of polio in Gaza Strip was detected in a 10-month-old baby in Deir al-Balah who had not received the necessary vaccination. Antonio Guterres, a United Nations Secretary General, called on all parties in this Gaza conflict to provide concrete assurances for humanitarian pauses, allowing a polio vaccination campaign to be conducted. He emphasized that at least 95% vaccination coverage would be needed during each of the 2 rounds of the campaign to prevent the spread of polio and reduce its emergence amidst the devastation in Gaza. Hurricane Ernesto pounded Bermuda on Saturday with powerful winds and 35-foot waves while drenching the British island territory with rain that could produce deadly flooding with power outage for more than 70% of the territory's 36,000 customers. The eye of the storm passed over the west end of the archipelago early Saturday as it moved towards the northeastern, and of 11 a.m. it was 75 kilometers away from Bermuda, with hurricane-force winds extending 1,100 kilometers from the center and tropical storm force winds emanating 390 kilometers. Bermuda was expected to endure severe or several more hours of punishment as the storm crawled north at just 15 kilometers per hour. People in Bermuda reported a temporary calm as the eye of the storm passed overhead. The center of the storm is forecast to continue moving away from Bermuda on Saturday and approach southeastern Newfoundland late on Monday. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his troops had strengthened positions in Russia's Kursk region nearly 2 weeks into their incursion and called for bold decisions by Kyiv allies to allow long-range strikes. Ukraine says it has seized more than 80 settlements over 1,150 square kilometers in Kursk since August 6th, the biggest invasion of Russia since World War II. Zelensky said his army chief, Oleksandr Syrsky, had reported that Ukrainian troops continued to advance and also took more Russian servicemen as prisoners. They said that the operation in the Kursk region was going according to plan, and Ukrainian troops continued to advance and strengthen their positions. Zelensky renewed his calls for Ukraine's Western allies to allow long-range strikes on Russia. And elsewhere, relatives of hostages taken by Palestinian militants in October 7 attacks have called on the Israeli government to agree to a hostage release ceasefire deal with Hamas. Talks towards a deal in Doha paused at the weekend, with negotiators to meet again next week seeking an agreement to end the fighting between Israel and Hamas and free remaining hostages. Israel has insisted that peace will only be possible if Hamas is destroyed, while Hamas has said it will only accept a permanent ceasefire, not a temporary one. Other difficulties have included deal sequencing, the number and identity of Palestinian prisoners to be released alongside Israeli hostages, control over Gaza-Egypt border, and free movement for Palestinians inside Gaza. China has continued to unleash the potential of service consumption, with the retail sales of services sustaining rapid growth thanks to the improvements and enrichments of market supply since the beginning of the year. Different regions across the country are optimizing consumer supply according to their unique characteristics, with sports and leisure as well as elderly care and child care emerging as new drivers of consumption growth. In Shanghai, domestic service enterprises have established service stations within communities, exhibiting high demand for domestic services, enabling residents to book comprehensive services such as cleaning and caregiving directive at their doorsteps. China has recently set out 20 key tasks to advance the high-quality developments of service consumption, aiming to continuously optimize and expand service supply to meet people's demand for personalized, diversified, and quality services. In the first 7 months of this year, China's retail sales of services increased 7.2% from a year ago, higher than that of goods, official data showed. Meanwhile, displaced Palestinians were seen fleeing the Maghazi refugee camp in the central Gaza Strip on Saturday following an Israeli evacuation order. The exodus came after Israel's military spokesperson posted instructions on social media platform X, directing residents in parts of central Gaza, including the Maghazi district near Zawaidi, to relocate to a designated humanitarian zone. This latest displacement adds to the growing humanitarian crisis in the region as the Israel-Hamas conflict continues. The evacuation order follows a similar directive issued on Friday for 2 sections of the southern city of Khan Yunis, areas previously designated as humanitarian zones. Israeli military officials cited regular rockets fired from militants in these areas as the reason for the evacuation. According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of the Humanitarian Affairs, Friday's orders, which also included other areas of Gaza outside the humanitarian zones, affected approximately 170,000 displaced people, further exacerbating the dire situation faced by civilians caught in the ongoing conflicts. And that's the news this hour. Many thanks for joining us. Stay here for all of the great programming for your viewing pleasure. I'm Charles Pius. Good afternoon.
Welcome to Signature Unscripted. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. With me on the set, we have the lady by my left hand.
Layomi Adeyemi. Nice to be here.
Emma, introduce yourself. Emmanuel Ono. Emma, you look like you're coming from the moon. You look, and then like me, you're looking glamorous.
Thank
so
you.
What are we going to unscript today?
Well, let me start with saying you look good yourself. Thanks for the
compliment. Do I? Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, I think we need to discuss this ongoing collapse of building in Nigeria that is happening lately.
Yes. What do you think? Collapse of building regular collapse, not just one, collapse too many. That's wonderful. I think it's sharp. Okay?
I don't know. It's something that, of course, normally, let's say like a place in like Lagos now, it's like Lagos is taking a fair share of the collapse of buildings. And then it happens in most other states too. So it's something we can attribute to maybe poor building plans and poor engineers handling the work, and I think those are the major things we point hand when we talk about building collapses in Nigeria.
Wow. What is really bothering me is the fact that most of these houses, like, you know, we do a lot of renting than owning house. An average Nigerian is paying rent, understand, and is a tenant. So what will happen to those tenants? Like, imagine me getting a place to stay, and imagine I just paid my rent, and I'm just like, okay, I'm living here. This is where, at least for a year, I'm going to be fine here and all. And the building collapses. But thank God I'm safe. I'm not in the building. I do not even go with the building and all. But now I've lost house. What happens next? Does the landlord refund me? Does the government refund me? What happens next?
For me, I can remember as a kid, because this regular rampant collapse of buildings in Nigeria is not just, it didn't just start today. I remember as a kid, there's one cartoon I just saw on a newspaper, Concord of those days. There's this a column of cartoon they call Chicken. The chicks are just there with their mother hen walking, and they were just discussing, you know how they do cartoon. And one said, they say buildings are collapsing in the land of humans, that they wonder whether they build the houses with biscuits these days. And I asked myself, so each time I hear, I said, have they made another house with biscuit again? So Nigerians, are you making your houses with biscuits? Yesterday it was on Onitsha. The other day, Lagos is just so regular. And some people say it's because of high level of water of Lagos topography. But I'm not an expert. Whatever reason, we say the collapse of buildings are too many. The Lion just said the inconvenience. I'm talking about the lives we lost. When some of them are even where they are building. They're just still building, the house collapsed. Some of them are old ones that when they collapse, you can even attain certain reasons to it. But whatever it is, my concern is life we lost.
Those old ones we talk about now, the problem with those ones is that there are these people they call the developers, especially in Lagos. We just see one businessman will say, okay, madam, this is your house. Maybe if we put a more story on top, maybe more money.
I think
so when they build on top of an old building, then talking about maybe the topography, maybe the ground is wet, or maybe the ground from the original plan cannot carry more than one stair of a building. So when they add something on top, that is when buildings collapse. Most times when buildings collapse, it's not even the tenants that got involved. Even the builder, the workers in the will get trapped. So that's another.
Yeah, there are so many angles to look at this thing, and at the end of the day, the government needs to do something about this, because if someone needs to be held accountable. Is it the engineers in charge of the building, or is it the landlord being greedy and trying to get more money from the little thing he has? Like he just talked about trying to redevelop a house you already have just to have more money. Like, who should be held accountable? Because whether we like it or not, lives are being lost. People are, with the economy that is not even so so good lately, you are still losing your house. Like
governments are doing something. But I think in Lagos State, when your building collapse like that, government will collect they will see the building. They will seize the building. It will no longer be yours. I think somebody can question.
Okay, not just.
That's a curing madness with the paper. Okay, if I own a house, and then suddenly it collapses.
And kill people.
Whether
Whether you kill or not.
Because when the property of more than 12 families residing in a house, for instance, a house that has 12 flats and is occupied by 12 families, their properties all go and destroyed in a house collapse.
They will receive compensation.
They get compensation from government in only Lagos State. Thank you, Emma. We're going to confirm that. My concern is not, let it not even collapse. I don't need compensation. But they say the house collapsed. Where I'm concerned is that if I own a house, it collapses, the government takes over the building or the land and everything. And I will go empty-handed. Only the tenants will be...
Because there must be a reason why the building collapsed. The landlord must know why. Now, maybe you are building something on top of most other old buildings that fall. Maybe I don't know about that.
Okay, if you find that government after investigation find you have a hand in what caused the collapse of the building, maybe that's where they are justified to take over the building. But I'm saying in Nigeria we have Koren. The Koren is the registration body of engineers that certify engineers to civil engineers, foundation and structural engineers to build houses. So when the houses collapse, are they saying that those people who built those houses, who designed them, are not qualified architects? Are the engineers that build them, they are not qualified civil engineers? There are so many questions that are cropping up, but this blaming others, I'm just saying this collapse too many. It's bringing bad name to Nigeria. Because only in Nigeria you hear that houses collapse every day. Because I remember there's one drama, somebody was saying London Bridge is falling down, falling down. Though it was Rotimi in his drama, If, he said, children, only in London that bridges collapse. Now we find out it's only in Nigeria that houses collapse every day.
Yeah, which is really sad. Because the times I've heard about house being collapsed in other countries, it's mostly maybe earthquake, maybe countries that are prone to earthquakes and all. So now we are not prone to earthquake. All those things don't happen. So we can't say nature is the cause of it. Then if we are trying to blame water like they are doing in Lagos, the point is that we know that Lagos is very close to the Atlantic Ocean. We already know that. So I feel like that's one of the things the engineers, the builders, the construction workers should put in consideration that, okay, this thing has to...
Thank you, Lion. And that's wonderful. I think before we proceed, I think at this point we go for a short break. As usual on scripture, signature unscripted, we'll call for a short break. We'll come back. Please don't go away. We are still here.
Welcome back to the program. Chris, you talked about the organization that looks after engineers and I don't know what
The
to call it.
satisfying of the current.
Well, my family currently resides in Onitsha. And I can assure you that I know a lot of co-tenants and bar owners that handle, what do they call it, the rebuilding of how did I call
redevelopment.
The developers.
Okay.
I know at least one or two people that are beer parlor owners and one of my co-tenants that help in developing all those things. So what do we say about that? The thing about in Nigeria is you can make the laws. Who implements them? So,
Ima, you're even saying that Onitsha is an accident waiting to happen. If this kind of thing happens in such concrete, so a friend has described Onitsha as a concrete jungle, where you see a lot of concrete structures. And what that baffled me in Onitsha is somebody will go to the government to get approval to build 3-story building, because you always be story building. And then at the end of it, you see them restructuring it, adding what they call penthouse, making it up to 5-story building, remodel the thing beyond the ones, and there is even the issue of corruption that have set in.
That is it.
Because anytime one wants to start building a house, you see the red paint, stop work. And I said, stop work for what? When after all those processes, money exchange hand, the beer parlor owner becomes a contractor, a civil engineer, and builds a house where a lot of people will occupy, and eventually accident happens. Are they saying that we plan for these accidents to happen? They're not even an accident in themselves. I don't know, but that's my opinion. I'm not asking anybody, but anybody can feel free to contribute.
I think it has a lot to say about the integrity of Nigerians as a whole. Yes, it has a lot to say about our integrity, because I think we don't look far. We don't think of the future, because if we were thinking of the future, we would do things in line of, okay, what will happen in years to come? Most times we're just after what we can get now. Can I quickly get money from this thing? Okay, let me cut costs here, there, so that I can enrich myself. I can get some money.
For now.
For now. Not thinking of later on that would this building still be able to stand? Do you understand? As long as I have money and I'm eating now, it doesn't matter what happens later.
So it's in a character that we do not think about the future. You know, it's like when they say, I like using these, kind of proverbs on adages when I'm talking. They say somebody's walking on the street, he sees a chicken scattering human feces with the legs. He will say, it doesn't concern me. But the same person walks into a nearby buka and asks for ofaku, and they say, put chicken legs. And then the question is, whose chicken legs have you asked for? Is it the one you saw on your way? So when people are cutting corners, and we do not have people who are regulating, who are charged with regulating this, who is going to live on these houses? Your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, extended and nuclear relations. So we clearly plan to commit suicide and mass. No, and I recommend, if you ask me, for those, anybody found that has had a hand in building collapse, is it better? Is there any difference between him and a terrorist?
No.
He's an agent of mass murder and suicide. And that's it. And that's what you think. Whether you did it consciously or unconsciously, or ignorantly, or because you want money, like Layomi said, and you do this, you are an agent of destruction and you are a terrorist. Take it from me. It's me that said so. It's not my colleague, so put it on me. You are a terrorist. So I don't know about your friends who are beer parlor sellers, who have turned civil engineers and are handling 4-story buildings, 3-story buildings.
I believe they will watch unscripted.
They work unscripted and they learn from it. That's the sense why we're here and talking.
It's happening. Just to get the money now. I'm even afraid of, let's say, maybe living in a high-rise building.
Yeah.
I'm so afraid of it. But watch somewhere like maybe New York State building, or those. There are human beings that did the building now. They planned so that this thing will last 100 years. And in that 100 years time, they will say Mr. Johnson was one of the people that built this house. It's not like that with us here.
So,
We don't
okay.
plan
So you might say, if you submit yourself for somebody to cut your hair, he has written his name on it. That's what it means. If somebody who cut your hair, they say, "Man, who cut this hair again?" He said, "Allow me." So Elijah has written her name on your head. So anybody who builds a house should put their name on a marble and said, "This house is constructed by engineer Emma on."
No, it happens because when
in 1945.
When you dig the background, it always comes up. When you dig the background of such things, it always comes up.
I think it
Which
should
people won
be-
the first Cup of Nations for Nigeria? You see their names there.
Yeah.
When they were talking about
It
the
should be a
riot
sort of
in
documentation.
Tiananmen Square, China, they will still bring up the person that stood in front of the tank, coming to
destroy, to shoot them.
To shoot them. So there will always be a way of bringing out those.
So if you build the house these days, you might want to echo this. If you're any a civil engineer, if you think you are qualified to handle buildings in Nigeria, you'll be a place, because it's only governors, when they commission the roads or commission any building, there will be a marble where they put their name and date.
If you dig well, you will see. Go to our in front of our station here. There was a well they dug there. You see the name of the person that did the cover of the well.
Wow.
It's there right now.
Okay.
But they will talk of the person that built the station. That step, you still see it. Somebody's
the name
there.
of the so
even phone number.
Okay, you see. All right. So if you think you are qualified to handle building houses in Nigeria, because there are so many things that bring us shame as a nation, and we want to disassociate ourselves from it. Every day you wake up, house collapse in Lagos, collapse in Port Harcourt, in Onitsha, and then we hear more in Aba, rising up like that. Churches even collapse. And I remember the one that collapsed in Calabar, that even a government official nearly, and a few days after, he went to another church to give thanksgiving. It's not funny. He attempted to commission a cathedral, and the house, the cathedral collapsed upon everybody, and a lot of people lost their lives. Talk about the lives we lost when these buildings collapsed, and that's where I'm worried.
Yes.
What are we doing? Who is compensating those who died? What life is replacing their own lives? Because you say some people will be compensated by government. Those who have died, who is replacing their life for them? Who is bringing
Not
them
even
back?
those that died, even those that are injured as well. Because imagine getting injured and you are left with a deformation
that can keep you for life,
exactly.
Permanently deformed. And
what will happen to such people as well? It's
and the church will take care. Like when TB Joshua's own building fell in Lagos,
take care. Okay, okay. Let's give an instance. A building collapse and someone loses a leg. Can your compensation restore that leg?
No. You'll be thanking God that you're still alive.
Okay, we are holding an opinion. It's unscripted on Signature TV. We're talking about formally looking at trending issues, but we are looking at from different points of view. Informally. So some people say when it happens, compensate. I said, let it not happen. Do not compensate me. Build the house the way you should build. It's not only in Nigeria we have cities or states that have a high level water level in there, and then London, the houses even built in the islands and such places, and they've not collapsed 500 years after. So what is going on with it? It's not in our character. But before we decide on that, don't go away. We go for a break and come back. Still Signature Unscripted. Thank you.
Welcome back to Signature Unscripted, and we've been talking about this recent issue of building collapsing in Nigeria. So there's another issue I want us to talk about, which is this call for creation of new states. And my question is why? Why do we need more states? 36 states are not enough?
Well, the why. We will get to talk about it. Maybe like me say why are your people calling for creation of more states? Because my people are also calling for that. But when you talk about yours, I will tell you about why my people are calling for states.
The reasons are just many. Ask the politicians; they will tell you. Maybe in the north we have so number of states. In the south we will equally like to match them. That's one. My uncle needs to be a governor too. That's another one.
Yeah.
Is that not ridiculous?
It's interesting. Why you have one state here?
Then when you talk about maybe development, I don't just see that as an excuse. Because somebody was even saying that even if states are not created, if local governments can take care of every part of this nation, there will be no need for that. So the only reason I just see there is just let's continue cutting all those issues short, and it will never stop.
So very soon you have a unknown state. And we have Layo, Mia, Deyemi state. And before he reaches Chris Madiga state, maybe the state would have finished. But the sincere thing is that people are asking for creation of state for many reasons. I think some people say for equity. If we say we are Nigeria, some people have more states than others. And you know, the constitution of the state said, the country said the number of senators that every state will have. So if every state have an average of 3 senators per state, and they all assemble at the Senate building in Abuja to vote on issue that concern an area, the ones who have more senators will even raise their hand. They said, oh, we want to create a more new state. All the senators from a more new area will now say, I.
But at the end of the day, they will be outnumbered.
Yes, and that's it. So if it's for equity, I think there's reason in that. Equity, let there be that equity. Because if it's equality, the equity is when two people are standing looking over the face. One is short, cannot see. You prop the other one so that the two of them can see the same. That's equity. But equality is when you say you give everybody level playing ground. And when you put me and me in a field to play football, probably I might play better than anybody. You're giving us level playing ground. So that's an example. So equity is my own reason I feel people are asking for state. I don't know what else.
Development.
Development?
Development, so that the national cake will get to every nook and corner of the...
The national cake. Because national cake and development goes... Are they the same? I think development is different. National cake is... Our psyche about national cake in Nigeria is cut your own chop. I cut my own chop. And this cake is getting depleted. We don't see anybody cut. They start cutting human heads, chopping.
At the end of the day,
they're even cutting people's head now and eating them. Because the cake has depleted. Because over time, we just cut without thinking about development. So if it's because of, like Ima said, if it's a national cake, well, this national cake is finished, you know. Let's think about development. If it's for development, I stand for it because the more we have more states, then the more the government will be closer to the people.
But if we think about it, what's now the job of local governments? I thought the reason why we had local governments is closer. The government is getting closer to us.
Yeah, if you have Layomi State, the local government you have in the state that usually accommodated Layomi State before, you have now more local government in your place and the state closer. So what it takes the people in Layomi State to go to the other state before will be closer. So if it takes us 3 hours to access our state capital before, it might cost us only 1 hour to access our state capital from all local government that make us the sub-state. So that may be a good reason. But then let's talk about the good reasons. Yes, let's talk about good reasons. Maybe we have a cause to talk about the bad reasons why. So let me say the local governments.
Because I'm thinking about it, that the reason why we have local governments is for the people to easily reach the government.
Yeah.
And okay, so if we are making
for government to easily reach the people.
True. If we are making more states and inevitably more local governments, so that means even my house can be a local government at this point.
And then you take time to develop your house, and that's what we are saying. You now concentrate on developing your house, not depending on anybody to develop your house. But let's look at it.
What happens to the
let's look
salary?
at how many Nigerians know who is the local government as a common balance now. The anathema that's taking over Nigeria, caretaker chairman. Because if we are talking about chairman of our local government, they're supposed to be elected officials. But these caretaker things, and that's another discussion on unscripted for another day. But they say the chairman of a local government, how many Nigerians know even the location of their local government and who is their chairman? So we put the cart before the horse. Yeah, do you know? Tell us the name of your local government chairman.
The way things are happening in Nigeria now, I think most of us hardly had the time to think about local government chairman and their names.
Everyone is thinking of what to eat.
Put something on the table.
But that is why we have, as a country, we deliberately created a platform for people to get corrupt. People say they are local government chairman. The people from that local government are probably staying in Lagos. And they don't know how much budget their local government gets from Abuja every month. Or the little that the state government allowed them to access.
So we can't even demand for what
nobody,
is that.
and then you don't know. You don't even know who is representing, councillor representing your ward at the local government. You don't know their name and their numbers. And you're expecting miracles. So these ones are on an island of themselves. Nobody calls them. Nobody asks them question. They are there. That is only people come to their local government to take a certificate of identity. When they are pursued in Lagos, they say, go tell us where you're coming from. They rush back to the local government. And the funny enough, you go to your local government, the same local government will charge you money to give you a certificate that you're a member of a local government. It is not an error. So we're creating more states where we have not even explored the local government we have. And we have 774. How many? Am I right? I'm wrong with mathematics, so pardon me.
We have, and the problem that may even encounter this creation of new states now is that they have to remake the law that will accommodate more the number of, apart from the states now, the number of local governments we have.
Does it take Nigeria anything to make law? It's implementation of law. Because overnight, imagine when they have squabbles in some states when they are fighting. It says some 7 people will gather at night and create a different law and pass it. And to change the governor or impeach a house. So making laws don't cost Nigerians anything. It is implementation of the law. So if you say, if they really desire to create states, and all Nigerians think we need more states, and they want to create, making the law is a jara. They can make the law overnight, and then before you know it, you have more states.
This creation of this thing is just like political mathematics. Now we are talking about Nnamdi Kanu. We are talking of hunger. We are talking of minimum wage. They are bringing this creation of states up so that people will start thinking about another thing.
To distract.
Is it distract?
So do you think it's a distraction? Yes.
I hope it's not. But they say if people from the side that are requesting for creation of states feel that if they create a state, they will have more senators from their state who will vote to get something attracted to their part of the world. I said I support. But
how come no one is thinking
some states have been described in the past as unviable. They cannot pay salary.
Yes.
They don't have economy or internally generated revenue enough to sustain the state. So everybody depends from the federal, the all-powerful federal that sits there, big brother, dispensing budget every month to who, and if woe betide you if you're a governor and you are not playing well, dobale to the man at the center in Abuja.
If things are happening well, if things are happening well, if politicians are doing what they're supposed to do, there won't be problem more. We may not be having all these hunger and all these complaints we are having now. We think of an issue that the last time a custom officer collapsed, the man was dishing out how much money they make and how they locate it to the federal government and how federal government is supposed to disburse this money to the states. They were talking about 7 billion or 17 billion. But at the time, when the man started revealing all this, they asked, what is the name of the account you are paying the money to? He said it's rice, budget, and expenses, whatever. Is that the name of the account you are paying? He says, yes, rice, what and what and what and what. Within the next 1 or 2 seconds, he said, I need water. And from drinking that water, the man collapsed. He was about to reveal more. So there is money. But people are just, when they talk about all this money, they think about their...
Am I saying there's money that people are pocketing them?
Once the creation of new states make that more... increase it, like more, now there are more positions to be filled, more money to be stolen. What do we think?
Well, I think if there's creation of states, along the line, people will have more, would have been talking about state police, state controlling the world resource control. It started with Delta State over time and Niger Delta, and their resource control. Nigeria didn't feel well about it because of this oil. But I'm sure the oil, before Nigeria will stabilize, the oil would have finished. Then Nigeria will now think about people who have other sources. But the history tells us that Nigeria have about 34 mineral resources. 34 mineral resources that can be mined in commercial quantity in Nigeria. If not lie, make it follow them all. And then they've not told us why is there, if you say FOI, and Nigerians are hiding some of these facts to people. That 24 of these oil and these mineral resources are located up north. But the people cover them and we face the oil here. So everybody is praying because the oil is costing so much wahala. Make the oil finish so that we can look look for other sources to sustain our nation, because I think the oil has become a blessing, a curse instead of a blessing.
For sure, we know that from time. We were talking about it now.
So so we're generating more topics for unscripted on Signature Television. So we have many more to talk about. Subsequently, when we come back from this short break, we will be talking more on creation of states. And you following us, don't go away.
welcome back to our program Unscripted. And we're still talking on the creation of states. Why I will even say I will support the current drive for the creation of states is that I think my local government will equally be among the areas they will cut out for the new Etiti state. So what do you think?
So you're already positioning your local government to be the state capital of the new state. I don't want to call their name because we don't even know. There are so many. Okay, we hear of Etiti, we have Adada, we hear of so many names. That's why we are trying to run away from the names so that we don't get mixed up in them. But whichever one that desire to be created, and the majority of Nigerians support that it should be created after we justify why you should and we think it's right, please, let's go ahead. But we are looking at this the creation of state from our own point of view, informally, giving our own opinions, because this is saying Nigeria is democracy. Say your own mind. For me, creation of states is good, where the objective for the creation targets development of our nation, Nigeria, where the people, the life of the people involved as a nation are going to be affected positively, where the creation of state will make assessment of government and the government establishment and facility and make it closer to the people to assess, where it will make health facilities to be more in abundance, where our governance will be strengthened, where the economy will be helped, and where we live as better Nigerians, because God has blessed Nigerians so much. But like the Christians read in the Bible, they say, why the men were asleep, the devil came and sowed the tar. But this tar is choking God. Separate the tars from the wheat, God, because we can't survive anymore with the tars. Naomi, I don't know what you say, but that's my opinion on this.
My opinion is actually what you said. The fact that, not what you said now, like what you said previously, the fact that I feel we've not explored what we have already. Like you said, so many people don't even know their local government chairman. They don't know people in charge. They don't know the things, the budgets. They don't know the things to expect.
It's so beautiful. And the way Nigerians have designed it, it will help us to achieve this development faster than we want. But we have always planned to fail instead of planned to succeed.
Because the local government system is actually not working now. It's not actually working because the allocations they get from the federal government is not getting to their hand directly. The people in the local government area we are talking about are not feeling the government. The allocation they give senators and people in the House of Rep to develop the local government is not getting to them. I don't think if it's getting to them.
Why is it like, why are we like this? Why is it, I keep saying, okay, I've said before, we plan to fail. The Nigerians that we have, and most of things happen in government, we are talking about creation of states, have they followed the normal process? Because if you want to cut my community out and join it to that of EMA to create a new state, you have to find out whether two of us are culturally compatible, whether and find how you make it work. Instead of cutting the head of horse, putting it on top of a cow, and that is expected to survive and it causes more troubles. I know after the creation of states in the past, we have, that's where you start hearing about boundary dispute commission. Create another commission to begin to settle between me and them. Where boundary end as a nation. Are we not, like Ibrahim said, explore what we have already, use it to develop us. I know the USA has 50 states, but there is working out fine because they started somewhere and grew. Why by now? Because of certain things we have put in place, the people are not consulted. There's no referendum. If you want more states, who and who needs it, they put it together and then find the ones who have who have need for more states. Have they done survey as a nation and say these people really need, and they cut it out and they do things, and then have a reconciliation committee that get the people and say, you are now brothers, put on that one.
Means when they wanted to separate Anambra State in those days, when they wanted to create ENUGU, my people in Oji River, we were joined, I think we were added with the Anambra State then or something like that. We protested because our area is educationally disadvantaged. So when you add the Oji River with Onitsha and all this, we hardly get any, you hardly know about us then. So there was even a protest that particular time. So we are thinking of where with the boundary, because we are talking of boundary adjustment. Is it in Ubuaba or will you go to Amansi? All those things will still come up.
So you are saying you guys chopped the boundary of Anambra, brought it to Amansi. So we'll come back to that. That's another point of discussion for another day. But that's by the way, that's how it should be. You know, if you cut the meat, you add it to the bone, and cut the bone and add to the meat, you call it balancing factor in Igbo philosophy. So if they've done that, I don't know, you have any experience to share with us? He has shared the experience of his own. But our people, Nigerians, let's talk about the advantage, the game of numbers, politics game of numbers. So some people in some part of the world find, we don't want to mention their names, they always don't want to be divided. They held on, it's my people, my people. But when you come in the bigger picture of Nigeria, it's game of numbers. So if you do not divide and get more states, I know of a local government up north in Nigeria that has 44 local governments in one city state.
And in the southeast, you
and remember, every local government in that city state is sharing what a local government is sharing in Enugu. So you know, that's why we're using Enugu as a base to give example. And I'm sure even in Lagos. So when you go to Abuja to share from the national cake, if you have less local government in your state, you share less from the national cake. Let us be frank. So when people are agitating for creation of more state, that's part of the reason why they are doing that.
When Tinubu was governor of Lagos State, he deliberately created more states, local governments himself.
Yes, so I was about to say that. Why not more local governments?
Refused to recognize, because he didn't follow the constitutional process. That was the reason, and I'm sure the president was right, because he sees the view is clearer from the top. He felt that if the normal thing should be done, it should pass through the legislative body to legislate on it, create a constitution that, like you mentioned in the beginning, that said this local government should be created, and they will know them as part of the 774 existing. So if you get up, what you are creating is development communities, not they call them CDC. Then when they refuse, they call them CDC or something, community for development or whatever. So they were not called local government area as we know it in Nigerian constitution. And that's about that. We are making headway, making progress. Creation of more states. I want my creation of state for my, if you call it Chris Maduka state. It will be part. I'll go to Abuja and share from the national cake. I mean, who would like to put a sweet in his mouth and he refuse? And this kind of laugh coming from Liomi, she would like Liomi state. But that's where we are. Emma, you want a mass state. After creating a Enugu state, you want to.
The language they use in all these skit makers, they say, I don't want problem.
If you want state, it doesn't mean you want problem. You have a national human right guarantees that you freedom of expression. I want state. And that's democracy. Whether you get it or not is another. But you want, nobody will stop your right from wanting.
You want problem.
I want state. I don't want problem. I want state. Okay, so that's about it. I think we have almost approaching the, and so I'm not moderating, but you guys are almost putting me into that. But we need to take last talks on creation of the state and the collapse of building and round up unscripted on Signature Television. So Laimi.
So about this creation of states, these things we've said is making me think that maybe what we need is more local governments and not more states.
Okay.
What if each state look at the amount of local governments they have and see how functional it is, and is there a need for more? Instead of thinking of getting more states. Because the end goal at the end of the day is having, like you said, in a way, equity. So if that is what you are looking for, why not get more local governments?
Okay.
Please let them take care of the local governments we have now. Years back when I was still in the secondary school, years back when I was still a very young person, Oji River then was more lively than it is today. So let them take care of the local government.
So you feel it's a maintenance problem, like?
For me, the organization that is in charge of satisfying our civil and foundation and structural builders should look into the people who build our houses with biscuits. That's one. And since the licenses, those ones will be made clear, the ones that are involved with the ones who have collapsed, seize their licenses, if possible. I'm not dictating to Karen. But Karen, remember that anybody, like you said, anybody who help you to cut your hair has written his or her name on it. So if you satisfy, you are the people who certificated the engineers who are building houses that are collapsing and killing people and destroying properties of human beings. Karen, you are involved, directly or indirectly. And for the local government, the people say, Nigerians are also guilty. Let us begin to take interest in what happened to Nigerians.
Yes.
Don't just sit. They create local government, they put it on you. You accept. They create state, they put it on you. And those states, the local government they created, even the one existing, you don't know who is their ward leader, the councillor, or the local government. You don't know your chairman or transitional chairman. And the governors, please, let us stop this appointment of transition. Let's allow elected chairman of local government. I think that will solve our problem. And this is just where my own opinion on these two issues.
Those are very, very good points.
Okay, if you support me.
I do so much.
So I know at least I have somebody who's supporting me. The way I see it, it's only like me that have been supporting what I say. So you might has been wanting only a mass state. He doesn't even want, if it's not a mass state, he won't.
If you put it to voting, you just say, let the eye say yes, then I will raise up my hand.
Oh, okay, I don't have those such powers, but that's where we call it quits on today's episode of Signature Unscripted. I remain Chris Maduka, and my friends are still
Layomi Adeyemi.
And then everyone, join us next edition. Thank you.
Thank you.
They were successful because of the system they were operating. The system encouraged competition, healthy competition, not destructive competition. Then the military came to do a little bit of history. The military came and unified the whole nation into what I see as a foolish unification. And then that foolish unification led to the killing of this competition. You remember there was a granite pyramid in the north, there was cocoa production in the west, there were palm trees production in the east, and the likes of Opara, as you have mentioned, were encouraging this systemic farming, and they were boosting productions. When the military came, they said all our Federation account is now centralized. Then we now rendered our people into parasitic beings who are waiting on the government to bring the largesse from the headquarters before they could move forward. And by so doing, they killed agriculture, they killed education, they killed initiatives. Industries were killed. I was in Kano only a few weeks ago because I was on NUC delegation to Kano to take a look at 1, 2, 3 universities, and we discovered Kano was a place I was visiting as a student of ABU, and at that time they didn't have less than 35 industries. You go to Kano now, the industries have been killed. You don't have even up to 5 industries. That's the danger of rendering nations into parasitic beings that are indolently or parasitically waiting for largesse from the headquarters. That's why many people are talking of fiscal federalism. Fiscal federalism in which you are not breeding states that are parasites, states that are not contributing anything to the national coffer. Are you getting it? They're not as indolent as we were made to believe in those days. We're hardworking. Agri products were coming from the north. You get it. Granite pyramid was coming from the north. But now you have these black bag carrying contractors walking all over the place with nothing in their head, deceiving government and allowing government to be deceived for the system to be killed. That's what we're having now. And there's no initiative. If there is a competitive synergy for initiative generation, all the states in the federation must bring to the table their internally generated revenue to survive. But now, are they doing that? No. They are waiting on federal government to bring what is called, monthly allocations to be shared. And the federal government is not helping matters. You are giving millions or billions to states, but you are not helping, you are not asking them to account for these states. It is a skewed constitution to promote corruption. That constitution is not it. We discard the constitution and start afresh. If not, you will sink and sink until we have no nation anymore. That's where we are going. If you have people of like mind in your cabinet, it's like when you plant bananas, you reap monkeys. People of like minds kowtowing to the puhu of leadership. How can you get progress? That's what happened in Buhari's regime. But when you are building a government of inclusiveness, you bring Igbos, you bring Yorubas, we have over 250 ethnic nationalities in the nation. You are bringing these over 250 brains. But when you go to your own state, you now cook out only members of your religion and your tribe. It's planting bananas. You reap monkeys.
Me too, I'm also a graduate, and since I graduated, things has been so much very hard, because in this country today, if you don't have someone in the government or in upper, all these things, you find it difficult to get a job. Even when you merit it, it will still be difficult for you. So as it stands now, not only the youth, the whole country is facing challenge of hardship, you understand, because even our age parents that spend their hard-earned money to train us, expecting us to be training them back at this time of their old age. Still, we have nothing to offer them because of the country in it. But I wouldn't say that we are going to relent. We're still trying to, we continue to push harder, even if it is learning handwork in order to earn a living, because I know that certainly one day that certificate is going to bring work, and a better one at that.
The level of unemployment in Nigeria is maximum. There's nothing to talk about it. The government are not doing anything. See youths, every time they will graduate, no work. After graduation, it seems that those people that even left school to learn skills, they are even better than us that are graduates.
I don't believe there is unemployment. There is no unemployment in Nigeria. Being a Nigerian makes you unemployed. What do I mean by that? For me, I can't be unemployed. I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a chef. So I started cooking from a tender age. I learned it from my mom. Then I furthered into catering school. So I feel the parental upbringing should also help in curbing unemployment. So I don't think there is unemployment. Anybody that is unemployed in Nigeria just chose to be unemployed. The problem we have in Nigeria is we always look at the government. We always look up to the government. This time around, we don't need to look at the government. We should try to strive. We should try to, like this I am. I can't be unemployed. I keep using myself as an example. I employ people. I'm a chef. I cook. I run Uta's mobile services. So I don't see the reason why there should be unemployment. Let us leave government aside, though we need them. And that is where we should come together and look at their policies. Checkmate policies. That is where we will start looking at government. But if we are waiting for government to provide everything, it's not in Nigeria.
Like me now, I graduated in 2019 from Delta State University, and since then I haven't got a job. I've been doing everything on my own. That is why I decided to join this skill acquisition, which is investing into agriculture, and that is why I'm here today, so that I can improve myself in agriculture. And government needs to understand and hear about this as well, because they need to improve as well in providing job opportunities for students as well. Yeah.
It's actually unemployment that can actually lead so many youths into doing so many awful things, which doesn't really make any sense in the society, because it can actually, how will I say it? It can actually place so many people let me just say, for example, into stealing, into robbing, and sometimes even like changing from what they are to what they are not.
Good morning to you and welcome to New Day on Signature Television. New Day is your go-to program for in-depth analysis and insight into narratives across Nigeria and of course beyond. And I'm your host Chigi Chiagorom, and with me in studio is the very dashing.
I was expecting you to say big head, but it's fine.
Please.
It's fine. I mean,
why are you doing this yourself?
I was expecting to hear a big head. But it's good.
Oh, by the way, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, you guys did us proud, and we are truly grateful for that.
Yes, I mean, it's been up for at least 4 months now, and we're going to complete it by November, hopefully. That's the graduation.
Okay.
By the way, for those who don't know, it's the MTN Media Innovation Program. 20 of us were selected across the country to participate in the MTN Media Innovation Program that happens in the year 2024. This is the 3rd year, and I'm so excited to be part of those who were actually selected. So we're still on, and the next phase would be traveling out of the country to
sort of an internship course.
Yes, in Johannesburg. So
thank you so much for putting Signature TV on the map, on the media map.
That's what we do.
All right, so we have very interesting topics lined up for you, including discussions around maternal health, labor and birth, childbirth. We also have issues around recent kidnaps of health students in ENUGU State and Benue State. So don't go anywhere, stick around, and when we get back, newspaper headlines and review will be up. Don't go anywhere.
The NNPC Limited, or NNPC as it stands, I don't know if it's fully represented the interest of Nigerians. So should I be talking about a windfall today, or a windfall? Because when people talk about the inflations, talk about inflation and high cost of things, they point us to the US, they point to the UK, the Western world. But what they are not adding is the welfare in those states. There are people that still get check in the mail till today in the UK that do not have jobs. The young people in Nigeria that are not employed don't enjoy that. So we should be comparing ourselves with all economies like the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Iran, even Iraq, and the rest of them. They are smiling to the bank. I think that's what we need today, because now we have NNPC Limited. That is a limited liability, so it should be run properly. It's no longer a corporation of government. So ordinarily, if we allow the private hands to run it, the decisions will not be strictly commercial. If we do that, we will save ourselves from the mistakes of the past. Because if I have a stake in NNPC, my thinking is not how to employ my brother or how to take a product to a certain place to benefit certain people, because it's strictly commercial. But when you talk about privatized NNPC, Nigerians don't see, most Nigerians, their minds go to the ones that didn't work, NEPA. But what about the telecommunication? That one worked. I can give you an example of even Eco Hotel. You know, then I think it's even Ikoyi Hotel also. I think it's now Southern Sun. You know, there are so many that worked well and they provide the service. It's not so much money, it's not the money you make from it. It's the future. It's like saying, give out an asset. Give it out, don't make any money from it. But the tax, if you're able to get that asset to work and properly managed, the tax they will pay to the country, you make a lot of money from it. The service it will provide, the people you employ, yeah, you know. So most times people are looking at, you are selling an asset for this amount of money, is actually worth this amount of money. But you can sell an asset for so much and that will be the end. So that's what I'm saying. If you give it out, just give it out, don't make a dime on it. Maybe the word is concession. You know, but let's say we're not the concession. You say, okay, take is a dash. Manage it well. Those things that you benefit, the tax to pay going forward, because it's not properly managed. The number of people that were employed that will also pay tax, and the service that will be rendered to the public. If it's a hotel, I need a hall, it's properly managed. Rather than moving events to South Africa or neighboring countries, the events will be held here. People will supply drinks, supply food, you know, that will be ushers and all that. All that brings money into the economy. I still think part of the plans going forward is to privatize NNPC Limited. Because in the course of the PIB that now became PIA, we had mentioned, look at Saudi Aramco. They sold only, is it 5% shares? And look at, they became the biggest company in the world as at that time. You know, and if you remember, the then Minister of State Petroleum, Ibe Kachuku, had said in 2017 that they were going to go public. He started having problems after making that statement. You know, the biggest problem NNPC has is the government. Now you say it's NNPC Limited. Can you tell me that the group CEO can make decisions without recourse to Asoro Villa? And unfortunately now, the president is the Minister of Petroleum. Because if it's truly limited, if it's a limited liability company, you don't have to be running to the president to make decisions. You make decisions in the best interest of the company. But that's not the case today. We have to stop seeing NNPC as our common patrimony. That must stop. It should be a business venture that should be properly managed for the benefit of the whole country. So that is why ordinarily I will support the outright sale. Because there are so many other places where we can make money as a nation. And this idea of coming cap in hand to beg for money from the federal should stop. That's why some of us are strongly in support of true federalism or devolution of power. There is no part of this country that is not blessed, you know. but it's just proper management. So for once, the governors need to sit on their butt in their states and manage their states well.
And if you're still here or just joining us, this segment we are taking newspaper headlines, where we'll be bringing you headlines that have been making waves across national dailies. And first up will be Sunday Independent. And right above the mast, you have NYSC demobilizes 54 UNICAL graduates. That will be found on page 5.
All right, opposition lawmakers expose plots to aid sacked Rivers lawmakers to destabilize Governor Fubara.
Still above the mast, Tinubu, Shetima, Ganduje to host Young Progressive Leaders Summit.
Peter Obi, NMA, NANS deplore federal government's inability to contain ceaseless abductions.
And below the mast, agitation for new constitution gains momentum on page 2.
Presidential jet, Chinese firm, an impostor, Amosun alleges. With the writer says Zhongfu lost all 4 cases in Nigerian courts, urges federal government to treat company like P&ID. That's on page 3 of the Sunday Independent.
And finally on Sunday Independent, activists, others welcome withdrawal of counter-subversion bill. With a rider, OK proposal for conduct of all elections in one day.
All right, on the punch, presidential jets, ex-Ogun governors unite against Chinese company, tag firm scammer. With a rider, stay away from foreign negotiations. Federal government warns states. That's on page 3.
Still above the mast on Sunday Punch, 2,140 Nigerians kidnapped in 7 months as insecurity worsens.
Some people see me as unserious because of tattoos, says Oreaba.
Amnesty International demands release of 1,000 protesters. That will be found on page 5 on Sunday Punch.
Why Nigerian indigenous languages risk extinction.
We can no longer eat beans, agege bread, due to price hikes, says Lagosian.
Wow. That's the go-to food for Lagosians, but it's so unfortunate.
It's a sad reality, though.
Fake unregistered asthma inhalers flood markets after GSK's exit.
And finally, on the Sunday Punch, Bridge of Fear. How hoodlums turn third mainland into danger zone. That will be found on page 29.
We're moving over to the Sunday Tribune newspaper. Below the mast, first twist in presidential jet seizure saga. With the writer, ex-governor Amosun says Chinese companies claim another P&ID scenario, explains how correspondences between Nigeria and Chinese government vindicated federal government and Ogun states.
And 2 stories above the Sunday Tribune mast says some Nigerian governors operate as imperial majesties. That is coming from Okenwosu, ADC presidential candidate, and Tinubu bars non-essential officials from attending UN General Assembly on page 2 of Sunday Tribune.
Interesting. We collect 5,000 naira on human head. Arrested grave robber suspects confess in Ibadan.
We will meet our 19.4 trillion naira target by the end of 2024, FIRS chairman assures.
Security operatives comb forest in search of abducted medical students.
Okay, finally on Sunday Tribune, write-down security operatives, reps, a Benue governor urged security agencies to intensify rescue efforts. Resident doctors protest for 6 months over abduction of colleague.
All right, we're moving over to the Sunday Vanguards. Just below the masts, hashtag end bad governance prisoners, no bail, no lawyers as courts send
1,423 protesters to prison. Activists kick.
All right, above the Sunday Vanguard mast, 2 Ogun ex-governors open up. With riders, we are caught in Chinese against Chinese dispute, says Amosu. Says firm in court lost all 4 cases in Nigeria. Daniel says, I have documents to assist.
2 weeks after Tinubu's promise of dialogue, federal government fails to reach out.
Still above the Sunday Vanguard mast, on the kidnapped medical students, police send choppers, drones after abductors. That will be found on page 4.
Still on the Vanguard, Unical bread seller, 53 others kicked out of NYSC. That's page 5.
And finally, on the Sunday Vanguard, inside Mele Kyari's tape, how crude output moved to 1.65 BPD on page 15.
All right, we're headed over to the Sunday Times newspaper. Irony, new documents allege Emefiele spent 18 billion naira to print 1 billion naira worth of notes. With the writer, powerful allies of ex-CBN governor claim ownership of funds recovered by EFCC.
Stop dating female secondary school students, teacher warns colleagues.
NYSC fights fraudulent mobilization, set to prosecute 54 Unical graduates.
Still on Sunday Times, cost of governance, only authorized officials should attend UNGA Tinubu Direct.
7 months in captivity, Nigerian doctors bemoan plight of colleagues held hostage by bandits.
And finally, on the Sunday Times, NYSC fights fraudulent, I beg your pardon, 7 months in captivity, Nigerian doctors bemoan plight of colleague held hostage by bandits.
Legal fireworks in Kano over allegations of palliatives diversion.
All right.
I think we're moving over to the DC
Okay,
newspaper,
great.
the last paper.
Okay.
Just above the mast, Tinubu to Chief of Staff, ensure cut in cost of governance. No large delegation to Onga meetings.
Okay, and right below the mast, outrage over abduction of 20 medical students in Benue with a rider. Governor Alia Pate NMA lawmakers kick. IG deploys rescue team.
Amosun, Chinese firm dispute is between 2 Chinese companies like P&ID scam, says Zhongfu lied against China Africa Investment FXE, insists his government acted based on request of Chinese government, says I am ready to provide documents to assist federal government, says Benga Daniel.
On above the mast, telecom subscribers kick against planned tariff hike, say it's additional burden.
All right, that's it on the reviews on the dailies. We're headed over now to the table of Chris Maduka, the expert analyst. Good to have you. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning.
It feels weird because I usually am the one sitting close to you, but today,
Oh, yeah.
I don't know
for
why
some
Charles.
reason-
I don't know why Charles has to stay close to me.
That was
today.
because I read the
Charles,
news here. I
explain
didn't
yourself.
have to stand up.
No, Charles, let's repeat
to
the
move to
last
the
time
other side.
because we shouldn't cut this
you
conversation.
shouldn't.
I apologize.
We shouldn't break this conversation.
My head is the problem.
And congratulations.
You can't seem to get over this head issue.
And this head. I don't know how long we can talk about this head thing and get over it. But just congratulations, you have put signature TV within a short time of existence. We have you on among the prestigious Nigerians that were receiving MTN
Drum roll.
fellow. You know,
Thank you.
We're proud of you.
Thank you so much. There's still more to come.
That's about it. So it's
Right.
part of the headline.
Absolutely.
And, so we're talking about it.
I'm shocked at these abductions, frankly speaking, especially as it concerns 20 students. You see, when that news broke, I just thought about what had happened during Chibok. We're looking at over 300 kids taken from one place to another, from one junction to another. They moved into the bush. Nobody could tell anyone that, oh, this is the direction that I saw this person, this is the direction that I saw that person. How possible is that 20 persons will be abducted and be taken into a bush
in a road like Otukpo, because that road is quite narrow, yes, no, lonely, but again, there's no way that somebody would not be able to have seen somebody or seen people somewhere that would have actually called the attention of the law enforcement agents. What do you think?
Charles, if you ask me, one of the headlines says, as security worsens, it's very sad. I feel very sad that this keep happening and that even the abductors have upped their games. Well, sometime on this shit, about a week ago, we were hearing that they're asking for 1 billion naira as a ransom. And now, we thank God that we have not, just only thing we say in Nigeria, you keep thanking God, that we have not experienced it. But if you talk to people who have experienced this, they will tell you how sophisticated the abductors has grown to be.
Sophistication in terms of ammunition or in terms of
in all the
crime.
arrangements. In all the arrangement, and when they appear, the kind of guns they have them carry, and their disposition of things which tell you that this has become a very big business. And they spend so much to equip people, and you find where they've pointed fingers to high net worth individuals in the society who have their financiers and funders. And that's why nothing has come out of it. Somebody was asking me, you walk the street of Nigeria, even very close to government houses, you see cows and they were talking about it. And somebody told me that these cows are owned by serious prominent Nigerians, so they can't do anything. So they talk from one side of their mouth. This security thing is one of the things that put, I tell you, people that are in Nigeria that have not jackpot or had, gone out of this country are people who don't have the resources to do so. Everybody has noticed that. In fact, as of yesterday, I find a friend who is doing, people can trek, they can move by road to Diana to leave this nation.
Yeah.
It's that bad. There's no security of life and property. That's why these people have, and now the ones they do, imagine 20 medical students in Benue, while we're talking about that one in Jos. They now, talking about the one in Oji River, with the police is trying to calm the situation and talk about. But it's abduction all the same. And we have reduced it to numbers. It started with 300 and something numbers of Chibok girls. With Nigerian talk, no action, up to today. So, and you describe the situation, people come into a place like Oji River, for instance, and they tell the hustle and bustle of the town and all, and move students from the school to another location, safely, something. Whenever you hear a bird dancing by the roadside, they want, what is playing the music is not inside the bush, it's outside. So that is essentially what you talk about the Nigerian security situation.
I don't know if
and what else can we say? Let the government up the game, since the abductors have upped their own. And we will remain talking like this. Nobody knows who will be the next victim.
I don't know if you've seen a tweet. One of them, amongst the 20 of them, was able to tweet something from their spot, saying that the guys were telling them that they were going to start killing them today if they don't pay up the monies that they're going to call the people to pay up for it. I think they're saying 50 million naira. It went viral, but I'm just wondering, really, have we now been reduced to this point where if you do not pay this ransom, that these people will not be released? Because the reason why I'm saying that, if this goes through without the police parading these people or telling the world that these guys have been apprehended, you give room for people to get into that sort of weird business where they just abduct people and then call their family members and collect some amount of money, and then life continues.
For over 2 decades, Nigerians face the same situation. If you don't pay, they kill you. And these abductors, like I said, they have gone sophisticated. They want to prove a point that they're not joking. They kill people. We have seen a situation where the people abducted were killed. I've seen situations, even when they kill the people, you will not know, you still pay the ransom, you find out later that the person you are paying ransom for.
There seems to be a little bit of a paradigm shift in the operation. You know, at first they were attacking travelers, people along the transportation routes, right? But it's sickening that they have moved it into schools. We've had the abduction and killing of a student in UNN, then the one in Oji River, then the one in Benue. What do you make out of
the students
this?
in Benue were traveling, and I think we were attending an event. But then the issue that they've upped the game of going to the school,
students.
that is it. And now you ask yourself, what has the security apparatus of Nigeria done for the schools? And we have these schools, one too many. And you see even asking, is it not overwhelming? How many army and police are you going to provide from small tertiary institutions, I mean medium level to higher level of the institutions? Like this School of Health is a small, you know. Then you talk about universities, you talk about polytechnics, you talk about School of Nursing, you talk about so many, even...
The commissioner in Anambra was on his way to Abuja.
Yeah, his aide was killed and himself and his wife were abducted.
And up to now, we've not heard the stories about them.
It's crazy.
This is what we keep hearing every day. And the newspaper headline that said the security situation in Nigeria has worsened gives people, because it's like you are seeing these things point blank that you face a hopeless situation and you're still here. So, well, you wake up every morning, you find yourself, if you're able to get from one point to another, you're not abducted, you say, thank God. What else can you say? There's nothing guarantees your security in Nigeria. If anybody is there, they'll tell me, nothing guarantees our security. The people we put our security situation in as their responsibility are overwhelmed. I discussed a situation with some people when the police were being killed every day those days. And people were like, not taking interest.
An adage or something.
Yes, I said, people are killing security people and you are. Does it mean it's just like people are sending negative juju, let me put it that way, against you. You are killing all your native doctors who are protecting you. And the ones that are sending negative juju to kill you, are they finished?
They're not vanished.
So we still need, they're still there. We wish to encourage, even we go to a point where policemen can wear their uniform and walk the street.
You know,
and as I you call them, you call the police and then you go and call the, you know, and we have involved the vigilantes. And when you say involve the vigilantes, these are people who are not profiled, and so many things are involved about them. So these are also unemployed people who have got to buy maybe pump actions and all that and give them. So you can't even vouch and say that this, but they are also helping and not just condemning them, because for certain things without them, I wonder what we would have done. But then thank God that the police, the ones they say they follow them with drones, and so the police also are upping their game. So, but we say let them do more, because with this move, they meant to recover them, to get back the students who were abducted, is a great move. But you say something. Let's see the people who did this. Let's see how clear their punishments are, so that it can begin to be like, you know, serious action directed towards solving this problem.
I'm just thinking about this thing, really. I don't know how possible it would be, because I like to think unconventionally. Do you think application of African magic will be, you know, good enough to stem this tide?
My people talk that there's a proverb. You use both the gun that have the bullet and the one that doesn't have bullet to go to fight, to release, to get the abductors, the people back, to reclaim your territory. That's what how the Igbo proverb said. So you use whatever means you can. I don't the person who will sit down here and said, if there is anything like African magic, use it. What are you waiting for?
You don't think there's something called?
No, I don't. Charles, please, because the way Charles is going, maybe he's loaded with it, and he wants to try it on me. Please, Charles.
It has gotten to a point where we need to explore other options, right? Yeah. I saw this viral video. You know, someone just covered people on the streets of Israel. You will see teenagers, ladies, men, old ones, young ones, with their AK-47.
I saw that viral video too, and
you know,
it shows.
And this is a country, God's own country. Yes, they found it important to train their people, their citizens, on how to
see
use
these
guns
slick,
to
beautiful
protect
girls
themselves.
carrying this
Yes.
and this sophisticated thing,
Yeah,
and they're
they
just
weigh it
moving.
as handbags.
I mean, it's so you think about this.
It's even sexy.
You think about it.
Oh.
If we use no, then, I don't know how attractive I can try it to see a beautiful girl like that with that sophisticated weapon.
Very sophisticated. And she has the muscle power to carry the rebound.
You know, the way they do, the way they were moving about there. You see the musicians playing in the street, and everybody is having their. You even see the preachers on the pulpit with their guns across. It's like, don't try us.
Yeah.
Now,
but
the money we use, if we have such program, that will bring it back. I'm sorry. When we say we spent how many billions to go to Olympics without a medal, and the one we need to go to Mecca, a pilgrimage, to go to pilgrimage to Israel and to Mecca, and all those people, and even, I don't know if for people like you who are traditional African religion, where you go for your own Mecca, for your own pilgrimage. Now, wherever you go,
in Anambra
wherever you go now, see, I was expecting like you said, maybe you put that kind of amount, 1/10 of it to traditional medicine people. They go for their pilgrimage, probably somewhere in Africa, and they come back with juju that can solve our problem. It will get to the point where we think out of the box. Absolutely. Since you are a practitioner of that, if you can solve.
He's putting it to you, Charles.
I just asked.
I don't put it that women, we have women, what they call them SMY these days.
All right.
I just asked the question.
So we don't know whether Chigi has been initiated.
Please calm me out of this. Moving on to Sunday Tribune.
Okay.
So there's this interesting topic. Fresh twist in presidential jet seizure saga. So ex-Governor Mosun says Chinese companies claim another PNID scenario. I don't know, PNID is a UK firm. So what are some of the analogies you can draw from what happened with PNID in 2013 and what's currently happening?
Well, you are saying they are imposters. And when I had to say all the investigation and everything vindicated Nigeria, it means there was a deal. And such deal, because, and that's where the federal government warned the state to stay away from international negotiations. Because over time, we do not do what we're supposed to do until we get into problems. So allowing all the state governors to negotiate loans
Are they arbitrators?
Has put us into different situations. And only bring the federal government, Ministry of Finance, at a point where they may not even have time to read through the documents, only to guarantee such loans. So whether the Chinese firm are scammers, whether they are not scammers, they have a hold on Nigeria, Ogun State particularly. And all the ex-governors, Amosun and all that come out to say Chinese, another PA and ID scenario, whatever that is. We are only coming after the embarrassment. We are only crying after the milk has been spilled. And we are only saying that we have missed to do what we are supposed to do. Where we are all these governors of Ogun, and this didn't start today. So it's not all countries that behave like Nigeria. They want a pound of flesh of their money. And not a Chinese firm, whether they are small or big. And if a Chinese firm can pull this stunt on Nigeria, I tell you, Nigeria have to watch it. Because many more, if they begin now to pull out the files of what some state government are signed Nigeria into, and begin now to look at the files.
That's actually my greatest
because when if you get into the files, you see so much skeletons. So much that existing already, just there gathering dust. And if people get hungry, like it's not in Nigeria, hunger has you. So when you say this Nigerian government, state in Nigeria is owing me, and we are here suffering, and they want to up their game, they will go to any extent.
That's actually my greatest fear. When that broke out, I said $74 million. Are you kidding me? So I started thinking, how about other governors? And then the federal government came out and said, you know what, state governors, you better stop all of these
But then
negotiations.
What are the rules of engagement? Because we are saying you partake in international deals. There must be some laid out, directive strategies so that these guys won't just go and just,
those strategies, those templates are there.
They just chose to ignore them.
The people have a way of sidetracking these in some money exchanging hands. And if they're calling people to come and you can refuse to guarantee some of these loans, where you feel, because it still point back to, you are saying they should stay away. In the first place, there are certain guidelines that allow them to even stay in. So at what point do they stop and hand over? Or at what point do the people who are going to guarantee this arrangement, a bilateral agreement and all that and loan, step in to make sure things are done the right way? And like I told you, when you are signing a loan agreement with the Chinese, some of them are written in Mandarin, Guangzhou, and all the Chinese languages that you sign. Some people, the Nigerians are people, they know that they don't take time to go through things. So when money is involved and somebody is bringing it, you can easily say, bring it, sign. I've had a governor in one of Nigerian states, when something broke out, he said he just brought it after work. I was tired and they said I should sign, I signed. He told the people. Then I was sleeping. Ma sign. That's, you know, imagine. That's what somebody put into such a responsibility. So when this happens, you begin to say, we are the cause of our own problems.
Some of these states that carry out these negotiations that cause us so much embarrassment. Yeah. What are some of the punitive measures that should be?
Who has been punished? Out of all these issues that we have been talking, how many people they say, oh, the Nigerian establishment said that these people are punished and they put their names, these people are in jail, or they're asked to, resign or something, are sacked. How many? And so that means we are not yet serious. Any day we are serious, we know what to do. I tell you, all Nigerians, we know what to do. We know how to solve these problems. We don't even have to blame anybody. Somebody told me a story. I don't know how true it is. It's a chain of some group of robbers were robbing on the road. In those when people were traveling by night. Is this night. No, it's a night bus. Okay. So they stopped. A whole load of night bus. Sorry. So, and that's it. I think we'll go for break.
Okay.
Let me.
All right. If you're still with us, thank you so much. We'll go for a short break, and when we come back, newspaper review continues. Stay with us.
Welcome back. You're watching New Day on Signature Morning. We just have to go back to him to finish that story, because that story was quite important. I don't know if the story was the reason why he was coughing. So
I rightly asked, is this fiction?
I just needed to clear the story to tell you that when we are driving past the night, they thought there were people going on crusade, and when they finished, they told them, whatever is happening to us, we are the cause. Nigerians are the cause of our problem. So let us begin to ask questions. Let us begin to engage people to account. All these stories we are telling ourselves are all lying, not done anything tangible. We hear of people commit offense, punish them. Use carrot and stick. That's the classical management strategy. You apply it in Nigeria. Let people know what is waiting for anybody who commits this offense. And when anybody, whoever does it, punish that person. It's not when somebody commits a revenge and starts looking at, hey, is he my kinsman? Does he belong to my tribe? Who is he? How well positioned? What's the status of that person in society? And this has made us not to move anywhere. Charles, that's our problem. So whether we use juju or we use to attack our problems, whatever is happening to us, we are the cause. And we have the solutions. It's just that we have not decided to apply them.
So on Sunday Independence, agitation for new constitution gains momentum. I saw another headline, I think it was a few days ago, that Northern elders are saying that the agitation for new constitution is a way of introducing Biafra through the back door.
I don't know what to say, because it's not only Biafra that are asking for restructuring of Nigeria. So Biafra is just a minute part of Nigerians. Which tribe in Nigeria has not had recently saying, let us reorganize Nigeria? Reorganize Nigeria, leave Biafra out of it. If you reorganize Nigeria, and whatever is making people of Biafra to ask for, and they find out that you reorganize and they find safety, and they find some, you give them confidence in themselves as a tribe belonging to a nation, Nigeria, to stay. All this agitation will go. And that's even what all the people who have been agitating for them are saying. The leaders of the agitation have said, I've heard them say, if what is happening in the last, what has happened in the last how many years of going to war, killing people, losing people, and if it continues, they will continue to agitate. So why have you not listened to them? Instead, you are suppressing it and other tribes. And somebody is saying this, they're just calling Biafra for nothing, because Igbo is of the, what's it called, the Duduwa state. We have them calling that they even have their international organization rioting the street of, protesting the street of London and other UK, European countries.